About 6 months ago, I got to work making my very own wedding suit, and for the jacket at least, I chronicled literally every step of it on this here YouTube channel. Each day's work formed a weekly episode which combined into a series of 11 overall. Now, for the benefit of you whom the series bypassed at the time, I've decided to recut that series into this single video. Although if you're an original No Stitch Unpicked viewer, you're of course most welcome to watch it again. Anyway, my thinking is that if you clicked on this video, you've probably wondered yourself about taking up a project like this. And if so, it's my contention that this video will offer you two complementary things. One, it can serve as a start to finish guide on how to put together your own tailored jacket. I really did record every single step in some form while doing my amateur's best to explain them. And if you were to find you had any questions, you'd be more than welcome to post them in the comments. And two, having used that word amateur, it can serve as an example if you want or need one of the kind of tailored project that a sewist like me with middling experience and talent is able to produce, which should provide either encouragement or just schadenfreude-laden amusement. Ideally, a bit of both. And on the subject of schadenfreude, just one last thing before I hand you over to the me of late 2024. The original videos in this series are more or less the first ones I made on YouTube, and as such, I think they bear the marks of a beginner getting to grips with production, editing, and so on. Decreasingly so, I hope you'll find, as the series, or in this case video, goes on. But regardless, please accept this warning or apology or whatever you might require it to be. But enough of all that. Let's get going.
Now, marriage is a beautiful institution and I believe it deserves beautiful garments. My only question is, am I up to making them? In this video, we're going to begin finding out the answer to that question. This is the first of a series in which I'm going to be making what I hope will turn out to be my own wedding suit. Isn't that fun? We'll be starting with the jacket, and my first steps will be returning to my existing jacket pattern, which is one I drafted myself, and implementing some lingering fit corrections that I've carried over from the last project. So I've used that pattern once to make a sort of casual blazer, which I'll show you in a second. And I was pretty happy with how it turned out. I think the fit was, in the end, relatively accurate, but I had to do a lot of improvisational tweaks as I was going along, as I was sewing it together. And again, I think they were relatively successful. It's just that now I need to transfer those tweaks back from what I did to that particular garment onto the pattern itself that will then be the template for future garments. In addition to those, I want to also add in some other corrections because there are still some things with that jacket, the first one that I made with the pattern, that I'm not happy about and that I ideally want to eliminate going forward, or rather, correct going forward. I will be returning to my pattern, I will be implementing these corrections, and I'll be explaining what it is I'm doing and why I'm doing it as I do it. And then we will be making a toile. Let's get started. So this is the jacket that I made from the pattern that I drafted myself, and this was a really fun fabric. We were lucky enough to go to Japan last year, and there's an incredible part of Tokyo called Nippori Fabric Town. There's a whole district, basically like a whole street that's just like fabric shops. Dream come true. And this was this cool yarn dyed cotton fabric. It had this appealing tweediness, and yeah, I just thought I would make this sort of casual blazer out of it. It's a really lovely fabric. It was a bit kind of looser and frayier than I maybe expected. Again, I'm happy with the outcome. One of the problems is that I didn't reinforce it heavily enough. I also made my first sewn in canvas for this jacket, but I didn't have any of these sort of like wool interfacing that I'm going to be using in this coming jacket. I just actually used the muslin or the calico that I used to make the toile for that jacket. I think it ultimately was just not enough reinforcement, and it allowed this already probably crinkle prone cotton to just do what it was going to do even more. And I'll talk in a second when we look at the pattern about this sort of chest fullness issue. I think you can see that a lot already in this jacket with the way it sort of wrinkles, and I had to really scoop in and take a lot of the fullness out of the chest in order to try and just mitigate that to some extent. But ultimately I kind of hit a barrier, and otherwise you're just gonna have this like your arms coming over into your chest. The armhole is a little low, so you better believe we'll be fixing that in the toile. It's maybe a touch shorter than I wanted. It could go either way, but I think I just want that extra centimetre or two just to really even out the balance between the top of my body and the bottom. The vent is a bit too low, I think, as in where the vent starts to open out, so I'm going to raise that a little bit. I actually wanted also to lower the lapel point, as in the point where the lapel starts folding over, i.e. around where the button is, because it's currently about an inch or so above my actual sort of natural waist, i.e. essentially the level of my belly button. So I just want to lower it because I just think that's also going to help the proportions of my particular body and sort of elongating the torso because I have such long legs, and also lapels are nice and I like big lapels, so that's what we're going to do. And then the thing that really stumped me with this jacket were these sort of wrinkles around the shoulders, which I'm so helpfully pointing to. I spent ages trying to work out what this was. At first I thought it was shoulder sloping. In the end, I actually decided or realised that it was something to do with the collar and the collar line, and I sort of unpicked the collar which I'd already attached and sort of reattached it a bit further out into the shoulder line, if that makes sense. It seemed to help a little bit, but not enough in terms of what I could reasonably do having already attached the collar. If I'd really cared about it, I would have just undone everything, taken out the shoulder pads which I'd already put in, taken out like 4 or 5 times, redone the collar and just redone everything. But at this point I didn't really realise properly that I hadn't really sort of read up on it enough to know that it was to do with the tightness of the neckline. And as you can see, there's also this effect of the collar kind of riding up because the neckline is too tight and it kind of wants to unfold itself. So you can actually just see the bottom of the under collar, which obviously should be covered by the top collar that's folding over it. So I'm just going to let out the neckline a centimetre or 2, and that would be probably the main thing with this jacket, I think, other than the low armholes. This is also a more casual jacket anyway. I already tightened up this one a lot based on the pattern I drafted, but I think what I want to achieve is just to have one base pattern that maybe has this looseness in it, and then if I am making something from the pattern I actually want to be more fitted than the pattern itself, then I will probably just tweak it as I go in the making of the individual garment. For this particular garment that I actually want to make next, I do want it to be a more fitted cut because it's going to be a more formal suit, like a wedding, my wedding.
Pattern time. So that's the pattern block, which was the template for the pattern pieces. Just wanted to show you all these silly lines that you can see where I've marked changes. We're not going to worry about that though. We're going to focus on just the pattern pieces themselves. So they're preparing to raise the armhole, and this is me lengthening it. I ignored my own advice from the previous video and I only lengthened it in the hip area for some reason. I don't know why, I just sort of blanked, but that's what I'm doing. I'm lengthening this piece about 1 inch, so 2.5 centimeters, and yeah, then just sort of tapering that in. Well, there's a ton of tapering to do. And this is me taking it in around the waist and hip points, etc., just making the piece narrower. So I think I spread, let's see, I guess a couple of centimeters off of each piece there, just to again reflect the tightening up of the jacket that I did on the individual garment the last time, and I just want to carry that over to the pattern now. Yep, so that's me raising the armhole, trying to be nice and precise. I think I raised it by 3 centimeters. Again, aiming for ideally raising it probably more than I would need to, so that I can then take it away again in the toile, rather than finding that I still hadn't raised it enough. Yep, so just trimming it away. So that's the side panel done. So we'll go to the back panel. So first I'm trimming away those vent guides because I wanted to change that anyway. Lengthening again, only the hips again. Not really sure why I did that, but that's what I did. And then I'll be, again, making this back panel narrow as well as with the side panel. So taking it in at a couple of centimeters at the sides. So yeah, as you can see, the armhole's coming in quite a bit there. Yeah, I can't remember exactly how many centimeters I took out here. I think it was like a couple. So just marking the new armhole point there because I wanted to also just narrow the shoulder a little bit as well, because it was just still too wide in the pattern. So some proper tapering, good boy. And trimming. So here I'm also just slightly increasing the slopiness of the shoulders, which is just something that I'd marked on the block. I guess I must have known what I was doing. And now onto the front panel. Yep, that's where you want it on the camera. Again, just lengthening only at the hips, don't ask. And as you can see, there's a little bit of a gap, but I'm also tightening as with the other panels, so worked out just about right. So just taking that in on the front panel as well, and that will also mean that the pocket will be able to extend a bit further into the side panel, which will actually be more correct. So yep, here just raising the sleeve again, the armhole rather. Again, probably overdoing it, I mean we'll see in the toile, but rather too much than too little. And so here what I'm about to do to the shoulders is I'm actually trimming away 0.5 seam allowance all across the patterns, because I want to just, yeah, get rid of the excess, and I've used it in certain places to make some of the changes I'm doing, but in this place it was just spare, so I just cut it away. Yep, so taking in the armhole again and having tapered the shoulder just a little bit as well. So then I'm here just gonna, again, trim away a bit more of the excess seam allowance, and then lower the point of the lapel as I mentioned, so basically making the lapel longer
only by a small amount, a centimetre or so, so it's not changing anything to do with the lapel roll line. It's not going to affect the collar in any meaningful way, so I don't need to worry about that. I hope. We'll see. And that's basically it, yeah. So I've lengthened them, I've tightened the pattern pieces so it'll be a bit more snug, I've corrected the shoulder width, and here I'm just marking on the pocket points again, because obviously I've taken it in at the waist, so I need to just readjust that. Great, so cutting out the toile. This is my calico, which I did not pre-wash because I'm an idiot. That meant the fabric was a bit too kind of flexible and pliable when I was ironing it, so I had to be very careful. I will recycle this fabric basically as like sewn in interfacings in other places, so I will just wash the toile before I use it again. But yeah, just pre-wash your fabrics, there's a reason to do it. Snip, snip. So that's the point at which the collar will extend out onto the top of the lapel that I'm just marking there. And that's the bottom of the lapel roll line. So the fabric is being cut on the fold. So there's 2 layers of fabric basically, and then the pattern piece on top. What I'm going to do is mark the points on the one side of the one piece. So the piece that has the pattern piece on top of it. So there, that's like the top and the bottom of the dart, for instance, and the roll line of the lapel. And in a second, I'm going to use tailor's tacks to mark it so that it's not just on this one side of one piece of fabric, but goes through to all sides of both pieces of the fabric. So you sort of sew a few loops basically on these points. So like, here like the top of the dart and then the bottom of the dart and the point at which the dart is at the widest, I'll mark that as well. And so you sew a few loops through, sort of like loose loops, and then you will open up the 2 pieces of fabric that you've just essentially sewn together and snip the loops in between the 2 pieces of fabric. And that'll mean then that these points are marked by thread on both sides of both pieces of the fabric. And now to the side panel. I was really pleased I got this all to fit on one width. I think this is a 1.5 meter width of fabric, and then again on the fold, so 75 centimeters across. Wider than my table was, which wasn't very helpful. I often actually cut fabric out on my floor, but that's not very scenic, so I decided to treat you guys. Great, so this is my French collar linen. This is a first for me. This is the quote-unquote proper fabric, I guess, for making collars. And this is, yeah, my collar piece. This is being cut without any seam allowance, except for at the back, because I'm going to cut 2 and then sew them together. So yeah, just adding 1 centimeter seam allowance. And that line that I drew on there is the line along which the collar will fold. So like fold over on itself. And again, that corresponds, or that's a continuation of the lapel roll line. Yeah, okay, so here I'm snipping the tailor's tacks in the middle. Now this is fun. This is the plastron. So I was whinging earlier in the video about the insufficient chest fullness and the insufficient reinforcement in the chest area of the earlier jacket I made. This panel is designed to help reinforce exactly that area. So in a sewn in canvas, you'd have a series of layers across this sort of shape that I'm drawing out now. And again, it would just help the chest have a bit more shape and structure. And what I would maybe recommend actually is, even if you're using fusible interfacing, maybe let's say you're fusing something onto the entirety of the front panel, maybe cut out a second piece of interfacing and fuse it on top of this chest area in this sort of shape, because again, that will help you maybe accommodate that chest fullness that a sewn in canvas would be designed to achieve. And this panel you'll see when I sew onto the front panel in a minute, it runs kind of from the shoulder seam down to 1 inch or 2 above the waist, and then the diagonal line is running parallel to the lapel roll line. So again, you'll see a bit more clearly where exactly it fits onto the front panel in a second. So yeah, drawing on the dart lines so that I can sew them. And that's the extra seam allowance on the lapel, because the only thing I'm attaching to the lapel is the collar piece, which again only goes as far as this lip that I'm going to leave uncut, basically. You'll see when I attach the collar in a little while. Button points, so 1.5 centimeter in from the edge and down from the lapel roll line. Yeah, and then just pressing the dart lines to sew them imminently. Here we go. Cool, so finally I'm sewing something. Just putting the darts together, so that's just helping the garment have that sort of slightly shaped in, sort of nipped in waist thing going on. Doesn't look like I'm being especially careful, but what's the worst that could happen? Yep, so just pressing that and then with the tailor's ham as well to maintain that sort of, I don't really know if it did anything, it just felt fancy. Yep, so side pieces and front panels together. I was happy to find the lengths all corresponded after my rather impulsive pattern changes. And then yeah, the back piece down to the vent point. I forgot to leave some excess fabric for the vent. Do that if you're cutting out a toile, because otherwise you won't be able to tell exactly how much the vent is or isn't pulling open. Cool, I'm obviously very proud of that. Yeah, so here I am sewing on the plastron. I don't know why I decided to do it by hand, just made me feel fancy using my basting thread. So yeah, you can see that diagonal line is just running parallel to the lapel roll line, and it just starts at the end point of the shoulder and kind of cuts in at an angle towards the collar line. And then I'll trim it around the armhole as well to match the armhole. Yeah, so you can see that it's just a bit of an overlap there. So then what I'm about to do is also hand baste first the shoulder seams together. The reason being the back panel is longer in the shoulder than the front panel by 1.5 centimeters. This is so that you can distribute this extra fabric across the seam, and it will make the shoulder line sort of curve forward ever so slightly following the shape of the shoulder. So you do it like that, and then you press the creases out just a couple of centimeters into the seam. And the idea is you've then generated this curve, this extra ease in the back of the shoulder without having any actual wrinkles. But I don't know if anyone's spotted yet the stupid mistake I've been making the whole time. I know I certainly hadn't. We're going to the machine to stitch these together now properly. Oh no, poor Porco. Bearing his shame to the world. Look at this absolute bozo, he's got no idea what he's done. Although I think it's beginning to dawn on him. Slowly but surely. I wish I could tell you it's going to be okay, Pat. I don't know if we're coming back from this. You've sewn the wrong pieces together. But I won't make you watch me unpick and redo all of that. So we'll just carry on with the collar. So sewing the two pieces together, pressing it. I kind of sewed the pieces on the wrong way around, so I'm remarking the fold line with just some basting thread. Not really necessary, but again, it always makes me feel fancy and it looks good. So then, yeah, I will just press that line. So press the fold into the collar on the ham. And then sort of unpress it just at the edges a little bit to kind of allow for a more natural flowing fold around the back of the neck. And here I'm just marking on the stitch line so that I can know I'm sewing the collar on at the right depth, i.e. sort of the correct 1 centimeter seam allowance, because again, the collar piece itself has no seam allowance for this purpose. It's just going to be exactly the size and shape it will have on the final garment. So yeah, just hand sewing this on. Took about 5 minutes, but we'll show you the condensed version. And then this will be the complete toile ready to go. Like, I have my shoulder pads, which I'll just sort of slot in while I wear it. And we'll go and have a look now, the moment of truth, at how it looks. How exciting. Overall, I am actually really happy with this. I was tweaking a lot of things, and it could have been that one thing offset the other, but I pretty much think I've got it spot on. I mean, I say spot on, I think if a professional tailor were looking at this, they'd be throwing up all over themselves at this repulsively amateur spectacle. But for my money, you know, like, the lines are looking smoothish, you know, there's a few crinkles here and there. But I mean, let's think about the particular things that I wanted to fix. I think the width, the general fit of it is good. If anything, it could be taken in a bit more, but as I said, I think maybe I'll leave it for now and really fine tune it when I'm putting together the actual jacket, and I can tell how that particular fabric is gonna respond to hanging around my body, basically. And again, I want to keep this pattern as a sort of multi-purpose pattern for both casual and more formal things. I'm happy with the lapel height now. I've lowered that point, I've lowered the waistline point, basically, or like the button point, and it really is kind of sitting a bit more on my actual natural waist. The vent is ridiculously high. I can't remember what principle I based the height of that on. I'll be bringing that down to the level of the hip pockets. The hip pockets also feel a bit too high. I mean, the actual height of the pockets should be the same as on the other jacket. It just kind of looks a bit higher. If I were lengthening that pattern again, I would, as I recommended in the other video, distribute the lengthening between both the hip line and the waistline. But the length itself, I am happy with. It's really got that sort of 1-to-1 proportion now, the top of my body and the bottom of my body. But yeah, as I say, I think the process I used to lengthen the pattern overall was a bit skew-if. What I want to do, as I say, I want to lower the pockets. So I think I'm just going to lower the pockets themselves by maybe 1.5 centimeters. And that will obviously involve lowering the dart as well. So I'll just make sure I taper that in, but keep the widest point of the dart in the same place. And that really shouldn't affect the fit, which I'm pretty happy with. And again, the thing that I was most worried about, the collar line, the tightness around there, that looks actually pretty good. If anything, is a bit too loose. So I will pin that a little bit and just see if that fixes it. I'm pleased to see that that seems to have solved the problem. There's no issue now with the collar wanting to ride up or anything like that. And the chest as well, this fullness idea that I talked about. So as I say, I didn't actually implement any of those suggested scoopings that I'd scribbled out on my block. And I've left it as it kind of originally was. And I've also raised the armhole a lot. The armhole is too high. I'm going to take that down by 1 centimeter or so. I admit it, it's fine. But this is what I was talking about, you know, rather too much and you can cut it away than not enough and you're scuppered basically. But yeah, I think adding that sort of fake plastron situation in the toile chest area has already helped simulate what that extra structure might look like. I should be able to achieve that fullness and it won't be collapsing. Again, we'll see with the real garment fabric once I've actually put in the proper plastron on that fabric. But again, the real plastron is going to be even heftier than just this one layer of calico that I slipped on underneath. Yeah, I mean, I think the lines are pretty clean, the balance is good. There's a couple of wrinkles and crinkles still maybe around the place. I think maybe some of them are to do with the fact that the armhole is too high, so it's always catching under my armpit, and I guess maybe there's some tension there that's kind of radiating throughout the garment. I don't know if that's right. I'm just guessing. I'm just going to live with them for now. I'm pretty happy overall with how this looks. You're trying on your toile and you're going to want to pin it where the top, or if it's a 3-button, where the middle button's going to be. If you're trying to lay those two pieces on top of each other with nothing really to guide you and put in the pin as if it were a button, you are going to end up tearing your hair out. Instead, just try doing it this way. You want to kind of get the insides of the two jacket fronts to kind of just kiss each other, and you're going to stick the pin in that way, and it's just way easier to accurately have it put together, and it's still going to reflect all the things you want to reflect. Okay, yeah, so I've gone and just pinned the collar by about sort of 0.5 centimetre, so in total taking out 1 centimetre just at the back, and that seems to have fixed the added looseness, I would say. So I'm just going to taper out my back panels at the top going into the collar so that overall I'm taking out a full centimetre along that seam, and that should fix the problem. I hadn't actually explained in the last video what the blueprint was going to be for this jacket, for this suit, what kind of features it was going to have, what kind of fabric I was going to use. So let's quickly get that out of the way. So this is bamboo. That's right, bamboo. If I keep making a point of it like this, maybe it will start to seem impressive. This was a fabric I picked up about 18 months ago on a whim. I was in the zone where I wanted to find something to make a suit from, but I didn't want to splash out for wool or anything like that yet. I'd already played with cotton and I wanted something just slightly different. I found this bamboo fabric in a shop near me and was very taken by its texture and its appearance. It's very soft, very elegant looking, dare I say. And it also had the aesthetic advantage of having the funky little selvage writing, which won me over instantly. I think I got like 5 meters, which is I think definitely too much, more than I need, but I thought, you know, rather too much than too little, which is my motto, isn't it? But then I was seduced by the idea of making the casual jacket with that fabric from Japan that I showed in the last video. It's only with this small matter of my impending nuptials that I decided to do right by my purchase and make a suit out of this bad boy. So yeah, it's black. It has actually 2% spandex in it, which I didn't realise when I bought it, and maybe if I had known I would have decided otherwise, but you know, waste not, want not. And it lends a sort of surprise, enjoyable little stretch to it. It's quite a lightweight fabric. It's about 250 grams per square metre, which puts it pretty much on the dividing line between a sort of lightweight and middleweight fabric as far as suitings is concerned. So like I say, it was a bit of an impulse buy, and perhaps if I was shopping again I would resist the urge, but no regrets. We mustn't regret. I will reap what I've sown and see what we can do with this stuff. We are going to lay out the fabric, we are going to put the pattern pieces on them, we are going to draw bits of chalk around them, we are going to cut them out, then we're going to start sewing them. That's right, my friends, we are going to sew an actual garment or part of it in this episode. And there's going to be so much basting. I cannot wait to introduce you all to the heavenly pleasures of basting. A different basting, definitely, than the one you turkey lovers are thinking of. So let's not waste any more time. Let's do it.
Sweet, director's commentary time. So there I am laying the pattern pieces on the fabric. That third one there is the facing piece. So that's the other side of the lapel. So if you imagine that's going to curve around into the inside of the jacket and attach to the lining. It's a general purpose piece, vaguely matching, I say vaguely, matching the outer edge of my lapel from the front panel. And yeah, I'll be trimming it away and fitting it more properly in a later episode when we do the lapels. So yeah, I'm just marking on the like the dart points and pocket points, things like that. So there's just some holes in the pattern. I'm just sprinkling some chalk through there, so I'll be able to mark it properly when I take the pattern piece away. And those gaps I've left, I've worked out that'll be probably where I'll be able to cut the sleeves. I'm not cutting the sleeves today. That's just me doing the armhole notch and the lapel roll line. Yeah, so I won't do the sleeves today. I will do that in the later episode when it's time to actually make the sleeves once I've worked out exactly how big the armhole is, because that's still something that might change a little bit. Yep, so I've just marked the vent point there on the centre back seam of the back panel. Yeah, this fabric turns out it's just a real light guzzler, but I think it's clear enough, at least with the chalk, what's going on. Yep, so again, just properly marking now where I sprinkle the chalk through the holes, the dart points, pocket points, etc. So I'll be able to tell exactly where, you know, the hip pockets would extend from and to, and so on. So this is the inlay. You may remember in the previous episode, I was talking about removing extra seam allowance from my pattern, and that was because I wanted to instead use inlay to allow extra fabric in certain areas where in the future I might want to let the jacket out, and also perhaps to allow a bit of extra security for if my pattern turns out to have not quite been as correct as I thought, even though obviously we've already checked it with the toile. So this is something that would be done in this sort of bespoke process, and in that context it's less about security of getting the pattern right or not, and more about sustainability of the garment basically. So if you imagine over the course of your lifetime your body might change quite a bit, perhaps you put on weight, perhaps you lose weight, perhaps you get really ripped. I'm not planning on that. Anyway, that's just to allow for those kind of changes down the years and the decades. Cool, so yeah, just cutting out all my patterns now, all my panels rather. So again, for now, just basically these 4 main pieces, or rather 8. So the front panels, the side panels, the back panels, and then the facing. And then there's a little bit of a patch of spare fabric that I've got, which I'm going to use to just sort of make things like pocket flaps and smaller little bits, little accoutrements like that. Yeah, so I just pinned the blank bits where I'm going to cut the sleeves out of there, so that I'll be able to sort of find them again in the massive roll of fabric that I'm going to leave behind after cutting these out. So when you're cutting out your fabric, you want it on the fold and the selvages to be lined up pretty exactly. I'd failed to do that quite so well here, and I only found out once I was cutting out the facing piece, but I would probably be trimming that part of the facing away anyhow, so I'm not too worried if there's a little bit of selvage on there, because that's probably going to disappear. And I'd rather do that than, you know, relay and redraw and recut, well, not recut, but you know what I mean, then fiddle with all the other pieces. You know, the facing is going to have to take the hit there. So in addition to the inlay, I've also extended that out a little bit for the back vent, because I'll need that extra fabric then. And yeah, this was very exhausting. So now it's time to mark stitch. So I've drawn on extra inlay around certain points of the fabric pieces, but I know that my current pattern is roughly, at least, correct for the measurements that I now have. So what I want to do is mark on both sides of both panels of each pattern piece where the patterns themselves actually extended to, so that I know where the panel that I need now stops and where the inlay for the future begins. So I'm just doing these stitches where I leave a loop of thread sort of on the top, and then you pull the pieces apart a little bit and you snip the bits of thread that are connecting the two pieces, and then you pull them apart fully. They're disconnected with each other, and they have on both sides these beautiful little stitches that are going to again mark that line, which in chalk will probably fade, and in any case was only on one side. So yeah, and then there's tailor's tacks for marking things like the dart points. So individual points, you just do a couple of loops, and then it's the same thing. You'll sort of ease the two panels of fabric apart from each other, snip in the middle,
And again, you'll be left with these threads marking, again, you know, where the actual edge, the cutting edge of the pattern piece was, and where the inlay that, again, you currently don't need, but in the future might, will begin. And you'll notice I've marked the wrong sides of the panels just with the letter W for wrong, just so, because it's quite hard to tell with this fabric what's the right side and what's the wrong side, so it just makes it a bit easier for me before I sew them together. Honestly, I just absolutely love doing these sort of basting stitches, mark stitches and the like. It's very therapeutic, it's very relaxing, and it just looks super fancy. Yep, so I'm just marking with chalk on the wrong sides of the front panels where I will be sewing the darts. So these darts are these sort of very long diamond-shaped ones as opposed to a triangular one that ends in the pocket. And here I am, the first actual stitch of the garment. So yeah, so I'm leaving the threads loose at the ends. I'm not back stitching because I'm going to rather tie them off by hand as I'm doing here. Just creates a bit less bulk. And then from the wrong side, I am going to snip through the center of the dart until about, well, basically as close to the end as I can probably get, but no closer than maybe 1.5 centimeters. And please don't do what I'm doing here using your seam ripper, because you may, as I did, yank the actual weave of the fabric out of place, and that is not what you want to do. So just be patient, as I wasn't, and yeah, use your scissors. Cool, so basting now together the side seams of the front and side panels before I sew them with the machine. Again, oh my god, it's just, I could do it all day. It just makes me feel so good. Doesn't it look snazzy? Is that just me? Anyway. Yep, so 1 centimeter seam allowance around, just a pretty simple sewing that seam. Nothing to see here. So after this, we're going to move and do the welt pocket that's going to be on the left front panel on the chest. I've never done this method before, but you can sew along. Your instructions might differ if you're using a pattern. So that piece there with the fusible, that's the width of the pocket opening, and then that's the half of the pocket bag underneath it. So yeah, I'm going to sew along there. I'm basting it together now and just easing the bottom in a little bit so that when I open the welt shape out in a second, it will just assume that shape a bit more readily. And now just sewing along the edges there of the fusible and just snipping away this excess that I don't need, leaving sort of 0.5 centimeter seam allowance on the sides, snipping the corners so it'll fold out nicely, and then, yeah, turning it around. So when I was sewing down the sides there, I didn't backstitch at the bottom because here I'm going to open those seams out again just a tiny little bit so that I can see that line again that I drew on. So this is a piece of pocketing that is going to be used on the wrong side as reinforcement. You can use fusible interfacing if you want, as long as it's much lighter than the garment fabric itself, as in not as heavy. So yeah, I'm just basting that on, and then on the right side marking the actual pocket line, placing the pocket down so that the line I drew on the fusible matches the pocket line, sewing it along that line. And now this is the other piece of pocketing that I'm slotting underneath, if you see there, that little lip of the fusible that's sticking out on the right side, and I'm sewing along the top of the fusible now, and this line is shorter than the bottom line I've just sewn. Terrible camera angle, I apologise. Didn't really check that. And so now we're snipping from the wrong side in between those two lines I've just sewn, and you'll see there's these two little triangles on the either end of the pocket, and so what you do is you, about 1 centimetre or so away from the end, snip towards the very end of the stitch line you've just done, and you have to be extremely careful here not to snip either too far or not far enough, and then or snip through the stitch or whatever it might be, and then you turn it inside out, as in you push what's on the pocket bags through from the right side to the wrong side, and then you leave the welt on the outside. So there you can see, not so bad, in my humble opinion. Anyway, next day, because the light had gone terrible, first thing I'm just going to baste the actual welt piece in place while I attach it properly using my black silk thread, which I'm about to show you. And I'm going to use what's called a cross stitch here, going from the wrong side of the fabric, so I'm then going through the pocketing through to what is essentially the inside of the welt piece. So these stitches aren't showing through on the top of the actual welt piece, i.e. they're not going to be visible. And I'll show you in a second how to actually do this cross stitch. It's very useful for sort of
just, you know, attaching one thing to another and securing stuff so it's nice and sturdy. So if you're right-handed, you work left to right, and if you're left-handed, vice versa. So I'm just backstitching there. So you sew a stitch and then you go down and sew a stitch directly below, and then you come back across again to the top and stitch through to where you originally put your first stitch, and it's going to create this sort of X shape. And you keep going and basically join the ends of the X's together, as in the sort of hands and feet, if you like, of the X's. And if you want to double down on this, there's a double cross stitch you can do where instead of joining the hands and feet, as it were, you sort of cut across into the space in the middle of the raised hands and outstretched feet, if that metaphor still works. And again, this is a really useful stitch for just securing stuff, and it just looks really nice, as all hand stitches do. So now we're just sewing the pocket bags together, so down the sides of each to make an actual pocket, and around the bottom as well. Trimming the excess seam allowance so it's not too bulky underneath the garment, between the garment and the canvas that is going to come. And there we go. Yeah, not too bad, but okay. Hip pocket time. So these are the pieces you'll need. That's your pocket bag, the pocketing that's going to be used as reinforcement, the 2 piping pieces, and then I'm making flaps with a piece of muslin just as a bit of reinforcement. So that's just me marking on the right side and wrong side of the fabric where the pocket line is going to be. And just basting the pocketing on the wrong side where the opening is going to be, laying the piping pieces like that on either side of the chalk line that you drew on to mark the pocket opening, basting them very close to that line, and then you're going to sew the stitches at a sort of 0.5, 0.6 centimetre seam allowance. That's just going to determine the thickness of the jets or the piping. And it's important that both the top and the bottom piping stitches are the same length so that the pocket doesn't come out wonky, like mine did. And that seam allowance will make it quite fiddly, so if you don't mind a thicker jet, then you can make it a slightly bigger seam allowance. And yeah, just live a happier life, basically. Yeah, and then we're cutting through from the wrong side again. It's like with the welt pocket, we're going to snip those triangles. And okay, at this stage my memory card gave up without me knowing, so we don't get to see me snipping too far along one of these triangles and overshooting the stitch line. I tried to fix it by essentially re-sewing that one stitch line a stitch or two further around the hole I'd cut, as if I had cut the correct hole. What that meant though was that the top jet of this 2-jet pocket was ever so slightly longer than the bottom one, which kind of looks a bit goofy. Thankfully though, we have the flaps to come, which will help hide that bottom jet, that rather unhandsome one. Hopefully that'll fix the problem. Yeah, a bad time to ask you to like and subscribe? A boy can dream. Yeah, so you can see the lengths are a bit off there. So here I'm back stitching by hand in the ditch. So just firmly attaching the jets on both sides to keep them in their position. So just a quick demonstration of how to do a back stitch by hand. Back stitch is the hand stitch that is most similar to a normal machine straight stitch. Just, yeah, as I say, you can definitely machine stitch this if you want. A hand stitch just allows a bit more control over the shape of the pipes, which is the piping pieces or the jets, which is quite hard to achieve, I find. So then you baste the pocket closed to keep it secure, because we're going to then sew these triangular bits down to the piping pieces to keep them secure, and that'll keep the shape of the pocket firm then, so it won't be swinging hither and thither. Right, so this is the pocketing bag. So you're laying one short end against the bottom edge of the bottom piping. You're sewing that. And then you're going to open that out, press that, and position the other top edge in place, pin it, and then you're going to sew the sides of the pocket bag closed. And try again to bring that stitch as close as you can to the actual sides of the pocket, so kind of going over where you sewed those triangles a second ago. And then we'll be trimming the allowances, the seam allowances a bit, just again to reduce the bulk of the pocket within the jacket. Oh, the scissors are really so blunt and stiff. I should probably do something about it. Mañana. Right, so these are the flaps. So you're laying the 2 pieces on top of each other, right sides facing. If you are using any interfacing, you put it on top of one of the wrong sides, stitch around there with your 0.5 centimetre seam allowance, because we just want to keep that a very small, non-intrusive seam allowance. And then we're going to snip the little corners. So again, by the way, yeah, you're leaving the top edge open so that you can unfold the flap out, like so. And then you're just going to, make sure those corners have come out properly, and then you're going to press it flat.
And then on top of that top edge, you're going to mark your 2 centimeter seam allowance line. Open the pocket again, insert the flap so that the line matches up with the opening of the pocket itself, or the, you know, the bottom of the top piping. You're going to just secure that in place. You can pin it, of course, but any excuse to baste, I'm going to take it. And yeah, so that flap is now caught between the top edge of the pocket and the top edge of the top piping on the inside. So you're just going to, on the wrong side of the jacket, sew all those layers together, and you'll catch the pocket flap, the top of the pocket flap, in between them, and then that will be officially attached to the jacket. It will be a fully functioning flat pocket. And yeah, that flap has totally hidden this horrendous mistake that I made. So if I was just making jet pockets, things wouldn't be looking very good for me right now. But as it happens, feeling good. What a thrill. Yeah, so there we go. I'm making all the mistakes, it seems, so you guys don't have to. I'm still pretty pleased. I'd wear it. Let me know if you would in the comments. Just please don't let me know if you'd pay for it, because I think I know the answer. Anyway, next week we'll be doing the sewn in canvas. Till then, we're done. So this is the main canvas piece. Normally it'd be made with wool interfacing. This is sort of 50% wool and then a bit of cotton and then a small amount of synthetic fibre. I think if you can't find this precise thing, I'd go with maybe like a muslin, that kind of calico thing that you might make a toile out of, and the weight would then depend on the weight of your garment fabric. And this fabric I just soaked in cold water for a few hours and then hung to drip dry, and then once it was dried, sort of just pressed it gently with a little bit of steam. Anyway, let's put this together. Right, so point 1 is 7.5 centimetres up from that top dart point, and then your second point is going to be 2 centimetres towards the side seam away from the dart point nearest to the jacket front, but yeah, so I'm about to make a mistake. So from here, you connect those 2 points that you've just drawn, so point 2 and point 1, and that's going to create a sort of slanted line. And then from there, you're going to kick out at a right angle to find your point 3. I don't do that. I just kick out basically directly along the waistline, which means that the angle is ever so slightly off. It's not a major issue, but I just wanted to explain that's what you actually do. But the text is going to convey what I've actually done, just for the avoidance of confusion. Maybe it's actually more confusing this way. I don't know. Trying to, have it both ways. Yep, so what I do next is measure 6.5 centimetres, again, into the side seam from point 2, and that's point 3. If you're doing it correctly, that point will be ever so slightly above where I've drawn it, because the line will be at a slight angle. Point 4 then comes between points 2 and 3 at a distance from point 2 that is equal to the entire width of the dart at the widest point plus 0.5 centimetres. So then you draw a line between points 1 and 4, and again, then at this sort of right angle from that line, you kick out again towards the side seam, and that's also that distance of 6.5 centimetres. And then once you've done that, you sort of draw that curved line, which for some reason I didn't film, from point 5 up to the bottom of the armhole, and then likewise from point 3 down to the hem, and that's going to sort of straighten out at the towards the bottom, towards the hem. And then yeah, so you then will end up with this. So yeah, that line I should have drawn right at the start, but I just didn't because I'm an idiot. And you're going to end up with that being a sort of gap in between of everything there. And then when you cut it out, you will, as you'll see in a second, cut that little wedge in the middle away, and you'll have basically a gap, and you'll close that gap then to create body like a normal dart. So speaking of, so just mark the wrong side of each piece with an X, because there's kind of no official wrong side. Speaking of wedges, you cut out 2 of these little wedges, and you'll see what we'll need them for in a second. So according to those dimensions there on the screen. So next we're going to be cutting out the plastron pieces. I'm going to be using the piece I made with my toile in an earlier episode, but there's measurements on the screen if you want to make your own. And this fabric is hair cloth. So normally it's sort of a mix of horsehair and cotton. I think in my case it's like a small amount of horsehair and then some synthetic cotton. But the idea is it's just a sort of heavy, relatively stiff fabric that's going to add a certain structure in the chest. If you can't get a hold of this, I would recommend maybe a sort of heavy linen, but maybe also like sort of heavyish cotton canvas. So this is going to be a roughly matching piece designed to protect the body against the prickly hair cloth, but it's meant to be 1.3 centimetres larger, not the exact same size. I screwed up, no big deal. Ideally this would be wool flannel, so a nice soft thick fabric. I don't have that, I'm just using pocketing, so plain black cotton essentially. It's all good. Yep, so you measure the thirds and you snip in to the one nearest to the collar, and then you put that wedge in, you spread it out and you top stitch it,
the wedge is going to be on the wrong side. But yeah, you top stitch it on like that. And again, it's kind of like with a dart almost, it's like opening it out, so there's going to be a little bit of shape in the piece. Yeah, so like that. And here again, we're now closing these pieces that we sort of cut out before to again create that shape. So you just get some strips that are long enough to cover, and they can be way wider than this. I don't know why I went so narrow, it just made my life difficult, but you know, I seem to like doing that. And yeah, you'll just get again on the wrong side, top stitch those on in place to secure that, that sort of open wedge shape closed. So both on that long one and then on the shorter one on the side. Yeah, but so once you've top stitched it, you'll then actually get a zigzag across to secure it. My machine actually only does a very narrow zigzag, so it didn't work too well. It looks kind of like something out of a horror film, but you know, it roughly worked. Yeah, so that's that done. And then again, we're going to kind of create this dart in the main plastron piece itself. And again, it's just going to have that effect of creating a bit of three-dimensionality, if that's a word, within that chest piece, which, you know, it's kind of what these garments are all about, basically. You know, it's about being 3D, not 2D. Yeah, I wasn't very happy with this. Again, it's because my zigzag stitch was too small. So I just cross-stitched it, that hand stitch from the last episode. And again, it just goes to show your hand stitches, they're like Swiss Army knives, you know, they'll come out and you can throw them at whatever problem you can't solve and they'll save the day. Yeah, so just trimming it at the top there, and again, trimming away this excess at the armhole, because obviously we don't want that there. I know I love a high armhole, but that really would be ridiculous. Yep, and then so just 2 more snips, again, just to allow a little bit of mobility. And so this is collar linen. This is the same stuff I used to make the collar in my toile episode. It's very stiff. You probably can find this or something like it, but just go for any fabric that kind of has a sort of cardboardy texture, essentially. And that really does just secure the fabric up beneath the shoulder. Yep, so this is me trying to compensate for the fact that my pocketing piece wasn't as large as it was supposed to be. So I'm just, yeah, basically gluing on fake bits of little scraps of fabric. And yeah, always happens whenever I turn on the camera, the thread just flies right out of the needle. But yeah, so we've just basted all those layers together, and then again, we're just going to trim that excess away from the canvas piece, so it's all nicely lined up and as it should be. But now a quick word from Real Pat.
So just want to have a very brief interlude to talk about this next stitch that I'm going to be using, because it's integral to the construction of the camera specifically, and it's also going to come in handy later when we make the collar. And that is the pad stitch. So if you see those sort of white crisscrossy stitches there, that's how it looks on the other side. It's to join together two or more layers of fabric that are lying on top of each other consistently over the entire area of that garment. And as I say, it's a really important stitch for the construction of the canvas, and it's also just a really handy stitch, I think, to have in your arsenal as far as hand stitches are concerned. So yeah, let me show you how to do it.
Right, so you're going to start, well, either top or bottom, it kind of doesn't really matter, and you're going to take horizontal stitches and then move down. Let's say you start at the top, and then horizontal stitch down, and then when you get to the bottom and it's time to move across, you just sort of back stitch on the point you've come out at, like I'm about to do, and then you take another step over to the left or the right if you're, you know, working in the other direction if you're left-handed, and then yeah, you keep going. And I love this stitch, it's so useful. I love it almost as much as when people like the video and subscribe. So please, if I may ask, do that if you haven't already. So we're going to use this stitch to properly secure all those different layers of the plastron to the canvas. But first we need to mark out the area we're going to do. So that's just according to these measurements. So you're leaving a bit at the top and you're curving into the armhole. And then you're also just tracing along the bottom of the flannel there. So you're not making unnecessary stitches essentially. And you still want it to be free at the very top towards the shoulder. And yeah, I hope you love being super relaxed and just entering a Zen state, because that is how I feel doing this stuff. It's just so relaxing. It takes ages, I won't lie, but you know, put on some music, have a blast. Yeah, so these stitches, you want them to be a bit loose. You don't want them to be super tight or it's going to pucker. Because this is going to be an internal stitch, it doesn't matter. You know, they can be a little bit longer. They can be sort of 1.5 to 2 centimeters, and the actual, you know, the scoopy stitch that you take, so what's going to appear on the other side, that can also be on the larger side. It's not a big deal. But yeah, this is just going to make sure that that plastron is fully attached across its whole area to the canvas and not just, say, around the edges. And it's going to have a sort of element still of mobility and independence from the canvas, but, you know, still be tied to it in a fundamental way. And yeah, so you start halfway along and work first towards the roll line, and then once you get to the roll line, you sort of flip it and work the other direction. And again, where you start, which side you start from, depends on whether you're right-handed or left-handed, and also which side of the jacket you're doing, if you're doing the left panel canvas or the right one. Yeah, and that's kind of how it looks like on the other side. Yeah, so I just cross-stitched that bit that I sort of fakely added on there just to keep it secure. Again, love a cross-stitch. And yeah, and we're just securing the very edges of the flannel now to the canvas as well. So this is just basically you scoop into the canvas right by the edge and then back up through the bottom of the flannel and out again. So it's just a slip stitch basically, if you want to call it something. And again, it's a lot of hand sewing. Not everyone's into that for all sorts of reasons, and that's cool. I do find that once you've kind of gotten to the end of this, you're just extra satisfied with everything you've done, and the pad stitching, in particular, I just adore. Right, so it's time to put these pieces together now. So you lay the canvas piece down with the flannel side facing down, and then, yeah, you lay the piece on top very exactly. You can use the roll line to orient. If you haven't got inlay, which I do, you're going to see that extra 1.3 centimeters that you drew around your pattern at the start poking out, and you can orient that way. I don't have that, so it's a bit fiddlier. Also, the dart of the jacket and the dart of the canvas should be offset by about 1.5 to 2 centimeters. But yeah, the roll line is a useful way to orient if you are using inlay as well. Great, so then we're just going to take loose and large basting stitches in these various points. I'm going to go through them on the screen. But what you also want to do is make sure that you're being very gentle with how you're handling it, because it's very important that these panels, both the front panel and the canvas, are correctly aligned with each other, particularly as far as the direction of the grain is concerned. And so you also want to be smoothing the garment down as you baste in the direction you're basting. Yep, so you do that first main stitch, and then you fold over the front edge of the jacket to expose those pocket edges, and then you slip stitch them in as we did with the edge of the flannel a minute ago. And that's just going to give the canvas piece a secure connection to the jacket, because those stitches are actually going to stay in, whereas these other basting stitches we're doing are going to come out at the end of the jacket construction. So then just along the waistline level to 2.5 centimeters away from the cutting edge of your jacket panel. In my case, there's also the extra 2.5 centimeters of inlay, so it's 5 centimeters. For some reason, I didn't film a stitch. You can see the other one, which goes halfway along that waistline stitch and down towards the hem. And then this one from the end of that waistline stitch down across the front of the jacket and along the bottom of the hem to the end of the canvas. And again, you're always sort of smoothing the jacket out in the direction you're doing. Yeah, so this stitch was also meant to start at that midpoint along the waistline level, not from the end point. But what's the worst thing that can happen? And so that one starts from that sort of waistline point at the front of the jacket, moves up to the roll line, and then goes along the roll line. So there's still a little bit of space there at the very front of the jacket for the rest of the construction, because we don't want it to be right on the cutting edge of the panel or something like that. Yep, so as before, we're folding over the panel to expose the welt pocket edge on the other side, and we're just slip stitching that in again. And as before, it's just going to secure the canvas properly to the jacket front. But the other hip pocket, that doesn't cross over the canvas, so we don't need to worry about that there. Yep, and then this sort of longer stitch moving sort of across the whole jacket, following the contours of the canvas underneath. Yeah, as described with my very helpful text on screen. And yeah, I don't know how, but I didn't get the footage of it, me finishing it, but you know, you just carry on down to the bottom of the pocket there, through the pocket. Yeah, so I'm filming the next day now. And yeah, and then lastly, just along the actual curved part of the armhole, make sure it's not too far in, but far enough in that it's not going to get in the way of the seam allowance. Yeah, and then you're just trimming any excess around the cutting edge of your pieces. Again, in my case, I have this extra inlay, so I need to be quite exact about how I'm measuring that, because the inlay actually extends over the canvas. But if you haven't added inlay, you should see the canvas sticking out from underneath your pieces, and just cut it away, to make that all match up. So yeah, check for ripples. Ideally there shouldn't be any, or at least in my case, no major ones. And now we are preparing for the coup de grace, my favourite part, pad stitching the lapels. So we're just marking on our seam allowance, so in my case 1 centimetre, on the inside of the canvas on the lapel. And then you're laying it on a table so that the roll line is sort of going along the edge of your table, and the lapel is hanging off the table. And that's going to allow the lapel to assume a very natural sort of roll. It's going to sort of give itself a bit of that rolled over shape that is eventually going to be in the jacket. Yeah, so ideally, obviously a fabric matching thread colour, so in my case just black. This is silk thread, and then I've used some beeswax there just to stiffen it so it won't tangle up so easily. It's a really useful resource that it saved my bacon doing this. And then it's that same pad stitch. In this case, the stitches are shorter, they're more like 1 centimetre, and you really want to try and get just like tiny points. That one wasn't very good, for instance, that was a bit too big. And one way to do this is really just to sort of poke the needle directly down and then kind of turn it up quite sharply and really see if you can just take sort of a few threads. And it's going to make sure that on the other side of the lapel, on the garment fabric side, it really is just tiny pinpricks, and that's what you want. But bear in mind also that the side of the lapel on which those pinpricks are going to be is going to be the underside of the lapel, so it's visible technically, but it's never actually going to be showing. So yeah, anyway, so we're going first along, starting at the roll line and working into the lapel, and once we're about 4 centimetres in, we take it off from that position where it's hanging off the table. We have it then folded over on the table in the position it's actually going to have in the finished jacket, and then we're going to carry on working like that. And again, it's just going to encourage the lapel, especially with that wool canvas, especially which, if it is wool, it's going to be very amenable to taking on these sort of naturally encouraged shapes. And yeah, it's just going to encourage it to have this nice, elegant, rolled lapel effect, rather than, say, we're going to have to later on really sharply press it in, which doesn't look quite as elegant. So yeah, this took like 90 minutes probably, but I thought I would give you the abridged version. 90 of the happiest minutes of my life, I'll tell you that for free. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. I feel emotional watching this. So yeah, you can see there just those sort of tiny pinpricks. You can see a few sort of strands of the canvas fibres poking through. Again, it's not a problem. No one's actually going to be seeing that underside of the lapel. And yeah, and that's it. That's the kind of finished canvas attachment. So then just on the canvas side, we're going to press the top 2/3 of the lapel. So not that bottom bit. We want that nice natural roll to stay. And then you'll just reflect on the good times you've had. Okay, so we have our front panel here. And so again, after the last step with the canvas, we've just trimmed the canvas to correspond basically to where the stitch line is going to go. And this little black bit here is just the seam allowance. Just a quick note, I actually decided, you may remember I had some inlay around here, so it was more like 1 inch overall, or 2.5 centimetres. Perhaps a bit lazy of me, but I just decided to get rid of it, and it's just going to make it easier to show what it is I'm doing. So what I have here is some bias tape. So it was a 2 centimetre wide piece of bias tape that I snipped down the middle lengthwise to create basically a 1 centimetre wide strip. And what we actually want for this purpose is cotton twill tape. So basically just a band that is made of cotton twill fabric. I couldn't really find anything like that, but I've used bias tape instead in the past, and it's worked just fine, so that's what I'm using again today. Obviously it doesn't matter what colour, because it's going to be on the inside of the garment, but you want to make sure that it's not like a super thick chunky tape, whatever tape you use. This is very lightweight, and it's sort of not really in competition with the actual weight of the fabric itself, which, like with interfacings, is very important. Anyway, and what we're going to do with this is we are going to lay it around basically the edges of the lapel, so both along the top, along the front edge, and then also beyond the lapel around the rest of the canvas. So again, what this is going to do is lend extra definition and structure to the edges of the lapel itself, and also on the inside of the roll line, and also beyond there along the front of the jacket front panel itself, all the way to the end here where it's going to join at the back. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is baste the tape to the lapel. So I have my needle with basting thread here, and we're going to start by laying it along the top of the lapel. This is going to extend about 1.5 centimetres past the roll line, so there's the roll line of the lapel, so it's just tucking in a little bit there, and yeah, we are just going to baste that into place. So the tape is just flush with the top edge of the canvas there, so beyond the tape is just the seam allowance basically that we're going to have, and you can see there my marked stitches from earlier. Yeah, so we're going to baste along here. And now once we get to this corner here, where obviously it needs to turn around the edge of the lapel, what we're going to do is just snip diagonally into the tape, just to the end but not quite. Something like that. And that'll fold around like that to continue along the front of the lapel, and we're just going to also snip away this little bit here, just that excess, so it's not too bulky. What we're going to try. There we go, got there in the end. Yeah, and then we're just going to carry on around that edge as well. So we're just basting through all layers here, so the tape, the canvas, and then the lapel itself, so the front panel. You know, it might be a bit stiff depending on the thickness of your tape. So now we're coming towards the bottom of the lapel, and what we're going to do when we get there is insert just about 1/2 centimetre of ease into the tape. So what I mean by that is basically just going to bunch up the tape a little bit, like so, just at the bottom of the roll line. And what that's going to do is that when the lapel is folding over that way, there's going to be enough slack in this tape to let it do so, because if this were to be like really crisp and tight along here, when the lapel folds, it's going to be pulling along the tape, and it's just going to cause this, well yeah, it's just not going to be conducive to a clean fold. So what I'm going to do here, so I've just got to basically the bottom of the roll line, so I've taken a stitch to get there, and I'm just going to back stitch to kind of secure this in place. I'm going to create this little bubble of ease then that I want, tiny little bump like that. I'm going to go back under again, just going to make sure everything's lined up, and come under, and then out where I want to be, beyond the bottom of the roll line. And then, so you can see you've just got that little lump of ease in there, and I'm just going to back stitch again at this point to secure that in place. Yeah, my needlework is pretty terrible, isn't it? But practice makes perfect. So again, we can see there what we have is just this little bump, and that's just going to help, again, when the lapel turns over, there'd be enough slack in the tape to allow it to do so unobstructed. So now we're just continuing to baste around the front edge as normal. So assuming you have a rounded front on your jacket, you're just going to want to start taking slightly smaller stitches to help encourage this straight tape around that sort of curved edge. There might be a little bit of sort of mild rippling in the tape, but that's not really a problem, don't worry about that. Yep, so we've rounded that corner without incident. So just along the straight bottom of the hemline there, bottom of the canvas, until we get to the side seam where it's going to meet the back panel. So we've finished basting, just gonna snip obviously the thread, and then also snip this so it's flush with the cutting edge of the, so that again was the edge of my pattern. This is the inlay. I've just cut it there at the point where the pattern edge meets the inlay. Okay, so that's the first step done. Okay, so next what we're gonna do is take a remaining piece of tape and we're gonna lay some along here, so from the neck edge down just behind the roll line, so actually along the edge of this flannel piece that's covering the plastron, which should be 1/2 centimetre in from the roll line itself. And that's just going to cover basically up to the bottom of the flannel, or about 2/3 down the lapel. So then, as before, we're just going to baste that in place. So we're going to just baste normally until we're 7.5 centimetres or so, or 3 inches down from the top of the lapel to, yeah, into the middle of the lapel. So let's just see how we're doing. Yeah, so we're about there. And then what we do here is we're also going to do another trick like down at the bottom of the roll line, where we're adding a bit of ease, or rather in this case doing the reverse. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to back stitch here again just to secure what I've basted so far. And then basically for the next 7.5 centimetres or 3 inches, we're just going to pull lightly on the tape as we continue to baste. It can be a bit fiddly if you're rubbish at hand sewing like me. So the idea here is it's kind of doing the reverse of what we've done here, in that we're kind of making sure that the actual jacket panel has rather a bit of ease, because again, that's just going to help it fold over better. So you don't want to do like a really extreme yank, but you just want to make sure that it's like a little bit, you know, rather than there being just a lot of slackness here, it's just taut. So I'll do one more of those stitches, because we're almost at the end of our 7.5 centimetre stretch, I would say. And again, as before, just back stitch to kind of secure that. So the whole thing, we're only going 2/3 the way down on the lapel. In this case, that roughly corresponds to the edge of the flannel, so I'm just going to do to the end of the flannel. So again, signing off, and snippity snip. And then what we're going to do is take our sort of fabric coloured thread, so the same thread that we would have used to pad stitch the lapels, so in this case it's black silk thread for me, and we're going to catch up with our old friend the cross stitch, and we're going to cross stitch this piece of tape to the panel, and we're going to sew through all layers of fabric. And so as with the pad stitch, we want to make sure that we're taking just small
small points, small pricks through to the actual outer side of the fabric. So you know that we don't have these big stitches visible on the other side, on the right side of the fabric. Although again, obviously this is going to be under the lapel, so as with the pad stitches themselves, which are technically visible, it's not the end of the world because the lapel itself will actually be covering them. But anyway, so we're going to cross stitch along the very edges of the tape so that, you know, the tape is like fully attached, and this will properly secure this piece of tape to the jacket itself. So if you're not sure how to do a cross stitch, there was a little demo in part 2, I think it was. So you can check that out, or you can just follow what I'm doing here. So in at the bottom, just taking a point through on the other side of the fabric, coming across in the direction I'm coming from, so scooping to the left, and then crossing over towards the top to create this sort of X-like diagonal line, and doing the same at the top. So taking a right to left stitch, again, just a pinprick on the right side of the fabric, and then just continuing like that. So again, just sticking to the edge of the flannel to the bitter end. Just a little back stitch through the tape to secure that. And there you go. So we're just going to quickly take that to the ironing board and press it, and we're going to do that. So remember when we were pad stitching the lapels and we laid the jacket down so the lapel was hanging off the table edge, we're just going to do the same, hang the lapel over off the straight edge of the ironing board and just gently press that tape. Okay, well, just when you thought it was safe to go back to the machine, allow me to tell you, you can forget about it because we have the rest of the tape to hand sew. And this time we're going to be doing a slip stitch, but it's the same principle. We are basically taking a little pinprick through to the actual right side of the fabric, the garment fabric, while taking a more robust stitch through the actual tape and canvas. We'll start on the outer edge of the tape because we need to do both the outer and the inner edge of the tape. So again, just tiny prick through to the right side. Again, we are technically sewing only into the seam allowance, so it's not really the end of the world if the stitches are actually kind of visible on the right side of the garment. But either way, you know, it's good practice. So we're taking our stitch and then we go across and then back up through the tape, going forward along the tape and then out to the side, up through the tape, and so on. And yeah, we are just going to do that all the way along the outside of the tape across the whole jacket. So see you in 2026. No real tension required, indeed tension expressly forbidden, and you just keep on like that for the rest of your natural life until you're done. I probably should have prepared like a little story or something to narrate while doing this, but of course, like all hand sewing, relaxing and therapeutic until your thread gets tangled or it flies out of your needle, as happens at least every 10th stitch with me, but I edit those out obviously. And I think you know what happens next after this, so we are after all only halfway there. It's not the destination, it's the journey. Okay, so we're now going to do the inside of the tape going around the jacket, and the thing to bear in mind here is that obviously we're now not sewing into the seam allowance as we were here, we are sewing into the actual garment fabric. So if we were to stitch through to this side, that is going to show on what is going to be the actual outside of the jacket. So certainly for this little stretch, we really just want to be taking like 1 or 2 fibres, kind of like a blind hem stitch if we've ever done that before. And yeah, and then once we get to the canvas, we can just stitch a bit more heftily and just take the canvas but not the garment fabric underneath it. And then once we're up past into the lapel again, then we can just do as we've done before and just sort of stitch through all layers of the fabric, because again the lapel is going to fold over and that's going to be hidden. So again, we're into the canvas now, so we can take slightly more healthy stitches just through the canvas layer and not through to the garment fabric, because again otherwise it would just show through on the front of the jacket and we don't want that. Or maybe you do, you sick, twisted individual, in which case do like my thread and go for it. Okay, so now we're back in the realm of the lapel itself. We are going all the way through now to the right side of the garment fabric with these stitches. So again, just little tiny pinpricks, much in the vein of the pad stitching that we did. Yeah, incidentally, if you found this interesting so far or useful,
please do give the video a like. Always makes me feel good, and that, after all, is what this is all about. And of course, if you generally find this kind of stuff interesting and want to see more of it, there will be more of it. There already is more of it on this channel, so you can also subscribe as well and make sure you stay in the loop. Serves the purpose of giving me a big fat dopamine hit, so please don't leave me hanging. Now we have the heartbreaking situation that my thread that I have left in my needle is a few centimetres too short probably to cover the remaining distance. But you know, these are just the occupational hazards that you accept when you get into amateur tailoring, I guess. That being another one. Yeah, but anyway, we're basically done here. I'll finish the rest off camera and then we'll move on to the facings themselves. Okay, so here I have my facing piece. So it's time now to put these two bad boys together. So I'm laying down the facing piece itself right side up and then laying the front panel on top of it. Now, obviously, depending on your pattern or whatever you're using, you know, you just want to line up the facing and the front panel accordingly to how the pattern pieces have cut, or how the panels, sorry, have been cut. But I'm not gonna lie, with all my inlay adding and whatnot, I kind of confuse myself a little bit. So I'm just gonna lay it out as I think is best based on the one that I've already done. But yeah, like I say, just line up your facing piece and your front panel piece according to the size of the pieces, how they've been cut. I assume you will know better than I what that means in your particular case. Okay, so I've got my facing lined up. If I sounded vague, it's because it was vague, maybe a bit unprofessional from me, but you know what, I'm not professional, that's the whole point. So all it will change maybe is that I just need to double check the lining measurements in the next episode. But that's my problem. You guys obviously are much more conscientious than I am, much more careful, much more talented. You won't be making these sorts of mistakes. Anyway, but what we're gonna do is we're just gonna baste again through the tape along all the way to the end of the facing around there, and that way we're just going to attach the facing to the front of the panel before we properly sew it. So yeah, starting at the top of the lapel and working along like so. And again, these can just be relatively generous stitches, doesn't have to be anything too, you know, too fine-grained. It's always a auspicious start when the thread immediately knots up. So again, kind of relatively loose stitches, no tension, you're not trying to pucker anything up. Not yet, at least. Okay, so now we've got to the bottom of the roll line. Kind of as we did with the tape before, we want to put a little bit of ease into, this time, the facing piece, and this will be just below the actual end of the roll line rather than kind of over it. So I've gotten to the bottom of the roll line here, and this is kind of how I do it. I kind of back stitch halfway, so I do as if I were doing a back stitch where I go under and then back up again, but I don't come back up again. So I bring the thread through to the side to basically create that back stitch, and then kind of roll it over, pull it up to create that 0.5 centimeters thing again, push through to the other side. So I'm still tacking to the tape just from the facing side now, and then do again this sort of half back stitch to get back to the tape side. And if you can see, there's that little bubble of ease that's sort of trapped there now, and I need to trap it properly by finishing this back stitch. So I'm going to bring that through again to the other side, so through to the tape side. And yeah, so now there should just be that little pocket of ease in there, and as with the ease in the tape that we added, it's just going to help when we turn everything right way out and stuff, the lapel to fold over in the correct way, and then we just carry on. Okay, so we've gotten towards the sort of curve bit at the bottom of the front of the jacket, and what we want to do here is just, I'm just going to delicately turn this around. Well, yeah, so that it looks like this, and what this is essentially doing is, relatively speaking, kind of slightly shortening the facing piece compared to the actual front panel. And what this means is that bottom of the jacket doesn't sort of almost like pop open a little bit when it's being worn and when it's finished. So yeah, just doing that around any curved edge you might have at the bottom of your jacket front, and yeah, and just continuing like this again towards the point where the facing ends. Great. And now one more thing we want to do is, so you see we've got a little bubble of ease in there, sort of. Again, it only needs to be a little bit, and we just want to do the same sort of thing here along the top of the lapel. Okay, so for the purposes of doing this, best if you, when you're first basting along the top of the lapel, to try and go sort of as far in to the lapel onto the tape as you can, so there's still essentially the full width of the tape that's left unbasted, because what you're going to do then is kind of use, so there's the basting line there, and you're just going to create that sort of, again, really just like a
few millimeters of ease, just like a little bubble. And I'm sort of just pushing that into essentially what is the tape underneath. And I'm using the existing basting stitch as a sort of like barrier to kind of hold it in place and create that bubble. So this is the collar notch here. So the collar will extend out to here, and then here will be that sort of triangular shape that you have. So just from a little bit beyond that point, just going to baste again, trying to stay into the tape underneath. So just sort of feel your way in that regard. And yeah, keep that bubbled up slightly. And what this will do is, as with the other sort of little bubbles of ease we've added, it will just enable in this case, the facing to sort of have just that extra bit of slack when we turn it inside out, that it won't be sort of pulling the corner of the lapel up. That'll do the job. So yeah, you can see there's just a slight bit of excess in there, and you can see it's kind of pulled down there, just to prove the point. Now please do try and contain your disbelief. That is indeed the sewing machine. We're actually going to use it now to officially attach the facing to the front panel. So I'm just starting here, which is where the facing ends on the other side, and I'm using, obviously again, this tape is the guide of where the actual edge of the jacket is going to be, so I'm essentially just stitching just outside of where the tape is. And you're just going to obviously follow the curve round. You can walk it around stitch by stitch like this, just to make sure getting it right. And away we go. Yep, so you know, try and take your time here to get it right. Not like I'm doing. No need to whiz through it. I mean, you've taken long enough doing everything else, so you might as well take a while doing this as well. Yeah, try not to sew into the tape like I've done in a couple of places, because that would be incorrect. And when you get to the corner of the lapel, you really want to kind of walk it around stitch by stitch. You don't want to have like a really sharp angle, because remember, this has to be turned inside out, and if it's too pointy on the inside, it's not going to leave the right room for all these seam allowance, although we are going to trim that for the seam allowance to get tucked away. Walking it like this. So we get a nice curve on this corner as we turn it. Yep, and if you see that chalk line there, again, this is the collar notch. So the collar will come to here, and for now we are only sewing up to that point. So you might be that if you're doing the other panel first, you'll probably start from this point and work that way. And she's done for the day. Okay, so we're now going to snip our basting. So all of those basting stitches that we put into the tape and the facing to attach that together, I'm going to take that out now. That's going to get in the way of turning it inside out. It's always nice when they come out with one yank. Fortunately, it doesn't happen very often. Okay, so we've got all the basting out, and now what we need to do is trim these seam allowances, because obviously they're going to be going on the inside of the facing. We don't want them padding up the place too aggressively. So we want to get it so that the actual jacket front panel seam allowance is about 0.5 centimetre, 0.5 millimetres, and then that the facing seam allowance is about 1 centimetre. So this is already 1 centimetre, so I'm just going to trim the facing to match what this is now, and then I'll trim this to be basically half of what remains. I'm already doing this from, again, this collar notch here to, to the end of the facing. So. And let's try and be careful here. I know it's against my nature, but I don't want to chop my lapel in half. Okay, so I've pressed that seam open a little bit now after trimming it, and first I'm just going to snip the corners here a little bit. Not my fingers, obviously. I suspect I might need them. Yeah, you can, if you want, sew this seam allowance into the tape on this side, and that will just help it be a bit more like fixed in its position, so that, you know, it doesn't randomly spread itself around on the inside of the face. Yep, so I've just tacked that down a little bit into the tape and pressed it, as you can see there, and we're just going to kind of do the same as well here at the rounded end, the rounded edge, bottom edge of the jacket. So wrap the seam allowance around there and tack it onto the tape. You might need to trim it a bit more if it's larger than the tape itself, so I'll just do that. So again, just being careful to only get through to the tape, because otherwise these stitches would show once you turn the facing out if they get through to the right side of the fabric. You have to kind of go by feel a little bit. Don't choose projects like this because they're easy to be.
And again, this is just because, you know, these curved points or these sharp points like the lapel tip are just sort of sensitive areas where if left unchecked or uncontrolled, the seam allowance might decide for itself in what weird and wonderful ways it wants to spread itself out within the seam. And in order to avoid any sort of visible bunching or whatever, we obviously want to just be the ones to decide where and how the seam allowance is controlled. So again, it doesn't have to be anything too fancy. Again, if you feel like you need to trim anything further, you can do so. Freestyling here a little bit, but there's a lot of freestyling in tailoring, so let's live on the edge, literally and figuratively. Okay, so I've sort of tacked that into the tape there around the bottom corner, and I've pressed it, and I've also pressed the hem up because we're just gonna baste that a sort of rough diagonal stitch now. Only the bit that covers the canvas for now, we'll do the rest later on. Don't worry, the big reveal is coming, and that right soon. And then I'm also just gonna slip stitch the edge of this into the canvas as well. So again, just only picking up the canvas and then through to the hem of the jacket, so not coming through to the right side of the jacket, actually. I won't lie, I've perhaps been a little bit loose with these stitches, you know, they're rather large, but I think this dear old hem can take it. Okay folks, hold on to your hats. So last thing, so here again the collar notch just snipping right up to the stitch line, but definitely not into the stitch line, please, for the love of goodness. Here we go. Doesn't look like much yet. So obviously there's still a lot of basting to do. And the thing with the facing is that for the lapel, the facing will be showing, but below the lapel, the facing will be turning inwards. And what we need to do is baste it so that this seam connecting the lapel and the facing is sort of hidden regardless of which side is being shown. So first thing we do is baste from the roll line upwards around to the collar notch. And when we do so, we are going to make sure that rather in the manner that it is now, only not quite so dramatically, that this seam is kind of rolled over to the underside, because that means that when the lapel eventually is folded over, the seam itself will be hidden. And then when we get around here, we're going to do the reverse and we're going to roll the seam round to the facing side. So I'll show you what I mean. So if you can see, the seam is sort of on the underside of the lapel side. That's where we want it to stay, but really just like a millimetre or so it's not too dramatic. And yeah, so I'm just going to baste that into that kind of position. As I say, from the bottom of the roll line all the way up to that collar notch where the facing stitch ended, or began, depending on, you know, your perspective. This is just a great example of the benefits of hand sewing, because it gives you so much control while you're doing this. And eventually this position is going to be fixed properly at the very end of the construction when I'm doing the finishing with a pick or prick stitch along the edge of the lapel. But for now, this spacing is just going to hold it in place, both while we finish the construction of the jacket more generally and until that point specifically. And obviously make sure you've turned out the corner of your lapel as best you can. I'm always a bit lazy with this sort of thing. I just give it a bit of a rummage and hope for the best. So we can see there that the facing side of the lapel is kind of coming over just the tiniest little bit, really just like a millimetre if that, and that just means that that seam is hidden. Okay, so we're now doing the same thing for the rest of the facing, but again, because this time it's going in the opposite direction insofar as the front of the jacket, we want to hide the seam behind it on the inside rather than behind the inside of the facing. We're going to just turn it the other way, but in principle it's the same thing. So starting at the bottom of the facing, as in the point at which the facing extends, sewing along the edge and making sure that the front panel of the jacket is sort of rolled towards the inside and hiding that seam, continuing all the way up until that roll line point. And there we will meet up with the beginning of the previous basting stitch. No need to be especially tight or forceful with these stitches. And yeah, and then when you do get to the bottom of the roll line, where essentially it turns, you'll see this kind of crossover point where the seam that was visible on one side then crosses over to the other side and becomes invisible. All right then. So now just some more general basting to keep the facing in position while we continue with the construction. So making sure that both layers are nice and flat. We're starting 1 inch in from the tape. So if the tape's 1 centimetre, then you're 3.5 centimetres in, because 1 inch is 2.5 centimetres. Starting at the bottom of the roll line, or roughly there, so the bottom of the lapel. We're just basting up along, following the shape of the lapel itself. This is really just to keep the facing in position as we go forward. So then a couple more stitches, basting stitches on the lapel. So firstly, just from there to there. So from the roll line out to that sort of corner of the lapel. And then one more stitch, probably the millionth basting stitch along this point, but we're just going to baste along the roll line again. And you can already see how much traffic there is basting wise along the roll line, but can't have too much of a good thing. And you guessed it, this is just going to, repeat after me, help keep the facing in position while we continue with the construction of the jacket. You know, don't feel like you have to be too anal about getting it exactly in the sort of ditch of the roll line. Goodness gracious, look at all this basting. You really need to budget at the end of the construction like 2 hours just to unpick all your basting. Okay, now things are getting a little bit spicy again here, right at the death, because we have to make a little incision. So you can feel along there, well, I can, you will be able to on your own, you can't right now, the top of the tape that's going along the lapel. So again, this is from the facing side. You can see the tape on the front panel canvas underneath there. And I'm just going to draw a line with chalk, sort of following that same line to about, what was it, about 1.5 centimetres beyond the roll line. So just there. And then, sorry, ignore that line. So from this point that's 1.5 centimetres in from the roll line, roughly sort of parallel, or perpendicular rather, to the top of the lapel line, draw another line out to the edge of the facing. And what you're then going to do is take your scissors and you are going to snip on the facing only down that line to that point. So you're going to have something that looks like that. And then what that allows you to do is take this part of the facing, tuck that in like so. So the top edge of the lapel part of the facing is then directly on top of the tape underneath. You're then going to baste that in place and you're then going to slip stitch it. Ow. Ow. My pride hurts more than my finger. Yep, so like so. And then using your good nice thread, the one that you've pad stitched with, the one that you've slip stitched with, i.e. your fabric coloured thread, you will then just get to slip stitch that in place. This is the same slip stitch that we use to attach the tape, but again, this is going to be the visible gorge line, so the collar piece is going to connect here, and again, this will be visible on the outside, so you don't want to have like the thread coming out here, and you know, you really just want to be really slipping it into the very edge of this edge, basically. So just catching the top of it. Again, not too tight. I know it's tempting to think the tighter the better, but ain't necessarily so. Believe me, I know. Again, it's times like this I can't believe I decided to start with a pitch black light-eating fabric. The good thing is we're at the end of the journey. Yeah, if anything about what I've done today is not clear or seems contradictory or incorrect, please do let me know in the comments and I will either enlighten you or allow you to enlighten me. I think the latter is much more likely. We will press the facing gently. You know, you don't want tape shape burned through the fabric. Just gently press it to sort of lock those creases in place, as it were, and you know, also help these turns where we were basting earlier. Yeah, for now, my extremely questionable work here is done. Yep, so press that now from the facing side, nice and gentle, and yeah. So the lining will be attached here, and, well, I don't want to give away the next episode. You will see. Oh, it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. So after lining my last jacket with cotton, I decided I wanted to try again with a dedicated lining fabric. Again, so this is a synthetic fabric. This is just sort of triacetate. It's very fine. It's slippery, but not too slippery. So I think it should be just about okay to sew with, but we'll see. I won't lie, when I first got it, I thought, what have I done? This was a terrible idea, but it's really grown on me. You know, I'm quite fond of this sort of tealy color, and I think ultimately, you know, to go with black, with a blank canvas. But let's get down to the cutting and I'll show you what it is we're gonna do. So what we need for this is the panels of the respective respective parts of the jacket that we're trying to line. Today I'm just doing the front panel, so the panel that I've created by joining the side and the front panel so far. Basically we're just tracing off from these main pattern pieces to create the lining pieces. Obviously if you'd rather just create a dedicated lining pattern piece based on these measurements and then cut out with that, you can do. Anyway, I'll start with the side piece, keep it simple. What's going to be important with the lining is that the lining be ever so slightly larger than the actual jacket itself, so that there is enough ease for the lining to move around, to accommodate the wearer's movements and to stop it from pulling or tugging or stretching in an uncomfortable way. But otherwise, we want it to correspond pretty much exactly to the actual panel that we've used for the garment itself. So it's kind of like what we did with the inlay. We're just going to mark a little bit of excess around these patterns, and that will then create this extra ease that we want, this extra roominess in the lining itself. Okay, so I've just lined it up with the grain line. So in this case, my hem isn't included in my pattern piece, so I need to add that as well. But otherwise, we're just adding literally 0.5 centimetre along the sides and 1.5 centimetres along the top of the sleeve. So my hem was 5 centimetres, my hem allowance. These fabrics can be super slippy, so do what you gotta do to get by. If in doubt, just freehand. Okay, so I'm just gonna mark the wrong side for sanity's sake, and then snippy snip. I think it's really important with fabrics like this to just be very slow and steady when you're cutting, because it's very easy for the underlayer, for instance, to just slip while the top layer remains stable. So for the front panels though, we're going to do something slightly funkier. You can see here there's this line drawn along the front of my front panel, and what that is a line that corresponds to where the inside edge of the facing is actually going to appear on my jacket, more or less. So obviously this bit is already covered by the facing, so we don't need any lining for that part. All we need is lining essentially from this line backwards. So what I'm going to do, kind of fold this around like this and do it like that. Okay, what measurements do we need here? So firstly, along this back bit, which is going to attach to the side panel, we just again want that same 0.5 centimetre. Again, here at the bottom where the hem is, we want my hem allowance, which is 5 centimetres. And then on this edge, the edge that is going to join the other edge of the spacing, we want an extra 2.5 centimetres or 1 inch. And then lastly, but not leastly, here along the shoulder, we want an extra 2 inches or 5 centimetres, and you will see why in a short while. And one thing I didn't mention is that we want also that 1.5 centimetres around the inside of the armhole there as well. And there we have it. Again, I'll just mark the wrong sides. I always love the way these fabrics all glide. It's very attractive. Ooh. Anyway, enough of that. Straightforward enough to start with. We're just going to sew these two pieces together. Oh. So just with the 1 centimetre seam allowance. The seam allowance will be the same between the lining pieces that you've cut based on your actual jacket patterns and those patterns themselves. And obviously, as ever, press that seam open. Cool, all right, press that. I think you can tell I didn't adjust my thread tension exactly, but we live and learn. Okay, so what we're doing next is I'm gonna put a little pleat in this section here, just around the upper chest or just coming up to the shoulder. Remember when I was cutting this lining piece based on my front panel pattern, I added an extra 5 centimetres or 2 inches up here. Actually, it was only 4 centimetres because I put my pattern down, started tracing, started cutting, only to realise by the time I got up here, I hadn't left enough space for the full 5 centimetres, so aren't I an idiot? Boo-hoo. We'll get over it. So what we're gonna do is at the mid-armhole level, so kind of just before it starts to curve round underneath here, just gonna draw a line, and this line is gonna be perpendicular to the edge across there. And the idea is this is going to fold over like that. And so of the full 5 centimetres that you've left up here, half of that is going to go into this pleat. So 2.5 centimetres or 1 inch. So assuming you're doing 1 inch, what you're going to do, so you've drawn your main line there, that's the fold line. And then you're going to measure down half of that distance again. So in my case, I'm just doing 1 centimetre, but if you were doing 1 inch, you'd do 1.25 centimetres. So marking a second line down from that first line, and then beyond that, yet another one. I've got mine 2 centimetres here. If you've measured it properly, it'll be 2.5 centimetres. So this is the top edge that's going to come down. That's the point at which it's going to fold, and that's the line it's going to come down to, and it's going to go sort of like that. And the idea here is that, so we're going to have a inner pocket here, and I mean, you know, it's kind of up to you as to how many pockets you're going to do. I'm just going to have the one inner pocket here on the left inside. But the idea is that when you're using that pocket and you're sort of pulling down on the pocket, this little bit of ease here is just going to help give a little bit of relief to that. Because if it was just flat, basically against the front, there's going to be a lot of tension coming down vertically here while you're using the pocket. So that's just going to alleviate that. Okay, so just press that and I'm going to baste it along the sort of upper edge. And again, so you're folding the pleat downwards on the right side of the fabric. And so in a short while, we're going to be sewing this edge to the edge of the facing, and that will catch that properly and fix the pleat in place. And then much later, kind of towards the end when we've done the sleeves and we're sewing the sleeve lining and this line together, it'll get caught on the other side as well. Back in the happy place, the land of baste. Okay, so it's now time to make the pocket that's going to go on the inside here. And I'm going to make a type of pocket called a Barcelona pocket. So you can just do like a piped pocket, kind of like the ones that we did for the hip pockets, just without the flap. Or you can do like a welt pocket, really any kind of pocket you would like, even with flaps, you do you. The Barcelona pocket I really like both because it looks super fancy, but it's actually, I find, much easier to make than, say, a pipe pocket, a jetted pocket, something like that. So I'll get on with it. You can learn how to do it too. And I'm sure you'll agree with me that it is the pinnacle of elegance. So here's what I'm going to use to make this Barcelona pocket. Not much is needed really. So two sort of garment fabric strips like this. These are sort of 4 centimeters by 20 centimeters. And then 2 pocket bags, which, so originally I cut them sort of 18 centimeters by 18 centimeters, so they're squares. But then what I've done is not dissimilar to the breast welt pocket, is sort of trimmed 1.5 centimeters off the top there at an angle. So 1.5 centimeter wedge, so 1.5 centimeters up there and then straight along, and it's kind of coming down at an angle there. Okay, so the first thing I need to do is sew these 2 strips together along the long edge. But what's going to happen is for the middle 13 centimeters, and that's going to be the pocket opening, I am not actually going to properly sew, I'm just going to temporarily baste. So this is 20 centimeters long, so that means it's going to be 3.5 centimeters on either side. I'll just mark that. So what I'm going to do is sew these together. That bit, that first 3.5 centimeters is going to be a normal stitch, and I'm going to back stitch a terrible amount there, and then I'm going to change my stitch length to sort of, half a centimeter or something, carry on along there, and when I get to here I'm going to back stitch again, change back to the shorter proper stitch length and finish that off, and you'll see why in a short while. I'm just going to use a 1.5 centimeter seam allowance here. Okay, so I've got onto my 3.5 centimeters, so I'm just going to back stitch a little bit more, and then I've sewed back up to that transition point, and now I'm going to increase my stitch length to 0.5 centimeters, and I'm going to carry on until I get to that other marker there. Okay, so I'm going to change back down, sew a little bit, back stitch again, and then just finish off this stitch as normal for the last 3.5 centimeters. Snip the threads. And then obviously I'm going to press that seam open, as we do with all our seams, always and forevermore. Okay, so I've pressed that. We're going to set that aside for now. We're going to return to our actual lining panel. And what we're going to do is we're going to mark the placement lines for the pocket. I mean, ultimately, you could improvise this if you wanted. That's the whole point of making things yourself. You don't have to play by the rules. But I'm going to play sort of by the rules and show you what I'm going to do. So we've cut this sort of 1.5 centimeter slant into my pocket bags, and that's because the pocket itself is going to be at a sort of upward slant towards, going towards the side panel there. So I need to mark the placement line, and that placement line at this sort of inner end is going to be around 6.5 centimeters from the bottom of the armhole. And I think the easiest way then to orient the actual slant of the pocket itself, if you've already cut these pocket bags, that's going to determine the slant that you want. So just line it up so that the slant is heading upwards towards the armhole, and then you want to make sure that this edge, these 2 edges here, are kind of parallel to each other, and that means that this bottom edge is also, in theory, going to be parallel with the hem, which it is. So that's my line. And this line is just going to be the same length as these, which was 18 centimeters. So first things first, I'll draw that on. And because we've got this sort of 13 centimeter basted opening, I just want to mark that on here as well. Sorry, when I say 18 centimeters being the length of this, I don't mean this, I mean the length of the pocket bags, or rather the width of the pocket bags. But so I still need to mark that 13 centimeter pocket opening in the middle here. So this time it's 2.5 centimeters either side, or an inch. So I'll just mark that. Don't need that anymore. Okay, so next what I'm going to do is I'm going to, on both the top and the bottom, I'm going to draw 2 lines, so one on either side, going parallel to this pocket opening. On the edge of the lining, these are only going to be 15 centimeters, and they're going to be at a, They're going to be at a sort of separation of 1.5 centimeters from that central opening line. So again, this is the main pocket line here. This is the 13 centimeter opening, and these are the 2 sort of 15 centimeter lines running parallel at a 1.5 centimeter distance. What we're now going to do is snip along there all the way to the end, and then here, these 2 15 centimeter lines, we're going to snip along there as well. So we're going to basically snip a kind of cross shape. That kind of opens out there into a cross shape situation. Okay, so I've just flipped it to the wrong side of the fabric now, and what we're going to do is go to the ironing board or pressing board or whatever you like to call it, and we're going to fold these over to the inside, so along those lines there. So again, that's that 1.5 centimetre seam allowance, that's that parallel line I drew to the pocket opening. Press those open, and then these bits, these sort of shorter ends of the cross, we're going to fold open at the diagonal, so it's going to be like that. This is kind of what I meant. God, this is so fiddly. So, but you can see there, so we've kind of created this arrow-shaped opening here by folding those out like that and pressing them in place. Really do try and make sure that they're rolled up right to the edges of the cuts. That's kind of what it's going to look like on the right side. Okay, so I've also just marked on the 1.5 centimetre either side on the top side of the pocket opening, just so I can better see what I'm doing and make sure that this opening doesn't end up, splayed too far open like that or closed too far like that. And I'm just going to very painstakingly pin it in place. So I'll see you in a couple of hours. Pin that so that I can stitch around the edge, so top stitch on the folded over lining. Now obviously, depending on your lining and garment fabric matching, you will want to consider what thread colour you want to be top stitching with. I didn't really consider that. I didn't really think about it until literally about 10 seconds ago before pressing record. I am just going to top stitch with my black garment thread. I think that'll look fine. I'm okay with it. And so we're going to top stitch first right at the edge, sort of like edge stitch. So just 1 millimetre in or so, all around that edge. And then we're going to do a parallel stitch again, sort of, again, kind of up to you, but let's say 0.5 centimetre away, maybe just a couple of millimetres. And you'll end up with these 2 parallel rows of top stitching, just following this arrow shape around the edge of the pocket. So this pocket kind of lives and dies on the neatness of your top stitching. I'm pretty dissatisfied with mine, but you live and learn. So that's the first round. Yeah, and if, like me, you've done a pretty poor job on your first row of top stitching, I think the best thing to do is just go out of your way to make sure the second row is as parallel as possible with the first row regardless. Ultimately, it's the top stitching that's going to kind of stand out. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. Okay, so now I'm just going to trim away this excess here that's around the point of the arrow. So just like so, just along that diagonal. Let's be very careful, shan't we? So that's how it looks on the wrong side. So now we're going to turn to the pocket bag. So here's my 2 pieces of pocketing. Okay, so we're going to take the piece that's going to be nearest the inside of the lining. And as you can see, this is sort of lined up. These 2 edges are parallel with each other. This top edge of the pocketing and the pocket opening itself are parallel with each other. So that's going to be like that. But what we're going to do now is flip it over like this and lay this edge so that it is flush with the bottom edge seam allowance of this pocket opening. Okay, so like that. So again, that's going to fall down like that later on. Going to lay it in place like that, and we're going to baste it in place. And what I also ideally want to make sure is that, so this 1 centimetre edge here of the lining that's going to connect with the facing, that's the seam allowance I'm going to use later. So I want to make sure that my pocket bag isn't right up against it when it's folded down, but rather that it's leaving that seam allowance available so that we can avoid the pocket bag getting stuck in the facing and lining seam. Basting the edge of the pocket to that seam allowance there. I'll do. I'm just going to pin this pocket bag up here in position while we do the next step, which is just on the inside of the pocket opening, we're going to do a layer of top stitching that is going to catch that pocketing bag in the seam allowance. So here it's really just, again, kind of edge stitching just below the pocket opening. And yeah, only for this 13 centimetre pocket opening, so you don't need to go all the way. Okay, so I'm going to turn the pocketing bag down now, and then I'm just going to go and press that so it's nice and flat. Okay, so I've just pressed that, and what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to do another layer of top stitching just below, sort of 0.5 centimetre below that one I've just done. Just making sure that your pocket bag isn't flapping anywhere it shouldn't be. You can also baste it into place or pin it into place, but I'm lazy and in a hurry, so forget it. Okay, so I've got my other pocket bag here, and as before, I'm just going to lay it down, this time so it's flush with the other seam allowance of the pocket opening, so the top one. Just make sure also that it's lined up with the other pocket bag, sort of from side to side. I'm just going to baste that in place and then do a top stitch on the other side. Okay, so basted. You can do 1 or 2 layers of decorative top stitching on that upper edge of the pocket. I think I'll just go with the 1. Surprise, surprise. Just a quick word, you can also make this pocket with a button tab and a button. I'm leaving that out. I often don't necessarily like that kind of extra bulk of the button on the inside, but if you were to be adding a button tab, you would obviously be making your tab and putting it in the middle of the pocket, and then you would be currently catching it in the seam I'm about to sew. Okay, so my 2 pocket bags are now officially attached. So all I need to do now is sew around the edges of the pocket bags to get them sewn together. Then we will trim the seam allowance to just be sort of 1 centimetre or so. Also best, if you haven't already, to remove this basting that you used to attach the pocket bags, because that's not needed anymore and it might get in the way. Try and round the corner a little bit. Not the neatest pocket bag I've ever sewn, but who cares? Okay, so now it's time to open the pocket and make it actually functional. So to use this pocket open, either using your seam ripper or your snippy scissors, and because we tacked nice and firmly on either end of the pocket opening, it should be nice and secure. Yeah, all right then. Well, what do you know? Functioning Barcelona pocket. Okay, so the construction of the lining panel itself is basically complete. So all we need to do now is attach it to the actual jacket panel and baste it to be secure. So this step can be a bit fiddly because you have these two things going away from each other but need to be curved round to be stitched like that. So just kind of good to make sure you've got it all lined up correctly. So remembering that I have the same hem allowance here as I did on the jacket, so 5 centimeters, so that should start there. And we're going to attach these with a 1 centimeter seam allowance, and we're just going to end or start just beyond where the hem come up to. Yeah, so I've just pinned that. It looks correct to me. I'm happy with that. So I'm just going to sew again these two edges together at a 1 centimeter seam allowance. And obviously when you get to that rounded edge, you're going to be catching the seam allowance too of that pocket. And yeah, obviously just take time going around. As you can see, I'm a very slow sewer and I make enough mistakes as it is. Making sure also that that little pleat stays nice and folded and doesn't sort of come open while we're sewing around that edge. So again, now this stitch is gonna secure that pleat. Okay, so we've officially attached it. Pins flying everywhere, not my problem. Pretty pleased with that. As you can see, the pocket has clearance from that seam. This pleat has been caught. I think everything's come out pretty well. Yep, so now we're just gonna get on and start basting the lining into place so that, again, we can continue with the construction of the jacket and everything is gonna be as it should be and not moving around in unexpected, unwanted ways. You're gonna trim this little bit of the pocket that's sticking out beyond the seam. So the first thing I need to baste is just along this seam here on the facing side. I'm just going to baste the facing into the canvas or into the jacket, and I want to make sure that the seam allowance of this stitch here is facing sort of inwards towards the jacket, so into the lining section and not the facing section. So I'm basically just going fully to the other side of the jacket. Yep. And so here just making sure that that seam allowance is facing the way I want it to face, inwards and not sticking into the facing. And obviously, yeah, just kind of smoothing it out to make sure it's lying as it should. Okay, so now that the facing and this seam connecting the facing and the lining are sort of fixed in place relative to the jacket, we're gonna bring this back over and cross stitch the canvas and this seam allowance together. Nothing like a good old cross stitch. And I'm just gonna use my basting thread here because while it is a proper seam that's not gonna be removed at any point, it is gonna be on the inside of the jacket, so, you know, it's not gonna be visible. Once we remove the basting stitch that we just did, this is going to be the stitch essentially orienting the facing lining seam placement with relation to the actual jacket front itself. So it needs to, you know, be a stable, if not overly sturdy stitch. So really only into the actual canvas itself, so not through to the front of the jacket, and then on the other stitch, it's just into that seam allowance joining the facing and the lining. As ever, these do not need to be stitches that are like yanked super tight, they just need to be stable and steady. And obviously when we get to the plastron, we'll be stitching into that because that covers the canvas. But really at no point stitching through to the visible garment side of the fabric, because then we'd have to snip the stitch and the whole thing would come loose. And then we're just going to stop here about 10 centimeters away from the shoulder edge. Right then, so that's how that looks. We're going to baste down through the center of this front panel, just from, yeah, top of the shoulder there to just the start of the hip pocket. Try and smooth it out to make sure it's lying in position, but also bear in mind that, you know, this is a stitch that will be coming out later on. The lining, we've already basically determined where it's gonna lie with that canvas stitch we just did, the cross stitch, and then also with when we connect it to the back lining in next week. Do make sure though that this pocket bag is lying flat because we'll be getting to that in a second. So we've just entered into the hip pocket now, and I think that's a good place to stop. We've made sure that the inside pocket is in place there, because what we're now going to do, as we did with the hip pockets, is cross stitch this, or at least the edge that overlaps the canvas, into the canvas. So this section here of that pocket edge. Yeah, and as ever, if you're finding this useful or entertaining or both, please do like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Going to be plenty more content like this, and there's already a decent amount. So yeah, make sure you don't miss anything. Job done. And again, these are just the few structural stitches that are making sure that in key places, the lining, the canvas, the facing are all actually properly attached together rather than just, you know, floating willy-nilly, and everything between the lining and the canvas and the jacket is just basically empty space. It's not going to be like that, but it's also got enough flexibility to move around in a sort of useful manner and a comfortable manner. Okay, so that's that done. And now one last thing, coup de grace. turn the jacket over, and we're going to baste from, again, about sort of 7.5 centimeters down here, staying that sort of distance away from the seam line. We're going to baste from here, round the side, down, and across to sort of central point here, leaving a good sort of 12 to 15 centimeters free at the bottom. Okay, yeah, so I've started there, I've come around here, and I'm coming down here, and then we're cutting there. So if you remember when we were attaching the canvas in the front panel, we already did a sort of line of basting in that shape, so we followed that a little bit and then gone off in our own way. And again, making sure the lining is laid out flat underneath the jacket, and that you're going through all the layers, catching the lining, catching the canvas, catching the garment fabric, all that jazz. So through the pocket here, catching the lining, through whatever might stand in your way. So first things we're going to do is just prepare our back panel pieces. Here I have them. It's our first time bringing them out. Welcome. So what these are just two cross-grain strips of pocketing. So cross-grain in the sense that they're cut horizontally as opposed to vertically, and they're just designed to reinforce the vent area. Measure the length of your actual vent, so from the hem up to the top. That's how long your strip's going to be. And then the width of the respective pieces will depend actually on just how much vent allowance you've left. What we're going to do is we're going to draw a line that is going to correspond to the stitch line down to the bottom of the vent. So obviously this is actually going to be left open, and the stitch is only going to be up at the top of the back here. But if you just imagine where that stitch line would continue if it were to follow down, just chalk mark that on, and that's going to help you place where these pocketing pieces go. So on the left hand side, you're going to take your pocketing strip and you're going to place it on the inside of that line you've drawn, so within the panel itself and not what is essentially seam allowance. You're going to baste that in place, as I've done here, and then you're going to slip stitch it. So again, using a fabric matching thread, and because this on the other side is just going to be the part of the jacket that's actually going to be visible, you don't want those stitches coming through, so really just taking a couple of tiny threads and slip stitching this in place permanently. Now on the other side, so the right hand side, you are going to do something different. You're going to take your pocketing piece and you're going to place it on the other side of that line, so kind of within the seam allowance. You want to have it so that there's about a centimetre or so. I had 5 centimetres allowance. I had a 5 centimetre strip, so I trimmed a centimetre away so I can see this little centimetre poking out here. If you don't necessarily want to get down and dirty with all the sort of basting, slip stitching, you can use interfacing. As ever, just try and use an interfacing that isn't really competing weight wise with the garment fabric itself. Right, moving on. This is the right hand panel again, and so this is the one where the pocketing is on the allowance side of the stitch line. If you think about how vent works, you have a sort of extending piece that comes out on the underside of the vent. This is going to be that side. So I've got that 1 centimetre sort of lip or fringe of garment fabric that was still sticking out. Folded that over now and I've pressed it, and I'm just going to sort of slip stitch or diagonal stitch that into place into the pocketing. These really shouldn't be coming through to the other side. When you're at the pocketing, obviously you can just pick up the pocketing and have a nice firm stitch, and you're just using your nice fabric matching thread for this. Your vent, it's obviously there to open a little bit, but you kind of still want it to be a stable feature and not either to crinkle or wrinkle or to just be too prone to open, and obviously you don't want it flaring or anything like that. And the reinforcement just helps it maintain a bit more integrity, both structurally and morally. So I've still got my hem allowance there, my 5 centimetres. I'm just going to stop before there. Okay, so we're going back to the left-hand side. We only want that extruding part to be on the one side, but obviously I cut these pieces on the fold, so they are identical. In this case, just want to sort of trim away the excess that for this side we don't need. You just do this to match your seam allowance. I could just trim it along my mark stitches there, which mark my seam allowance, but obviously I've got this inlay, I might as well replicate that there as well. So again, in my case, it's 2.5 centimetres or 1 inch. I'm just going to mark that on there, and then I'm going to trim it. So now that's just a clean seam allowance all along the back. Now we're actually going to sew up the centre back seam. This little lady's going to have a fair bit to do today, relatively speaking. I'll just lay these pieces out together. Okie dokie. To get the vent, I'm obviously not sewing all the way down. I'm also not sewing only to the very top of the quote-unquote vent itself, which is corresponding to the top of this pocket piece. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to sew a little bit further down, so about 1.5 centimetres down from there where I've marked with this chalk line you can see, including my 1 centimetre seam allowance on top. That's 2.5 centimetres overall, or 1 inch. And I'm going to stop there and just do a hearty back stitch and make sure everything's nice and secure. And again, bearing in mind this is the stitch line, so once I'm down here I can use the edge of the pocketing as a guide. Sweet, let's go and press it. Okay, so press that seam open, nice and flat, and you can see all this beautiful mark stitching. For now, just turning to the left side, and I've folded that over and pressed it. And then I've folded up and pressed the hem as well, and I'm just going to baste both of these in place, but the hem only from sort of about halfway along towards the vent itself, because I want this to remain free to sew the side seams in a short while. I wonder if this thread is going to suffice, let's see. Classic. Okay, so now that that's nice and secure and basted in place, I'm just gonna, again, diagonally stitch this edge into place permanently. Again, just coming through the pocketing, not through to the other side. And now we have something rather exciting. So we've arranged our left side vent now, and we're going to turn to the right side. So again, this is the bit that's going to sort of hang underneath the left side like that, and it's going to give that coverage to our vent. So that, but obviously we've got this seam allowance here, and it's kind of crossing over. So what we need to do is snip into the seam allowance right up to the stitch line. So this is just along essentially what would be the cutting edge, and that's 2.5 centimeters up from where these seams stopped. Ooh, almost to the stitch line. And now this seam allowance can press over like that. That can flap whichever way it wants to, and the way it wants to flap is this way. So it's laying underneath the left-hand side. Let's turn to the lining itself. So as with the front panel lining pieces, I've just cut this, or rather these two panels, using my main pattern for the back. And as with the other pieces, I've just added extra allowance in specific places. So what have we got? We have obviously our 5 centimeter hem allowance added on. We have 0.5 centimeters along the side seam, just to add that extra little bit of lateral ease. 1 inch or 2.5 centimeters along the top of the shoulder. And then we have 1.5 centimeters along the neckline, although I think in my case I ended up only cutting 1 centimeter for reasons too stupid to mention. And then, yeah, the main event is here along the center back seam. I've added another 1.5 centimeters here, and that all has to do with the scallops I was talking about in the introduction. So no, don't worry, I haven't gone insane. What this is a specific type of seam that is going to allow us to have ease without having to actually just add overall width, if that makes sense. So I'm going to start for the first 2 inches or 5 centimeters, I'm just going to sew down normally. For the next 3 or 4 7.5 centimeter increments, it depends on how long overall your center back seam is. Mine's relatively long, so it's 4. I'm going to do these little semicircles, sort of easing into that extra seam allowance I've just given myself back to the main stitch line, and like that. And again, what that's going to do is create these little bubbles of ease here, these little circles of ease, so that when I'm moving around, this seam is being put under tension, lateral tension, these little circles are going to give it just that little bit it needs to sort of relax, not tear, or, you know, whatever it might be. So it's a nice little elegant solution to that problem, I think. Anyway, so 1.5 centimeters extra along here, and then I think along the edges of the vent I just did another 0.5 centimeters. Ultimately that's just going to kind of fold over the garment vent. You know, I guess you could add more if you wanted, but I'm hoping this should be enough. And yeah, one last thing. So you can see here, this is the point at which I'm going to end my stitch. Now in this case, what I need the lining to do is for this stitch to end at the same height at which I snipped into the vent seam allowance a second ago. How do I know what that is? My vent height overall, and this is the same as the pocketing strips height that I cut, was 28.5 centimeters. The seam allowance on top of that on the garment fabric was 1 centimeter, so that's 29.5 centimeters, plus the 5 centimeter hem allowance, that's 34.5 centimeters. So this point is 34.5 centimeters up directly from the bottom edge. I feel like you can always tell when I'm just finishing my pot of coffee based on the frenziedness of my narration. Okay, yeah, so just sewing down straight for the first 5 centimeters. And now I'm just gonna ease round into this seam allowance like this. You might have to sort of do a little bit of walking. This is another one of those steps that just makes you feel like such a fancy genius, but it's also extremely fiddly and annoying. All right, almost there. Okay, so we've done our 4th now. I'm just going to carry on straight down towards that point that I marked. So hopefully you can see there this sort of nice wave shape. Yeah, and if I turn it over, you can just see now that that will open like that. Cool. Okay, so this scallop shape means that I can't press the seam open, so I'm just going to press it over to the left side. Okay, so that's been pressed over to the left side now, and we just need to take care of the vent parts of the respective sides. So this is the bit that's going to go on the left hand side, so that's not including the vent extension. I'm just going to trim away a little bit of this excess, so just going to trim away about 2.5 centimeters or 1 inch. So this here is going to match the right side, and as before, we need to make a little snip into the seam allowance so that this piece can act independently of the seam allowance and fold over the corresponding part of the garment. And I'm actually going to cut this not straight, but as sort of diagonal, and go more or less to the bottom of that stitch line. Being very careful not to snip the left part. Free as a bird, to live a life
separate from the seam allowance. So we've got the two sets of backs constructed now, so the lining and the garment one. So it's time to put them together. So you're going to lay down your lining block with the wrong side facing up, and then you're going to take your garment panels with wrong side facing down and line it up on top. Now this can definitely get very fiddly, you know, so if you haven't got inlay, you'll have the excess of the lining sticking out beyond the garment fabric, and you'll be able to tell, okay, yeah, the lining for instance is 2.5 centimeters longer here than the garment fabric, but in my case I've also got this extra 2.5 centimeters for the inlay around the shoulders. So I mean, on the one hand I can also use that and say, okay, well these edges need to match up. But other ways to help match it up is, obviously I know that the hems are supposed to match here, and then I've also marked on the waistline notches, so they should also match, and obviously just make sure these two center seams are perfectly lined up as well. Okay, I think I'm about as happy as I'm likely to be with the placements of these. So first thing I'm going to do is baste down that center back seam through both layers from the top of the vent just to the edge of the neck there. And yeah, as ever, just trying to keep things smoothed out, keep things in place as you're going. You know, don't, I think, spend hours and hours and hours and hours trying to make sure that these seams are exactly perfectly lined up. The main thing that counts for the immediate term is respective placements of the two vent openings on both the lining and the garment fabric. Okay, so the next step is we want to baste a sort of ring basically around the centre back seam, and we want to always kind of keep a clearance of about 10 centimetres or a few inches away from all the edges, if not a little bit more. And we also want to leave some space away from the vent so that this basting doesn't get in the way of what we're going to do. As before, let's just make sure everything is kind of smoothed out in the direction that we're basting. I mean, even if you haven't done any iron working, which I haven't done, it's quite likely that there will be this kind of rippling or excess because, you know, in this seam, for instance, there's like a curve on a flat surface. It doesn't necessarily have anywhere logical to go. Don't worry about it. These stitches are going to come out. Setting this position now while basting is not going to do anything with any finality. All we're doing is just keeping everything roughly in the position it needs to be while we, you know, sort out all these edges. Yeah, as ever, if there's any questions about what I'm doing or any tips or anything you think maybe I'm doing wrong or could we do better, please do let me know in the comments. And yeah, also if you're enjoying this or getting any kind of value out of it and your time investment in it, please do like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. As I'm sure I don't need to tell you, that's always a big help. It's a massive boost for my ego. And Lord knows there's nothing like amateur tailoring to damage the ego. The nightmare is over. Let's see what this looks like. So yeah, okay. So now it's time to do the vents properly, once and for all. Got our vents going on here. First thing we're just going to see to the left side vent, and we're just going to basically baste that in place so that we have about 0.5 centimetre of the garment fabric still showing. And it's important here while you're folding to make sure that you're not accidentally borrowing fabric from this side edge here. Just make sure that you're leaving good clearance, a couple of centimetres above the actual jacket hem, because we're going to need to, you know, work with that. One more. Okay, so we've got that basted in place now, so now we're just going to secure the right hand side in place and line this up in its correct position. And then what we're going to do is take this little bit of seam allowance at the top of the right vent here and just fold it down in this sort of diagonal shape. And then we're going to take some silk finishing thread, or, you know, your good fabric thread, and we're just going to backstitch through basically all layers but the outer layer of the left vent on the other side. So we don't want this to be a visible stitch on the other side. We just want to be making sure that we're picking up something but not going through all the way. So you've got your middle finger on the underside where the needle would be coming out if you were pushing all the way through, and just making sure that it never quite is. And now it's time to cover over this edge as we did with the other one. But the terrible and tragic revelation to make, which is this. On the lining, when I was sewing the centre back seam before, where I stopped was supposed to match up exactly with basically where this little triangular bit is starting now. So there, that's where this snip should have been in the lining fabric, and they're about 1 centimetre offset. But it's no great shakes. But what you would do, so you would kind of fold over this in a sort of triangular fashion. And again, in theory, the angle of it would be able to match the angle of this, because you would have snipped them in exactly the right place. But mine's not going to do that. Mine's just going to sort of come over at a slightly odd angle. You're just going to take this other edge and fold it under as well. Again, you just want to make sure there's that 0.5 centimetre or so garment fabric visible beyond the lining. And yeah, you can then just baste that in place. So we need to make sure we're starting or finishing, depending on which way around you're doing it, at the very, very least 10 centimetres up, so that this hem has room to fold up, and that we also have room to fold the lining hem underneath it. Yeah, and just turning that top corner, you can baste through all layers, it's not a problem. Maybe one more stitch. And what we're going to now do is join this with the front panels. What a thrill. First one I'm going to do though is press over, so fold over the 1 centimetre of seam allowance I have on each of these side edges so that it's ready. Say hello to my little fronts. Right, so I've pressed the side seams on the back panel lining, and you can see here that I've also drawn or chalked a white line, which is also corresponding to that 1 centimetre seam allowance, and that's just where the two edges are going to meet later. But for now, what I need to do is just baste these together and then machine stitch it. So there's no inlay here along the side seams of the back panels, but there is along the side seams of the front panels. So this edge of the back panel is lining up to the mark stitching on the side panel. And then I'll sew this from this back panel side just so I can have a good eye on what's going on there. Let's do it. So just using my 1 centimetre seam allowance here with these massive flaps of inlay hanging out the edge, just all the way down through the hem. So now just basting the other side, not catching any linings on the other side, and stitching it. So then, press both those seams open, machine's done for the day, then we'll bring this baby home. Okay, so it's a bit hard to tell from this angle, but it's all joined together. Before we move on and we put this all together, I should probably address a possible elephant in the room. Some of you may be wondering, Pat, aren't you going to do a first fitting? And this is an excellent question. The answer should be yes. And the time to do it would have been at the end of the earlier episode after we'd taped the lapels, and you would have just put the respective panels together much in the way I did with my toile, put the shoulder pads in, put the collar on, and address the fit from there. But you know, I skipped that step. Call it hubris, call it impatience, call it stupidity, call it one of those things. But I am going to do something to leave open the possibility for potential fit issues. I think if there are any, they're only going to really be relevant around the side and back seams. Yeah, I'm going to leave a little back door open for myself, and you'll see what I mean in a second. So first things first, I'm going to baste this lining closed. So this folded edge is going to meet that chalked edge between the two layers. Now, I know what you're thinking. I've just said, what if I want to get on that side seam later? Well, for now, I'm just going to baste it. It's not going to take a minute or two. What I would do if I were absolutely sure after doing the baste would be to slip stitch it shut properly with my silk thread, but I'll do that in the next episode once I'm absolutely sure that everything's right. So let's just baste. As you know, that's my happy place. So just going through the relevant layers of lining and nothing else. And you know, again, I'm relatively confident that everything will fit because I did have my toile fitting and I judged everything from there. But worst case, if I have to undo this basting stitch, I'm not going to, you know, cry myself to sleep about it, whereas if I fully slip stitch it shut, that would take a lot longer to do than this, and you know, if I then have to open that up, then I really will have to cry myself to sleep. So, and I hate crying myself to sleep, friends. I just won't do it again. And I'm just going to also do a sort of lateral baste, a couple of inches below the armhole, and now onto the other one. I think maybe I was actually meant to go through all layers. This one, kind of forgot what I did last time, but let's just do that. Compare and contrast, I guess, between two sides. Okay, so now we're just going to return to our old friend the facing and double cross stitch the raw edge there down to the hem using our black silk thread. So the double cross stitch is the one with the cross stitch instead of bringing the needle to the lower point of the previous sort of X that you've made or cross, bring it to the middle between the 2 points of the previous cross, so it's just a bit more sturdy. And obviously we're going to do this on both sides. So what I'm doing now is a hem stitch on the jacket hem itself. So I've pressed this up and I'm just sort of taking tiny little threads worth on the garment fabric because I want to leave the side seam open for now, and it's already finished up here where the canvas is. I'm literally just doing these last couple of inches. This is the permanent closure of the hem. Okay, so I've finished the other jacket hem for now, and now what I've done is also press the lining hem up into its final position, leaving about 2 centimetres of jacket hem visible beyond it here. And what I'm doing is hem stitching that too. So taking a stitch from the jacket hem, folding back the lining hem itself, and taking it from further up into the lining hem than just the bottom. So I'm not taking it from the bottom here, I'm taking it from a couple of centimetres up. And what that means is the lining itself will then be able to sort of balloon up like that, and it just allows more up and down ease. Same sort of thing, hem stitching through the jacket hem and taking just this thread out of the lining or so. Very important not to go through all the layers of the lining, you just want to catch that under layer that's folded under. And again, I will just do a couple of inches here from the ven inwards. I'll leave the side panel fully undone for now and basically just do from this side seam here to the end of the facing. So this bit will remain loose if I need to make any alterations later. So it'll pull up like that, and I've got that extra up and down ease there. So just matching up the lining seams with the respective jacket seams here. And bear in mind, you will have a bit of ease that you'll have to distribute within the lining hem, because the lining piece is fundamentally bigger than the corresponding jacket piece.
Okay, so I've done the other lining hem, and now it's the very last step, and I'm just prick stitching these vent lining edges shut. And the prick stitch is a decorative stitch. Think of it basically like a back stitch, but kind of on a point. So you've taken a stitch and you're just going to come back and across ever so slightly from where your threads come out. Push through all the layers you want to. So in this case, that's basically all layers, but the actual outer garment layer, so it's not going to show on the outside. Come out at a sort of regular interval, in this case, say 0.5 centimetre ahead of yourself. But yeah, you'll see. There's these sort of decorative points. And just using your finger there, holding it on the underside of the vent, which is the outside of the garment, and just making sure your needle's not coming through. And it's only going through all layers but that last one. All being well, I'm not going to have to undo anything today. So in order to prepare for that eventuality, I am just prepping everything as I would do to continue on with the full, completion of the shoulder seam. So what I've got here are 2 semi-bias strips of lining that match the length of the shoulder seam and are sort of wide enough to cover both inlay and the seam. So the seam will go here. It's just going to reinforce the front shoulder a little bit because obviously that's going to carry a certain amount of, pressure, tension, weight, all that stuff. And yeah, and semi-bias, if you think of straight grain, you have cross grain, and then you have the bias, which is sort of at a perpendicular to both the straight and the cross grain, and then semi-bias is just, somewhere a bit more between proper bias and one of the 2 grains. So the idea of these being on the bias to some extent is basically, I think, to do with what's going to happen in this shoulder seam in a minute, or well, I say in a minute, once I've checked the fit and I'm properly finishing the shoulder seams, which you may remember from the toile episode is that the back shoulder seam has more length than the front shoulder seam. And what's going to happen is I'm going to baste them together eventually. I'm going to distribute that extra length throughout the seam so that it's sort of essentially hidden away in the seam. I'm going to press it away so there's no wrinkles. What that's going to help is just for the shoulder to have this ever so slight forward curve. And that's just going to better match the body's actual shape. And with the bias element here of this lining piece, when things are cut on the bias, they are more prone to being stretched or pulled in a certain direction, because they're kind of cutting between the solidity of the 2 grains. This being on the bias then is just going to make the lining piece itself a bit more amenable as well to being manipulated by the steam when I'm pressing that seam, and not to sort of forcibly hold its own structure, I guess. At least I think that's what it's about. So let's see what I'm talking about. I'm now basting the shoulder seams together. So this is the back piece and that's the front piece. I've trimmed now the inlay away from the top of the back piece after all, so this edge just needs to match up with my mark stitching on the front. And yeah, so for the first inch or so, for the first few centimetres, I'm just basting them normally. I'm not doing anything with the ease, and you can see here that this is a little bit longer at the bottom there. I'm not catching any of the canvas or anything, I'm literally just catching the garment fabric. And now I've come this far, I'm just going to start scooping ever so slightly the excess in the back seam back towards the way I've come, just to create the tiniest little bubbles. And I also don't necessarily really know how amenable this particular fabric is going to be to shrinking away basically under the pressure of the steam I'm going to apply to it, but we'll see. Anyway, yeah, so I'm just moving that ease around into the middle of the seam, and then for the last sort of few centimetres on either side, I'm just going to baste it normally, so the ease will be concentrated into the middle of the seam basically. Yeah, that looks sort of about right, maybe one more little bubble. Yeah, and I'm not going to press this before trying it on, because obviously if somehow, again, I don't expect there to be, but if there were some issue with the shoulder seam specifically and I'd already pressed away the ease after basting it, then, I would have spoiled my hard work basically. So there's one. What I like to do more so with the setting the sleeves, which we'll get to in a couple of episodes, is actually basically do kind of like a prick stitch. So to trap these little bubbles of ease, I, basically do like a short back stitch, move the bubble along, not really doing a very good job, but come back up the front, kind of as you would with a prick stitch. And then I've got that bubble trapped in there, or placed in there, and I'm just going to basically trap it again with that back stitch and move on to the next one. And I find that's a usually pretty good way of basting such that the ease gets trapped, because if it's too free, then it might just spread around in places you don't want it to. Yeah, so you can see there, these little bubbles are kind of squashed now between these little back stitches. I'm trying also to sew just in from where the eventual machine stitch will go. So again, I've got my 1 centimetre seam allowance there. I'm guessing this is just about in from there, not necessarily in my nature to be so careful as to make sure, but obviously you don't have to be so slapdash. Looks good. I wonder what's next. I'll tell you what's next. We've got some accoutrements to add. Start with the collar piece. So again, this will be coming off again either way before I make the collar properly the next episode, but just so I can, get a holistic idea of how it's fitting. I don't really want to leave it out, because who knows what might have changed, or if I've sewn something wrong. Yeah, just best to be sure. Yeah, just baste this in place. I'll pin it here at the centre seam first, just because that's kind of like my North Star in this particular constellation. Not a bad metaphor. And I've just marked along the line where the collar will actually need to fit, so my 1 centimetre seam allowance there, so I don't get lost, as I am prone to do. This is still the same collar piece that I used to make my toile, and disbarring any strange transformations in the shape of my neck, which I like to think I would have noticed, this will also be the same piece that I'll use on the, in the actual final collar. I think it was pretty much right first time. You may recall I just sort of tightened it a little bit around the back seam, which I've done now, sort of took out, I think, 1 centimetre overall, because my collar was just a little bit loose, and we don't want that. What always tickles me / brings me to tears about sewing these jackets is the way that the steps just kind of get progressively more difficult and fiddly. I mean, this is still relatively manageable, I guess, but it's one of those things where you can easily just sort of attach the collar wrong, get it offset by a little bit, and everything's out of line, and you just want to cry and jump into a big well. And then the real pièce de résistance, you have the setting of the sleeves, which, it's kind of like Voldemort, just don't mention it. And then at the very end, when you finally conquered everything, you get the sort of victory lap that is doing your buttonholes and all the finishing stuff. And even then, I think I'd rather not show you some of my worst buttonholes. I'm hoping this time I'll be able to pull off a more respectable display. Folks, I don't want to be cringe, but I'm quite excited. See how this looks. I'm sure the universe will bring me back down to earth. What I'm going to get up to now is put the shoulder pads into the shoulder seams. And instantly, if you look at this shoulder seam, you can kind of see that kind of rippling there. Again, that's going to get pressed out when I actually make it. It won't be in the final garment. Anyway, as I did with the toile, what I would normally do is just like shove the shoulder pads in while I'm wearing it. For you guys' sake, I think I'll do something a little bit more considered. I'll try and put them where they're actually going to end up, and that will be in between the canvas and the lining. So I've got the shoulder pad roughly in position, and I've pinned it through from the top side through the canvas and catching the shoulder pad. And the shoulder pad is a little bit towards the back of the arm. It's not dead in the middle, because ideally the musculature of my shoulder, not that there is much to speak of, is going to fill out that front a little bit more. And I generally try and tend to, with these shoulder pads which I've used before, get this sort of padded bit to where the back and the side seam is. Now I'm just going to pin the linings to it as well. Try and keep that neat and tidy, just so they're not flapping around the place while I'm trying to wear it. Let me live my life. Well, folks, shall I try it on? I think there's only one answer. What do we think then? I'm certainly pretty pleased. I mean, again, there aren't a ton of surprises. There aren't many things that have been changed directly from the toile, I think, other than lowering the armhole a little bit, slightly extending the centre back seam. And I think that was basically it. But yeah, I'm really chuffed seeing it the way it is now. I think balance is good, the collar's fitting well, having just taken in a little bit from the toile fitting. The fabric looks nice, it's hanging well. The canvas, I can tell, is doing exactly the work I wanted it to do. I'm really, really glad I committed to that. I can also definitely feel specifically in the chest just how much more structure it's giving without being kind of like overbearing or stiff. Obviously, there's still things we can tweak though, and I think I was right to leave those lining seams unstitched. I do think it is a little bit loose, so I am going to take it in at the side and the back seams. Yeah, I mean, I think up to sort of basically 2 centimetres on each side, so, 1 centimetre out of each panel. So just tapering in from the top towards the waist and then back out again. I think it'll just give me a nicer waist, basically. And obviously it depends on the style, but I think a great thing about these garments is the way that they kind of construct a certain silhouette for you. And especially with this kind of suit where it's more formal, I'm going to wear it to get married, I think I want it to be fitted rather than roomy. What else is there to say? I like the way the lapels are rolling. I think that looks good. The vent isn't flapping open. It's the right width around the hips, I think. It's spacious, but it's not baggy. I would say, though, the armhole is still a bit too high. And I think I would also like just into the chest as well, to scoop it a little bit as well. So I think what I'm going to do is you can kind of see maybe where the mark stitches come in from the shoulder into the natural cutting edge of the garment, where I'd added inlay just at the top. I think from that point, which I think is the front notch, which will be relevant for placing the sleeve later, I'm just going to scoop in ever so slightly, maybe literally just sort of 0.5 centimetre, and follow that all the way around under the bottom of the armhole, basically up to the side and the back seam. Certainly when I'm wearing this dress shirt, it's not uncomfortable, but it is snug. Again, the collar I'm happy with. I think the collar, it's got this sort of soft looseness without standing away. And I've got to bear in mind also that the actual thickness of the collar is obviously going to increase once I put it properly together. There's going to be this like felted wool called collar melton under there as well, plus a layer of garment fabric. I think also a layer of pocketing maybe. So there's going to be 2 to 3 other layers going on top of the
linen here, and obviously the linen is the thing that gives it the shape and the structure. There's a little bit of wiggle room for those other fabrics to fall into place, and then it's going to hug the back of my neck nicely. The one thing I do notice around the back is this sort of wrinkling towards the top of my back and up towards the neck. I think the reason for that is I actually surreptitiously, I don't really know why I didn't incorporate this into the whole toile episode, but I slightly, on the centre back seam just in between my shoulder blades on the pattern, I just slightly graded out that centre back seam line just to create a little bit more room for my shoulder blades. Don't actually know if that's the best way to do it, but that's what I did. And I think actually for that effect, it has worked quite well. But what I forgot that would then do is essentially lengthen the centre back seam slightly. So offsetting the back balance of the whole jacket and raising the neckline at the back. So I think it's a pretty simple fix. I think all I need to do is just scoop down the back neckline, again, just 0.5 centimetre or so, which is barely what I did on the centre back seam itself. And I think then that will just sort of tug up the centre back seam via the collar and the way that is, and the way basically the rest of the jacket's hanging off me through that point, and that should, I think, straighten out those creases. But overall, yeah, I'm really happy with this. I think I'm reaping the benefits of what I've learned from the previous jacket I made with this pattern, and I feel my enthusiasm renewed to plough on and tackle the remaining Herculean labours that lie ahead of me. So let's see what's next.
Well, that was a rather successful fitting, I think. What I'm going to do first, it's kind of a collection of odd jobs remaining now, given the way I've done this. Again, this isn't the order in which fittings would be done and so on, but you can't tell me what to do. Yeah, so first I'm just going to take out the shoulder pads, because remember, we still need to actually sew the shoulder seams properly. As I said, what's going to happen is there's going to be this ease in the back seam that's going to be pressed away. You can kind of see that there, that's kind of rippling. So on the reverse side, what's going to happen, what are you doing here, is I'm going to go to the iron and just press it away. So I'm going to lay it flat like that with these ridges and these crinkles kind of facing up, and I'm just going to go in only 1 centimetre or 2 into what will be the seam and just press it away using steam. And the idea is that should shrink the fabric in, so I will retain this curved shape that's then created without having any of these wrinkles. So it should work. It's worked in the past, but who knows? Let's get rid of this collar. Its work today is done. Put in the collar next episode, and I'll still have a chance then, if for whatever reason I've miscalculated anything, to just double check and make sure everything is shipshape. And at that point, the shoulder seams themselves will have been properly sewn, and it will really be something I can just throw on, take off. Well, yeah, what goes on must come off. Yeah, I really noticed when I was wearing it, like it just had that nice, comfortable, balanced feeling. In ones I've made earlier, it had this feeling of like, I need to pull it up, the balance was wrong, things like that. Didn't have that with this one. I'm really pleased about that. God, what a minefield. All right, yeah, let's go and press these bad boys. Let's show you what I've been talking about. Here's a shoulder seam. Where are you? All right then. So you can see this is where those ripples had been. There'd been those bumps between the stitches. They've been kind of pressed away now, and yet the seam is still the length that I want it to be. So these kind of now match in length. And because I only went a little bit into this stitch, I wasn't ironing all around here. The excess that was inherently in the pattern, with the back panel being longer than the front panel, that's still present here further into the seam, but it's just here where I actually need to attach the two that it's been reduced. So I'll still have that ease, I'll still have that fullness, I'll still have that curvature, but I won't have any ripples. At least that's the idea. So yeah, I'm just going to sew these now once and for all. It will be a bit of a relief. I think for the first time in this project, I'm going to have to refill my bobbin soon. It's an emotional day all round. Yeah, I mean, you can still see there's a little bit of that rippliness in there, but that's actually in the seam allowance now, so I'm going to pretend there's nothing to worry about. What I will worry about is not being able to somehow remember how to use a sewing machine. Okay. I think you can see there's still maybe a slight urge, slight tendency to ripple ever so slightly, but that's pretty negligible, I think, and obviously I'm going to press this in a second and I think that will come out. I really hope it will. We'll see. Let's do the other one. Just unpicking the basting that I used to set that ease in the shoulder seam. Don't need it anymore. So having unpicked the basting from those seams now, I'm just going to press it using the tailor's ham. So I'll stick that on the inside and then just press that seam open so I can keep that nice roundness. I don't want to flatten it out, you know, having gone to such efforts. Job done. And now I think you can see that these seams have come out quite nicely. You can see there's a sort of slight curvature towards the front. The ripples are gone. There's a little bit sort of crimpling there, but that's fine. Again, when the shoulder pads are in, it will straighten out. And yeah, speaking of shoulder pads. So again, the shoulder pads are going in between the lining and the canvas. I'm just going to position them first, as I did before, get them in that position that I had them in. So I've just marked there where I want the end of the wadding section to be. Yeah, making sure it's lined up with the marked stitches to show where the actual cutting edge is, because remember this is inlay, so I don't want to factor that in with my placement. And yeah, so that's now kind of in position. Pin it to the canvas without moving anything, hopefully. Okay, and that should sort of be fixed in the place I want it. And now what we're going to do is pad stitch. So if you imagine that's where the shoulder pad's carrying on, I'm just going to pad stitch through all layers. I'm doing this all the way around, aren't I? Just a nice big loose pad stitch, doesn't need to be anything tight, and that's just going to fix the shoulder pad in place unless my thread doesn't want to play ball. So yeah, as you can see, really very generous and really quite loose. I think I might have overshot the, the pad actually. Oh well, it's nice there, a little view of pad stitches of the past. Job done. So I'm keeping this in this sort of inside out position, and now I'm going to baste along there, and I'm just going to baste only through, just through the lining and through to the shoulder pad. Just going to baste loosely along here. I'll just try and give the sleeve a little bit more clearance there, so I'll need it. Yeah, that'll do. Not the most beautiful baste you've ever seen, but who's counting? And again from the outside, so just making sure everything's smoothed towards the armhole, especially when you get to the back. Just going to baste, you know, a couple of inches in, about about like 7 or 8 centimeters in from the armhole, just through the front, catching the shoulder pad wherever it may be. Yep, so it's about here. I really don't need to go through all the layers, just making sure I'm catching the top of the shoulder pad and just kind of rough baste again, going over the seam. And I just need to make sure as I move along that this is all smoothed out and that it's not crumpled up in some false position that I'm then going to fix in place with this baste, because that would be wrong. And what would be the point? The shoulder pad should kind of have its position by now, so it should kind of sort itself out. So that's enough to hold that shoulder pad in place where it needs to be. So now I'm going to turn to the back lining and the shoulder pad. So again, look at the inside. This is the back line. It needs to fold over the shoulder pad here and connect to the front. So if you see there, that's like our facing, that's our lapel. Now, if you have a mannequin, it's way easier to do this, I think, because you just turn the jacket inside out on it and you can fold it up and you have the mannequin holding it in place. I don't have that, so it's a lot fiddlier. And you are meant to actually do this from the outside, this coming basting stitch, but I think it's fine as long as I know to stop early. So yeah, so I'm just going to baste, again, that's sort of 7 or 8 centimeters in from the armhole edge, and just baste through this back lining, just catch the shoulder pad underneath. Again, you would line it up the lining and then do it from the outside, but you know, we're all grown-ups here. I think we can hack it. And yep, I will just do a couple of stitches like that, stop around here, which I think should be around a bit before the shoulder seam. Let's have a look. There's a lot going on here, isn't there? Yeah, a little bit before the shoulder seam. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this over like this, and then I'm going to baste along the fold to fix that in place. But I'm going to leave this couple of inches, 7, 8 centimeters free, because I'll need that for tackling the armhole later. But otherwise, I'm just going to baste along here now to fix this lining in place. And again, this will probably get finished later on with a, I think, a prick stitch, memory serves. Although obviously, you can do what you want, really. You can leave it basted if you want. That's the whole point of doing these things yourselves. No rules. Okay, yeah, and you can see that's still flapping free because we'll need that again when it comes to the armhole. Yeah, okay, so now the shoulder pad is fully concealed, fully attached to what it needs to be attached to, and it's in place. So just got to quickly do the other one. I realised that I pulled the back lining a bit too high up, so that's where I pulled it up. I've now brought it back almost, I think it falls sort of 10 centimetres or so from this front lining pleat, for instance. And yeah, so this fold, which is just 1 centimetre seam allowance folded under of the lining, actually now lines up with the shoulder seam. So that's now made sure that my back lining is not super taut, has enough ease to move around. Full disclosure, I made a boo-boo. So another thing we want to do after we pad stitch the shoulder pad to the canvas, and also as we put the front lining up, is just, we have the facing flapping around here. We just want to secure this all together now, and we want to do so by holding the jacket in the sort of convex shape it's going to have, basting around this little bit of the neck edge, catching the facing there. It's just going to help everything have the kind of right sort of shape. So kind of in the seam allowance here, it's all good. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess, but who cares? Not my problem. Oh wait. All right then, got both the shoulder pads done. Now had the fitting been perfect, this would be kind of the end of the episode, but alas it wasn't, so it isn't. I'm gonna implement those couple of changes that I mentioned, so the side seams, and then just scoop a little bit out of the armhole as well and just lower that a touch. So yeah, we'll start with the side seam. Okay, so like I said, this is why I only basted this last week, so I can just take it apart, get at those side seams again, finish this off in the knowledge it's all good. I'll find my waist notch. Yeah, but I'll take it in sort of 1 centimetre or so around the waist notch and then just taper that out in a sort of smooth fashion. So I've just marked that at the bottom there. So I'm just going to taper up about 15 centimetres back into the existing seam. So that'll be the new stitch line, and that'll just help nip in at the waist a little bit more and give more of a silhouette. And obviously I'll unpick the old seam, repress it open, and then replace the lining. Yeah, that'll be fine. So again, now just unpicking the original seam. So I'll press those. Okay, so I'm looking now at the front of the armhole, all the shoulder pads sticking out there. It's quite hard to get it to lay flat. So yeah, again, I just think I want to take really just 0.5 centimetre or so out from the bottom and a little bit around the front of that. So I'm just going to draw the line I think I want, and then I'll worry about how exactly to taper it in a second. And then what I usually do, once I've cut it from one, I'll just use the piece basically as a template of what to cut from the other. It kind of makes sense, I feel. Oh my goodness. Chalk apocalypse. Also around the other side. You know what, I'm just going to freehand this. I don't see why not. Let's do it like that. So with the armhole, obviously, you know, you've got to bear in mind that there's seam allowance and inlay, which is pushing up into the arm. So the sleeve itself will be attached with more clearance to this actual cutting edge, but that cutting edge is still going to be there. So if you are feeling it pinch, you're going to feel it pinch as well when it's finished, if that makes sense. Like, you know, that pinch isn't going away. Right, I'm going to trim that and then trim the canvas to match. This is some pretty... Oh my goodness, no. Oh dear me. Well, okay, I've just chopped there a bit too far. Thankfully that's seam allowance, so I should just about get away with it, but well, at least I caught it on camera. I need to keep that as my little pattern piece for the other armhole. In the meantime, I'm just going to trim canvas to match this. Wow, I really can't believe I snipped right through it. Well, you play with fire, you get burnt sometimes, I guess. And if you play with blunt shears, well, much worse. That is really just about on the inside of the seam allowance there. That is a very foolish move. Okay, let's try and repeat that on the other sleeve. I managed to cut the other armhole without scything through my entire garment and destroying weeks of work. So yeah, let's go and try this on again and see how I feel about the alterations. Yeah, I'm definitely happy with these changes. You can see there that silhouette is much more defined and much neater. You know, it's snug now around the waist. It's still got that room that I need to, you know, breathe, move, exist, eat, sleep, pray, love, all that jazz. Just more shapely, more shaped, more tailored. And as for the sleeves, or as for the armholes rather, that's also been a success. I mean, the shirt I'm wearing there is obviously not the same, that dress shirt, which is, you know, more snugly fitting itself. It's a bit of a looser shirt, so the armhole would feel tighter anyway around this particular shirt, but it feels just roomy enough even with this shirt. And again, that's only like 0.5 centimetre I've taken out, so I think that's the winning play there. There's still this nice sort of fullness and drape in the chest. I still don't really know if that's what you call drape, but I did it. And I'm glad it's there, and I want it to stay. So yeah, all told, success. So now that I know that my side seams are good, I can close up the lining as described last week. Since it's almost all repeating stuff I did last week, I'm not gonna make you watch that. But what I will do is just show the slip stitch I'm doing to shut the lining for good. So the slip stitch, you know, I did it in the construction of the lapel and the taping and things like that, just to sort of subtly join these two layers together. So yeah, it's that thing of really just staying right close to the edge that I'm trying to stitch. So this is the folded over edge of the lining, and again I've accounted for the fact that I've taken width out of the seam, so the lining's also been squashed a little bit. Yep. And so I'm just going to the side of where I took my stitch and then back up through the bottom, through that folded edge and up. And again, this is my silk finishing thread across and forward. And these stitches then, you know, they will be ideally no more visible than when you take a machine stitched stitch. You know, like these stitches, for instance, you can kind of, if you really pull the panels apart, you can kind of see the stitches, but we're essentially mimicking that, but from the right side already using this hand stitch. And it's very snazzy. Feeling pretty good about today. It's just so great to actually finally get the jacket on, finally feel just how comfortable it is, how well fitted, if I may say so myself. You know, I'm really pretty pleased. If you've been watching the series so far, I really appreciate you coming along for the journey. It's been great fun hearing all your feedback and, you know, people who've done similar projects, and there've been loads of people with wonderful advice as well, wonderful tips on how I can do things better, which is extremely appreciated. I promise it's definitely not the case that I'm, you know, not wanting to hear that feedback, because ultimately I just want to get better, and everyone is extremely gracious. And if you have found any value in this video, or if you've enjoyed it, I'd be very grateful if you wouldn't mind liking the video. It's always a help. And if you're down for more content like this in the future, as I'm sure you know, you can subscribe to the channel, but obviously no pressure. I'm just glad that you decided to come and watch today. So when I was sewing the shoulder seams, I somehow misaligned the front and the back panels such that the back panel was nearer my actual neckline than the front panels. In other words, the actual shoulder seam on the back panel was left being longer than the front panel. There was a little bit hanging out.
Just going to sew these together. Now, you may remember in the last episode, I said I wanted to lower the neckline.
So I think it's a pretty simple fix. I think all I need to do is just scoop down the back neckline, again, just 0.5 centimetre or so.
And for whatever reason, when I was doing that, allowing for whatever difference I'd made with the shoulder seams, it reintroduced something which honestly was my nemesis, namely the shoulder creases that were in the last jacket I sewed with this pattern. I guess a quick word on what I'm doing. This is my collar piece. You've seen that before. That's the collar linen. And this is a collar melton. This is like a kind of felted wool that is going to form the undercollar. And if you have a suit jacket, if you turn up the collar, you'll probably see something like this on the underside. So this has no seam allowance. This has a bit of seam allowance around the edges. It doesn't really necessarily matter how much it's going to get cut away, but I just need to attach these two together now. And I think you know how I'm going to do it. Anyhow, so with my lowering the neckline, the shoulder seams being out of whack, the shoulder creases returned, I was absolutely distraught because this was like the one thing that I really wanted to I say distraught, you know, I was a bit bummed. This is the one thing I really wanted to eradicate in this jacket. Now, I know what the problem in theory was supposed to be. I know what causes those shoulder creases in theory, but for some reason I refused to believe that that could be the case. So I spent ages faffing around, readjusting the neckline, reattaching the collar, moving it around, bish bash bosh. And then I remembered, look, just open up the shoulder seams at the neckline a tiny little bit, let it resettle, see where it wants to sit on your shoulders. And lo and behold, those shoulder seams parted about 1 centimetre each, and I knew what I had to do. So I've opened up my shoulder seams basically by 1 centimetre at the neckline and tapered that back into the shoulder seam that I'd already sewn. And then I also let it out probably by about another centimetre at the centre back seam as well, which also had the effect of helping reduce those ripples at the back of the neck, which was probably the main takeaway from the fitting in the last episode that I thought was going to be the big problem. Anyway, so I think I've roughly fixed it. I'm still not 100% happy, but I think I'm just going to go ahead with the collar now and just see what I can get out of it. Okay then, story time's over. Right, so again, we've got our collar linen, got the wool melton, and the last piece for the undercollar is going to be these two little pieces of pocketing, which I'm just going to slot in there. I'll trim those to fit later on. So 2 halves cut with the pattern on each, sewn together at the middles, at the backs, whatever, the centres, placed on top of each other, wrong sides facing, and then I'm just slotting these pocketing pieces here. These are just covering about half of each panel on the edges. Again, just adding a bit of structure, bit of shape. First things first, place together. The collar overall is going to consist of basically 2 parts, the undercollar, which is what I'm making first, and then the top collar, which will just come from this piece of garment fabric, but we'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, I really was a little bit rattled by this whole shoulder crease thing yesterday. If I'd been really conscientious, I would have tried fitting the collar again with the new neckline that I was aiming for after having done that first fitting in the last week's episode, but I thought, nah, it will work out. But as it happened, I needed to make changes to the shoulder seams. Ideally, that would have been done before the shoulder pads went in. Thankfully, I was able to do it by hand, and more or less no harm, no foul, but you know, just bad practice for me. But hey, no one's paying me, not my problem. And look what I've done. Some people really do just love the sound of their own voice, don't they? I think you'll be as excited as I was to hear that the next thing we're going to do is some more pad stitching, and not just some, a fair amount. So we're going to do it in this semicircular pattern. And the thing with these two pieces, with the collar linen and the wool melton, is that they're both cut on the bias actually. And I talked about the bias in the last episode where it's cutting at an angle between the 2 grains. And again, that just gives it flexibility because we're going to steam work this in a little while. And we just want to pad stitch in a sort of round fashion because that's just going to help accommodate the bias of it. I'm going to start by doing a little semicircle around there and then just sort of on each side vaguely matching that same pattern. So again, you're using your fabric matching thread, or in this case, rather a thread of a colour that matches the melton. In my case, it's just black, 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 sticking with a black silk finishing thread. And because these in theory are going to show on the underside, kind of like the underside of the lapel. So, you know, you don't want to be taking huge chunky stitches, but it's also not the end of the world because this of course is going to be folded under. And so in theory, I'm covering the entirety of the collar linen because that, again, no seam allowance, that is corresponding to the exact shape of the collar. Although I am leaving just a couple of millimetres at both the top and the bottom because that is actually going to get trimmed away a little bit as well. But we'll see about that in a second. So yeah, come around the edge of the semicircle here. I'm just going to go across and continue. With pad stitching, the length of the stitch that you use kind of determines how firmly the 2 pieces you're attaching to each other are attached to each other. The last time I did this, I was using really tiny stitches. It took forever, and I promise I'm not increasing the size of these just out of pure laziness, although that is certainly a factor. These are on the bias. They're meant to have a certain fluidity. A slightly longer stitch is not going to be the end of the world. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure there might be a tailor, an actual tailor, proper tailor, a professional, watching this who will tell me I'm talking out of my tush. You can't stop me. I think in the past when I've had little setbacks like this shoulder crease thing yesterday, I've really kind of struggled to keep it in perspective maybe, and and basically just had real strops about it. And I think, I don't know, it was actually kind of good yesterday to be met with the same problem that I'd experienced the last time, the very problem I'd wanted to avoid, and yet to sort of realise eventually, actually no, due to having experienced this problem once, I did take the trouble to work out what exactly causes it. I do now know how to tackle it. And yeah, it also occurred to me it was an occasion to reflect that I put a lot of my time into teaching myself how to do this now. And while, of course, there are still issues lying in the road every single time I do it, there are little hurdles I have to overcome. And sometimes they are the ones I'm not expecting, the ones that I think I've already conquered. Even allowing for that, this jacket is still a step beyond in quality than the last one I made, as that one was a step beyond the one of the first one I made. It's not about blowing my own trumpet or anything. It's just about to sort of just emphasize the value, whatever the projects are that you're working on. Just sort of remind yourself that you are always learning, and kind of you should give yourself credit for what you've achieved. You should give yourself credit for having gotten yourself to the point where you can understand better the mistakes you're making, and maybe thereby in the moment be more frustrated by them, but eventually you'll actually come out on the other side and be like, no, okay, at least I knew how to solve that problem. I didn't like that there was the problem, but I knew how to solve it, and I did. Ain't she pretty? All right, so we've got that central semicircle done. I'm just going to start here and now work across towards the end, and then on the other side too. Big talk from me about this jacket being better than the last one. I haven't even gotten around to the sleeves yet. I haven't even cut them. I did realise as well, I do need to lower the armhole even more. It's still a little bit too tight. Just can't win this week. So now that I'm towards the last sort of 5 or so centimetres of this, I'm just going to continue with the collar rolled over like this. And this is kind of like, we did this with the lapel, if you recall. And again, this is all kind of bias stuff. It's all quite movable and changeable. It's all amenable to being transformed. And yeah, and this is just going to make sure that the collar tips, and again, these are the bits that are going to meet the lapel, are just going to lie flat, not curve upwards, basically. Onto the next side. Always so sad when you're like 5 centimetres short on the thread you need to finish what you're doing. Well, worst things happen at sea. All right, first things first, I'm just going to press this flat from the linen side, which you're looking at here. And that's what we're looking at. So comparing this to my pattern, I can see that that collar fold line hasn't really moved. So I'm just going to chalk mark it on again to make sure it's clear. Yeah, I mean, I also wonder if all the bullying that I've put this collar linen piece through, if basically it's kind of lost its spark, as it were, for the sort of ironworking that will come in a little while. But I have faith. And so that I'll have the benefit of seeing that fold line marked on the collar Melton side as well, I'm just going to baste along the line from this side. Oh my goodness, just wait until you see the basting situation currently around my neckline on the garment. It's a real hoot. I sort of lost my mind a little bit yesterday, if I hadn't lost it already. We've got now some trimming to do using my famously blunt fabric shears. And yeah, we're just going to trim away all of this seam allowance around here, just trimming around the shape of the collar linen, like so. Oh, this is nerve-wracking. I don't really know why. Well, probably because I almost chopped the whole garment in half last week, but a slightly simpler proposition, I hope. Ooh. Okie dokie, that's your collar. Or is it? If you remember, I pad stitched a little bit in from the top and the bottom edges, and just from the collar linen, not the Melton, absolutely not the Melton, please, for the love of God, not the Melton. I'm just going to try and trim a couple of millimetres off the top and the bottom edges, just so that the Melton can cover up this raw edge of collar linen so it's not showing. Yeah, if anyone wants to remind me in the comments to sharpen my fabric shears before next week, I'd be grateful. Job done. Alright, so I've got my collar piece, and now it's time to press it into shape and make good on all this bias, blah, blah, blah that I've been talking about. So I'm going to fold it along where the fold line is going to be, and I'm just going to baste that in place temporarily while I do what I'm going to do with the iron. Because what happens is, every person has different shapes to their shoulders, right? I have quite sloped shoulders, some people might have quite square shoulders, some people have quite normal shoulders. And what I need to do is iron a curve into this shape that I'm creating, into this collar in its current form. So flatten out this folded edge, but while doing so, shape it into more or less of an arc, basically. The squarer the shoulders, the more curved the arc needs to be. The sloped, the less curved it needs to be. and then normal would be somewhere in the middle. So I don't need to shape it a ton because I have relatively sloped shoulders, not super slopey, but slopey enough. I'll show you in a second on the ironing board just exactly what I mean. So I've got a bit of steam as well going in the iron. So first I'm just going to press it like normal. And then I'm just going to try and manipulate it as I'm pressing it using steam into this curved shape. So again, we've got wool here, we've got linen cut on the bias. Everything should be nice and amenable to that kind of transformation. And you can see there, that's kind of taken on this more curved shape. And let's use our ruler here. For someone with my shoulders, sloped shoulders, you probably want this arc to be about 1.5 inches deep, so maybe like 3 to 4 centimeters. Just a 5 centimeter ruler, I think I've just about nailed that. I'm going to open the collar up again. Yeah, that's nice and sharply folded now, but this is too sharp around here at the ends. So just a couple of inches in. So, sort of 4 or 5 centimeters in, I'm just going to flatten that out again. Not like completely, but just so it's not this really sharp fold that we have in the middle there. There we have it, something like that. Time to baste it to the jacket. Yeah, kind of basting carnage around here. But what I did yesterday after all my trials and tribulations was mark stitch, not super clearly, but mark stitch nonetheless, the line that I was going to follow, essentially the new neckline. And I'm just going to baste collar on, according to that line, working from the centre back seam round to the collar edges. Oh, folks, I'm not having fun here. Got no idea how this is going to turn out, but we'll do a fateful fit check in a minute and see what's going on. Okay, well, it's touch and go, but I think it just about works. I'll let you guys be the judge in a little while when we do a small fit check once I've put on the top collar and yeah, basically finish the job. So a bit of a point of no return now for someone as lazy as me, just cross-stitching through this neckline seam allowance, fixing the collar piece into place, into the position I basted it in. I think what I've realised is that with the changes I've made to the shape of the neckline, I really would have needed to have actually altered the shape of the collar itself. I was thinking just purely about the length and making sure that matched up, but I can feel now that it's the shape and the curves that are now mismatched a little bit. But honestly, I'm just going to cut my losses. I think I'm happy with how it's fitting around the shoulders now and around the neck. Actually, yeah, I'm really happy with how it's fitting around the neck pretty much. Again, I'll let you guys be the judge. Cometh the hour, by which point, of course, might be too late. Using the bottom edge of the Melton, which I can feel on the other side as a guide, ideally these should just be little pricks on the far side. I think I'm past caring, especially because it's going to be black thread showing on black Melton, which in any case will be folded over at all times because I'm not the kind of person to wander around wearing a suit with the collar popped. Indeed, I don't know if such animals truly exist on this earth. I mean, this whole saga really with the neckline, the shoulder seams, the collar, I mean, it's a pretty literal illustration of the old stitch in time saves 9 kind of adagio. For one reason or another, I mean, I give myself 1 day a week basically to do these videos, and I guess that makes me rush a little bit sometimes, but realistically, it's just in my nature to be overly optimistic and overly bullish about how well things are going. I ultimately feel like I've managed to weather the storm. But I think if I'd properly taken the time, checked the theories that arose after the fitting I did in the last episode, rather than just assuming they were correct, I might have avoided some of the head and indeed heartache that I've endured over the last 24 hours. It just reminds you of the value of putting in all this time in the first place, but also how much you can devalue that time by being in a random hurry for no particular reason. If anyone else has any sort of tailoring or even just general sewing horror stories they'd like to share in the comments, help me feel better, do me a favour. Off to the top collar. One last insult. Maybe I'm the problem. So with the top collar, it's one piece cut on the fold, and I've basically left sort of 1.5 inches or so, just a few centimetres excess all around, and you'll see why. So I'm just going to attach these together. I think you know what I'm going to use to do so. It's definitely going to make my life easier if I chalk this or this, some rough version of this on. It'll do. So this is the wrong side of the top collar, facing the wrong side of the under collar. Line up the centres, line them up as well as you can. Basting across the gauge line first, and then I'm following the roll line. So that's just basted along there. And now a little bit in from the under collar edge, I'm just basting along the top. Again, just trying to keep everything laying flat on the table so that it stays in position. Hopefully once this step's done, we won't really have to worry about that so much. You can just really feel how much this is trying my patience. But I know, or at least I hope, the payoff at the end will be a big one. Let's just flip that over and you can see now that's going to be the top collar. And what we need now is just to trim away this excess. So we want to leave about 1 centimetre of top collar hanging out above the under collar and about 2.5 centimeters here, sticking out beyond this collar edge. Yoink! Where in tarnation is my basting needle? Oh, there it is. Where it's supposed to be, on the floor. So what I'm doing now is just kind of getting the top collar edge in position as it will be, and I'm basting it in place. You see here that 1 centimeter seam allowance that we left on top, I'm folding it underneath, tucking it away, and I'm just leaving sort of a couple, sort of 2-3 millimeters poking out beyond the edge there, just so, because obviously when that's folded over, that top collar piece, which is garment fabric, will be adequately covering the edge of the undercollar, and that'll just make for a really nice looking collar edge at the back. You can already see that's starting to come together. You know, I confess, I feel a little bit guilty. You know, I've been really whinging about collars and stuff today, bearing in mind that literally everything I've had to whinge about has been purely my own fault. This is actually, assuming everything's going to plan, one of my favourite parts of the construction. I actually really enjoy these sort of successive phases of basting on the collar and folding everything over and just really piece by piece seeing it become what it's going to be. And then of course, you know, by the time you get to the end of this stage, you're really at the point where you've got kind of an almost finished jacket, but for whacking a few sleeves on. And what could be so difficult about that? I take back everything I've said. Collars are great. Collars are fun. You should do one sometime. Yeah, and you see, it's a nice collar edge. Okay, we're now going to do something similar on the inside. So as you can see, that's kind of the gauge line of the lapel. So we just need to clear this up. I've got that basting there quite near to the gauge line. So I'm just going to snip this such that I will be able to fold it under, much in the manner I've just done with the top of the collar. I don't know, I'm talking like a Victorian governess. Yeah, I'm just going to baste that in place, and I'm only going to go as far as the shoulder seam, and then I'm just going to leave it for now. So you can see now this sort of canvas stuff that was open around the facing is just about going to get covered. There wouldn't be any just about it if I hadn't trimmed away so much. What was I saying a minute ago about loving making collars, actually? I think I'm going to edit that out. This side's slightly less eventful. Maybe I do love making collars. Oh, another basting stitch? That's right. Just along back of the undercollar, underneath the roll line or the fold line. Just going through all layers, including the top collar underneath. Again, just further securing that in place from shoulder seam to shoulder seam. It's a lot of fun getting all these stitches out, isn't it? So just here, this is that flap around the actual back of the neck that I left sort of unbasted here. And what I'm going to do very lightly is just snip a few snips. I'm doing quite shallow here because with all the neckline stuff that I've had, I'm a bit anxious about how my lining and stuff is going to fold up. I don't want these sort of showing through. But you know, realistically, I should have had more clearance there to do rather larger slips. But it's kind of a stretchy fabric anyway, to be honest. So just at the level of the neckline of the undercollar, which I can feel with my finger, I'm just going to baste through only using silk finishing thread. This, in theory, is going to get covered by the lining. And if it doesn't, well, then I've messed up. Okay, so I've actually undone the lining, the back lining's shoulder seams there, just to give me the maneuverability I need. But what I'm doing now, so I've folded up the top of the back lining at the neckline, folded under the seam allowance just so it covers that silk stitch base I did. And now I'm just prick stitching this finally in place, wishing I'd never been born. You know, you win some, you lose some. This has definitely been the most, I think, problematic construction of a collar that I've ever done. As it turned out in the last jacket, I just didn't realise how problematic what I'd constructed was until it was too late. But, you know, sometimes ignorance is bliss, isn't it? It's not the worst prick stitch I've ever done. Indeed, sadly, it might be the best. So it's now time to take care of these little floppy bits. I'm just going to fold these excess bits round, press them with that little fold, and then they're going to get folded over like that. So again, using my black silk thread, I'm cross-stitching these little flappy bits. And then I think it's time for a little fit check. I'll take it. It'll do. As you can see, there's still some weird stuff going on around the shoulders and around the back of the neck. I wish it weren't the case, but it's still a lot better than it was yesterday. And I think it's just about within the realm of acceptability. It's also better than it was on the previous jacket I made. So baby steps. I also hope that if I scoop even more out of the armhole, there won't be as much pulling when I move my arms on or through that sort of shoulder point, and maybe that'll have a slight effect as well. I like actually generally how the collar is sitting on the neck. It's high up on the shirt collar, it's tight to the shirt collar. It's possibly a little bit too tight. That might still be why there are these ripples. If it is borderline, it's just on the wrong side of the borderline. But again, I am lazy. I am in denial. There would be a correct way to make this work if I really wanted to undo the last couple of weeks. I say the last couple of weeks, you know, maybe go back and start from the shoulders again. I just don't know if I have the will. I'm sorry. You've got to forgive me. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with how the collar's been put together. I think I've done a decent job. I'm happy given the compromises I've had to make over the last 24 to 36 hours. Let me know in the comments if you disagree. Just, you know, let me know what's on your mind. Really anything at this point. I'm like, I'm barely even here anymore. Chalk it up to the game. We live and learn, we go again. So that's kind of it then. You can see it sort of in its finished form. It's not finished, obviously. There's just a few steps now to properly close things off. So starting back where we left off, we're just going to slip stitch these edges of those little folded under tabs into the collar melton. And then while we're slip stitching, we're also just going to slip stitch the bottom edge of the under collar into the garment fabric around the neckline. Everything's already exactly in the position it will be, but obviously eventually these basting stitches have to come out, so might as well get ahead now. If you wanted, you could do this right at the very, very, very end of the construction, you know, when we do all the finishing. I tend to just do it now. And while we're messing around with the edges of collars, we're going to slip stitch the top edge of the top collar to the top edge of the under collar. So remember, the top collar is just peeking over by a couple of millimeters, and this is just going to really fuse them nicely into one crisp edge. On the inside, we're just going to slip stitch the top collar down into the facing as well. Go nice and subtle. And then lastly, but by no means leastly, when we get to our gorge line, we're going to ladder stitch. If you imagine the gorge line as basically kind of like a canyon with two walls and a sort of deep ravine in the middle, and you're taking your needle and you're going down into the canyon and you're scraping the needle horizontally across, you're picking up some of that rock face and then you're hopping over to the other side of the canyon, doing the same over there, and you're kind of crisscrossing so that you're kind of easing that canyon shut with the tension of the thread being pulled in between. Okie dokie. But so this is the sort of the back arm seam, this is the inner arm seam, and that's what I'm going to sew first. And you can see here, these are the sort of vent allowances that I've left. I'm only going to do one cuff button, I've decided, because I'm extremely lazy. I don't think I have to reiterate that at this stage. Yeah, so this is relatively shallow. That's going to be the hemline folded up there, and there'll really just be this sort of maybe 2 inches or so, 5-6 centimeters of vent allowance there on the cuff. Now, it had been my dream today to actually complete the sleeves fully, so, you know, both make them and attach them. But, you know, it's a beautiful day outside. I'd like to enjoy the afternoon out and about. And, you know, in the Blue Peter spirit, I was kind of doing the practice run on the other sleeve yesterday, attaching it, and things just got a little bit out of hand because I was trying to get it done very quickly. And as we've learned in previous episodes, that tends not to be conducive to the best quality of sewing. So we'll attach them next week. For now, just showing you how to make them. If I can, that is. Don't seem to be doing a very good job. The construction of the sleeves itself can actually be quite a chill affair. As with, what did we do last week? As with the collar, it's kind of a fair amount of just sitting at the desk and hand sewing things together, which, as we know, is how I like to live my life. The vents can sometimes be a bit fiddly. I mean, we've already seen one vent go awry this jacket, but I have a good feeling about this. That's you done for now. Just trimming this extra centimetre off the undersleeve cuff, because typically when I was cutting them out, I wanted to have 5 centimetres hem allowance, but I ended up not leaving enough space, I think, with the top sleeves, so I decided to reduce it to 4 centimetres. No great shakes, 4 centimetres is plenty, but that's why they're mismatched, and I just need to match them now. Thought I was going to land in my coffee then. And as I'm sure you've guessed, it's time to press this seam open. So now I need to just reinforce the cuff area, because that's where the action is going to be happening. And as ever, what I've got here for that purpose is a strip of pocketing, again cut on the bias this time, because we're going to steam work it in a second, as you can see. First, I'm just going to mark on where exactly this needs to go. I'm going to do this on the right side, because otherwise the pocketing is going to end up covering up the markings. So what do I need to mark? First, just my 4 centimetres hem allowance. Dear me. And then like that. Oh, that's not very good. Not exactly a Da Vinci. If you see, the sleeve has this sort of slightly V-shaped shape, but I need to match that with the pocketing. That's what we're going to steam work it. What else do we need? So on the undersleeve, this vent bit is the bit that's going to jut out, and we need that to be reinforced as well. So I'm just going to mark literally the 1 centimetre of seam allowance on the very edge that is going to get folded over, and that doesn't need reinforcement. And then here on the top sleeve, this is just going to follow the hypothetical stitch line. I mean, this isn't going to get stitched because it's going to be a vent, but I'm just going to reinforce up to where the stitch would theoretically continue. So, like that. And then, yeah, just for sanity's sake, I'll just mark along parallel with the top of the vent itself. So this strip would be as tall as the vent itself would be, so from the hemline up to, yeah, top of the vent, and then as wide as would need to be in order to sort of span whatever this distance ends up being in your case. I don't know what's going on there. Doesn't really look very good, does it? But we'll work it out.
Okay, now it's time to ironwork this bad boy. So again, this is cut on the bias. It's going to be a bit more amenable to stretching and manipulation. Got my steam iron here. Do I? Try remember to turn on your iron. It usually helps. And yeah, just it's not a very strong curve that we need to create, just enough to match that angle, that sort of V-shapeness, triangularity that the sleeve itself has, that the cuff itself has. Yeah, kind of basically the same sort of thing that I did with the collar last week, just sort of pulling the outer edge while just trying to shrink the inner edge. Yeah, I mean, the mysteries of ironwork are still just that to me, to be honest. It's definitely something I want to research more into. But you can see there, we have a sort of respectable curve. I think maybe just a touch more. And voila. Back to the drawing board. Not the drawing board, you know what I mean. Job well done for once in my miserable life. I know this is more or less the position I want it to have, only obviously it needs to be going on the underside. Just position it first, and then I'm just going to pin it in the middle. And you know what, just for good measure, I'm going to pin it at the sides as well. And then again, just baste through from the top side along those chalk markings I did so that I can see what I'm doing. So the thing I said last week, I give myself 1 day a week to film these videos. Just for, you know, scheduling reasons. And so it's been quite interesting trying to divide this whole process up into steps where the sewing that is involved is manageable in that 1 day time frame, but also it kind of makes sense as like a thematic episode, you know. I think definitely at the start of the series I was maybe, you know, just sort of trying to get a bit too much done all at once, and did take a little bit of the fun out of it, and perhaps worst of all, just made me a bit more mistake prone than I like to think I would otherwise have been. I had wanted to do the sleeves in full today and just kind of pretty much get the jacket construction completed, but while trying to sort of do the other one yesterday, which I think I've just about sorted now, and obviously I'm not going to show you, you're going to have to wait till next week for that little surprise. It just got a little bit hectic, and I realised that probably it would be a bit of a scramble to get it done at all today in the time I have, never mind done to the quality to which my viewers are accustomed. But yeah, doing the sleeves always has this sort of, as I think I've alluded to, it's sort of like final boss battle feeling to it, where you know they're coming, you're very excited to get it done because then you know that the construction will be truly completed and you can actually put on the jacket, or, you know, have whoever it's made for put it on and just truly see the fruits of your labours. And I always grumble about it because it's like one of these steps where if you've ever set in a sleeve before, it's very fiddly, and it can often take 2 or 3 goes, and in that regard it's quite stressful, often feels quite stressful, when in reality, you know, it doesn't necessarily take ages. I mean, you know, pad stitching the lapel, for instance, probably the longest individual step in this whole process. I think that took me like basically almost like an hour and a half to do, or an hour. But you know, there's some processes like that where they take very long, but they're very kind of easy and repetitive, and there's no individual moment where you're really sort of scrambling around and like, oh my God, it all hinges on how exactly I can do this in this particular moment. It's really just sort of like 15 to 20 minutes of just constant high tension. And I just decided, you know what, I don't want the stress. You don't want the stress. I hope you don't want the stress. Maybe you do want the stress. Today can be instead a nice, relaxing hand construction of the sleeve, and then next week I can just take my time with setting it in and getting everything really finished off. Pretty pitiful sight, isn't it, really? I've said it before, I'll say it again. The pleasure of making your own clothes is that you merely need to satisfy your own miserable, pathetic standards. As they say in Italy, perfecto. Okay, so that's a list on the other side. If you need to, you would then trim this edge of pocketing on the undersleeve to be basically flush with that line you drew. That should correspond to the basting. This is fine in my case, so I'm just gonna leave it. But on the top sleeve, just wanna trim that so that's, again, even with where the cutting edge of the top sleeve would be if there were no vent. So in this case, it's just one, because I have 1 centimetre seam allowance, just 1 centimetre. Yeah, no one reminded me to sharpen my fabric shears, so. Okay, so now I've got some pressing and folding to do, and just corresponding really with the chalk lines I've drawn. So here on the top sleeve, I'm not just going to fold it over here according with that cutting edge, I'm actually going to fold it even further over so that it really is folded along that chalk mark, and the seam allowance here is going to kind of roll over, and that's okay, we're just going to leave it as is for now. And then on the far side, the undersleeve side, literally just this little 1 centimetre that I left, I'm just going to fold and press that over as well. And then once they're folded and pressed, I'm going to fold up and press the hem. And then most excitingly of all, I'm going to then miter this corner. That's we folded it over like that. This is going to fold it like that, and then I'm just going to triangularly tuck this underneath. And again, this is a light fabric. I'm not really worried about the extra bulk, and also should I ever want to extend the sleeve, if I get arm lengthening surgery or something like that, then the extra fabric will be there untouched, rather than, you know, me having trimmed it away in order to reduce that bulk. Because that bulk is not going to be significant, it's not going to matter. If you had a heavier fabric, you might want to reconsider that aspect of it, but in my case, I'm chilling. So we'll start first again with the top vent, top sleeve. So for now, just pressing that over, and then the undersleeve vent. So again, really just this 1 centimetre bit around here, flap that I left, and then just the hem. So now we're going to do the old mitre job here. So really just got this quadratic, this rectangular situation going on here, just everything folded over flat in lines. So I'm just going to take this triangle a little bit, fold it under like that, and that's just going to help keep it away, keep this sort of edge away from the actual top vent edge, and also just again add a nice little bit of structure. There we have it, something like that. Back to the table. So now I get to have a little break and just do some hand sewing. So if you can see there, it's all folded over in the way I want it to. And by hand sewing it, I'll just be able to massage these edges a little bit further away from the actual edge so that it's not really sticking out like that. So with my proper garment thread, this isn't actually my silk finishing thread because I'm running low and I need to save it for the actual finishing jobs. It's my cotton imitation silk thread. Anyway, so I'm just kind of diagonal stitching here the edges of the vents and then the hem into the pocketing, and only the pocketing, so not going through to the other side of the sleeve. And yeah, I don't know how many times I have to say it, but this is the stuff where I can just feel my brain melting into a happy, meditative state. You know, you got to enjoy the calm before the storms, haven't you? Calm before the sleeves. I mean, again, I feel like I say this every week, but we are now really getting towards the final stretch of this whole saga, at least with the jacket. And I do think, you know, the most important thing has always been, you know, I'm not kidding myself that I can sit down and just make the perfect jacket in every respect, but as long as I can make it better than the last one. And I think already I've proven to myself, partly also through just using, you know, with the canvas and stuff, the proper materials, that yeah, like this is going to turn out better than the last one I made. And I think that's enough for it to feel like a success. It's been a very interesting experience talking through the process while doing it. I think the process of making these videos has made me think a lot about sewing in general and why I like to sew. I don't know, I'm acting as if someone asked me this question, but you know, you're literally watching me hand sew a hem. You obviously have powers of patience that will allow you to endure my rambling. It's funny with these extensive hand sewing jobs how, like, you know, it's kind of precisely the thing that I think a lot of sewing processes are kind of designed to avoid. That's a good thing. There's no need for things to just be done by hand for the sake of it. With this kind of clothing where there are clear benefits to doing things by hand, very quickly I think find yourself just like really kind of falling in love with it and viewing what seemed like a sort of necessary evil as actually like one of the most fun parts of the whole shebang. Yeah, proof that I do have a pair of these, by the way. Now we've got these flappy ends that I just need to slip stitch. Yeah, as one viewer commented about basting specifically, it just makes you feel like a proper tailor. I think that's part of the charm of it. It makes you feel like you're in your own little bespoke tailoring ASMR video until you look at the actual quality of your stitches and realise that you should be behind bars in sewing jail. It's kind of nice and clean now. Again, speaking of the advantages of hand sewing, obviously I have this folded over here and these two edges are right at each other, but this is an edge that is going to show. So I really kind of want to just pull this in a bit, in just a tiny bit, so that it's away from the showing edge. And you know, it's just very easy when sewing by hand to achieve an effect like that. Same again, just a slip stitch, or something akin to a slip stitch. You do you. And so that is our cuff more or less constructed. Okay, so now that the cuff's done, we can start thinking about closing this seam as well. But we're going to start from the bottom of the vent and first kind of just baste these edges together. So the vent is going to be closed while we sew the seam. And again, bearing in mind that this seam allowance here is kind of trying to roll over. We're not going to snip it. Don't want that because there's going to be a lot of busyness around this point. We don't want to weaken the seam. But yeah, still trying to make sure that that is lined up as well as possible. Say as well as possible. I don't know why I always make these weird qualifications. It should be lined up. Take your time. Get it lined up. A lot of my personality is just like, if it's good enough, it's good enough. Guess we all have differing opinions on that. I am what I am. Okay, so you see there, that's going to fold under there. That's the undersleeve and form that vent underlay. Underlay. Pardon me to all the Spanish speakers out there. So for now, really just sort of shutting this vent closed so it doesn't wiggle around. But I am just going to stop, I think, with a good centimetre or so below the top of the vent, because I'm going to want to get in there in a minute when I sew the seam, and I don't want to, you know, cause any problems for myself, giving myself any headaches. No, I only do that by accident, never on purpose. Yeah, I have this terrible habit often of instead of basting just inside or outside of where the actual seam is going to go, just basting bang along right where I do need to sew, meaning that I then sew over my basting and then have to spend ages and ages trying to pick it all out. Friends and family tell me if I don't kick this habit soon, they're going to cut me out of their lives. Sound like a centimetre to you? I think they'll be proud of me.
It's going to be quite fiddly here because I'm going to have to try and get in there to go down about a centimetre or so beyond the top of the vent, but I think we can hack it. I say we because I mean I think lots of you could do it, but I'm not sure if I can. Ooh. Just about got it. Yeah, I'd say so. All right, get rid of the basting and press that seam open.
So we now have these two vent pieces sort of lying flat on top of each other, and I just want to attach them at the top. I'm just going to do that with a hand back stitch across the top. All right, that ought to do it. Now it's time to return to our precious, precious lining. Okay, so I've got my lining pieces here. And again, these were just drafted based on the patterns I had for the sleeves themselves, with just tactical excess in certain areas. Tactical excess, interesting, okay. Along all the sides, just an extra 0.5 centimetres. Along the tops, an extra inch. So along there and along there. Obviously the hem allowances, no vent on the top sleeve, just on the bottom sleeve, just on the undersleeve, and indeed I've added And indeed, I've added an extra, I think 1.5 centimetres to the 4.5 centimetre width seam allowance, vent allowance rather, it was already there. But now I really just need to sew this together into a functional sleeve, so I'm just going to pin it. And because with the lining vent, as with the sleeve vent, we don't want to sew all the way down, we want to stop and leave the allowance. That's what I'm going to do. Now, we may recall when I sewed the jacket vent, I went to great pains to sort of calculate in the abstract how far I need to sew down to achieve the same effect, rather than just literally measuring the thing that I had. So that's what I'm going to do. How high does this need to be beyond the hem allowance? Okay, that's 6 centimetres, so this needs to be 6 centimetres above its hem. Something like that. Except it isn't, because I forgot there's an extra 0.5 to the hem allowance on these, so I think that's right. You know what? Ballpark. Perhaps that's the laissez-faire attitude that's seen me do this 5 times already and get it correct precisely 0. No, I wouldn't have thought so. Okay, let's bring these babies to life. Swerving around the place like a Formula 1 driver.
I always love it when you lay 2 pieces together to sew a seam and they're supposed to be the same length and there's just like inexplicably half an inch of excess on one end. Whose fault could that be? All right, so I'll go and press these open now. My beauties, it's time to put them together. And it's pretty funky just how that's going to happen. So first I'm going to lay these on top of each other, wrong sides to wrong sides, and we're going to focus on this outer seam here first and kind of flatten these seam allowances against each other like that. Okay, so those are lined up now, and what we're going to do is baste for about 10 centimetres below, because we still want a bit of manoeuvrability up there. We don't want it fully closed up. I'm going to baste these 2 bits of seam allowance into each other. So again, these seams are laying sort of face to face, and this will actually be a kind of permanent stitch. Don't know why, there's something about this solution, this technique, that strikes me as very elegant conceptually. I just like the idea of repurposing the seam allowance, which is otherwise kind of, I guess, in a way, a necessary evil. Not that there's really anything diabolical about it, but you know. So again, this is where they start to curve under again, so I'll let it go there. Same again just with the other seam. And there you have it. Now I'm just going to trim the bottom of this so there's only about an inch or so showing, because we don't want too much of it folded up in the cuff. It's just going to add unnecessary bulk. Ooh. Yoink. Cool. Now, would you like to see a magic trick? I'm going to go into the lining, pull through to the other side, the sleeve. Right ways out, baby. So let's find our vent then, shall we? Somewhere in here. There we go. So this begins the slightly fiddly stuff. So what we've got here, that's the under vent, and that's the over vent, as it were. So obviously when we turn it right side out, what's showing will be reversed. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this bit of lining over and I'm going to baste it along the edge of the under vent there, just to hold that in place. And again, because this is quite a shallow vent, and because this is also going to get folded under for the hem, I'm only just going to baste it. Actually 1 or 2 stitches. I think that already will do. And then speaking of the hem, so what I've done now is I've folded that under to leave about 2 centimetres of the actual garment cuff showing, and I'm just basting it up, but still leaving again and maybe another 2 centimetres at the lining hem edge so that I can properly hem stitch that at some point later on. Who knows when? whenever I feel like it. Yeah, so basting through all layers around the whole way, although I will stop before the this other vent edge to give ample space to do what I got to do. And indeed, we are approaching the bit that I always get wrong. But I think I've worked it out now, we'll see. Okay, so what have we got here? That's the under vent that I've already nailed down, as it were. This is the, I guess, over vent, top vent. Funnily enough, having said a moment ago that I'm pretty sure I understood, I just looked at the instruction again and I've actually changed my mind. I think now I've understood, but I think about 10 seconds ago I was technically mistaken when I said that I had. Let's find out, shall we? What we want, obviously, is for this bit to kind of come over and avoid the under vent, but in an elegant way. And to do this, we're gonna have to get a little bit snippy, going this way, about 1.5 centimeters below the lining vent seam, and not really any further than the actual edge of the vent, which I can feel is about there. I am just going to snip, folks, pray for me. So it's kind of like with the back vent on the jacket itself. This is just going to come over diagonally, I'm going to baste that in place, and then it's going to, thanks to that snip I've done, I can just fold it down, just go around the edge of that top vent. So I'll baste that in place, and I think it'll be a bit clearer what I mean. I think I've technically done it sort of correct. At the last gasp, 10 seconds before doing it, I finally, after 6 tries, worked it out. So that's folded over now, all those raw edges are tucked under, the hem is tucked under, and again, if you were to do a cuff with, say, more like, 3 or 4 buttons, this vent would be higher, and there would be more of this effect visible. Can't believe I'm saying this. I'm pretty pleased with this. You can also do, really just any hand stitch you'd like to attach this, I guess. But prick stitches are fun. A fun trick with stitches like this where you don't want to have any visible knot on top, obviously, but you also can't really get at wherever you would hide away that, that knot, that end of the thread. Is you just sort of back stitch, secure it. Again, obviously not going through to any right sides. Come out some distance away, like that. And then just applying a little bit of pressure on this thread, so pulling so that it's really taut. You snip right at the bottom. And then when that pressure is released, that back stitch is hidden inside of wherever, Pretty snazzy, eh? Not my invention, obviously. There you have it. That's kind of the finished vent, basically. I'm just going to press this hem around. I'm not going to do the hem stitching today. I'm going to do that at the very end. I'm so euphoric I haven't gotten this correct that I just want to go and, enjoy the sunshine. Yeah, sucks to be you guys, I guess. One last step for security's sake before we call it a day. We're going to turn the sleeve right side out again. Try and get everything lined up. So now that that's done, I'm just going to quickly press a very soft crease into this bit here, so from sort of the elbow down to the hem, just in the top sleeve. And that, folks, is that for today. It's time. Can't put it off any longer. I must face my destiny. Naturally, I'm talking about this. I mean, what else could I mean? And there really is no point having spent all those hours constructing this mostly by hand if I never actually put it in an armhole. So that's what we're going to do today. And by the end, the jacket will actually be structurally complete. So stick around for that. It's going to be fiddly. It's going to be tough. And probably I'm going to cry. But isn't that true of all the best things in life? Let's get on with it. Let's just jump right in, shall we? Don't want to prolong the inevitable. So here's my armhole with my rather chaotic amount of mark stitching. And here is my sleeve. First thing I want to do is just match up this point, which is the front pitch point of the sleeve. When I talk about pitch, it's all to do with the way that the sleeve is hanging, the angle that it's hanging, so that when my arm is in it, it will lie smooth, it will hang smooth, and match the angle at which my arm naturally lies. I decided not to go into too much detail about it in the videos itself, because it's just a massive headache, and I was working a lot of it out on the fly. But basically, I've calculated that these points correspond to where certain points on the sleeve need to align in order for this angle to be achieved. Anyway, so to start with, if you're thinking that's how it's gonna lie on, so this is like the front of the sleeve, and there's a little notch just here, and that is gonna match up to this point. And I'm just gonna begin by basting the sleeve from that point just around the underside of the armhole before I carry on. One thing to say about the armhole is it's been reinforced with a cross-grained strip of pocketing that I've just basted around, and that's covered basically more or less the whole length of the armhole except for this sort of 5 or 6 centimeters under the armpit there. And I'm trying to base just outside of where my actual seam is going to go. So my seam allowance is 1 centimeter, so I'm just doing sort of 1 and a bit centimeters. And if you don't know, or if you've never done this before, the sleeve situation on a suit jacket is a little bit particular, because the sleeve itself, as I may have mentioned in the last episode, is actually longer around the armhole bit than the actual armhole of the jacket itself. A rule of thumb is about 10% longer than the length, although it can vary with style, and generally that pans out to about 5 centimeters, 2 inches. And the reason why it is longer than the armhole itself is so that the arm has more freedom of movement. Because again, as we've seen, as I've talked about a lot over the course of making this, we want the armhole itself to be quite high up, we want it to be quite tight to the body, but so that the arm can still have the maximum amount of range, basically, in terms of how it can move. We want an excess amount of fabric in the sleeve itself. And this is a great solution. It means that we can have those sort of high armholes, that nice fittedness around the torso itself, without sacrificing flexibility and comfort and movement and stuff. The only problem is it's very fiddly to sew, because I have to distribute by hand, by basting, all of that ease around the armhole so there's no ripples or puckering or anything like that, and I have to do that before I even think about machine stitching it. So what I've just done there is based around the one part of the sleeve armhole combination that doesn't actually need any of this ease, which is from this front pitch point and this front notch just around to the middle of the sort of armpit area. That's going to anchor everything. So having just done that first bit, I'm now going to turn everything inside out, and the fun is really going to begin. First though, I mean, full disclosure, I've already done the left sleeve, so I'm currently doing the right sleeve today. I fully finished that. You can see it's got this kind of bulbous quality around the edge. I mean, there's a few things going on there, a few reasons why, but the main thing is, again, that the sleeve itself is longer than the armhole into which it has to fit. And I did actually a pretty crummy job with this one. I think just about managed to rescue it. I'm going to try and be a little bit more, conscientious about this one today. Anyhow, okay, so if you think you're having a hard time orienting yourself, just think how I feel. But yeah, I've got these 3 cardinal points lined up now, and one is this one at the top of the sleeve cap. It's going to correspond to my shoulder seam, and this is the back seam of the sleeve itself, and that is corresponding to this point just at the back of the armhole here. I've just worked out that these are the points where if I meet these 3 points together between the armhole and the sleeve should fall at the right angle, and then the only job I then have left is to distribute the rest of the ease in such a way that the top of the sleeve will be smooth and there'll be no puckering, no ripples, things like that. That will be the difficult part, and we will get to it right away. So here's how it's going down. As you can see there, I've already done a few stitches. I'm currently working around the back of the armhole, going sort of anti-clockwise. And yeah, you can see there's these little ripples there between these stitches that are about somewhere between 1/2 and 1 centimetre long, and again, just a bit in from where the actual machine stitch is going to be. And so as I based, basically, so I'm taking my stitches of the appropriate length, and as I go to take the next one, I just push the fabric along with my thumb, and I'm piercing in between that bubble of ease that I've created, keeping that bubble alive as I push through the other side and coming out like that. And yeah, I'm just going to keep doing that and hope that by the time I get to my first sort of cardinal point, which is the, again, that back pitch point where I put that pin, that I will have reasonably evenly distributed this ease. It's quite normal for this to require a couple of goes to get right. This isn't actually the way I normally do it. I'm trying to do it the proper way for everyone else's benefit, and indeed my own, because obviously if I do it right, then I should get it right. But normally I take a bit of a shortcut route in how I stitch this, but you know, I'd like to achieve a proper result this time. Let's see if I can. I'm trying to just really not be too greedy with these bubbles of ease that you're putting in, because you know, you don't want to create puckers. You don't want to create big ripples. I mean, there are little ripples here, but I'm trying to leave enough space that I can press those out in a little while. And yeah, I think, let's see, I might be okay. Just coming up to that first point there, we'll see. So there are kind of different approaches basically to how and where you distribute how much of this ease. You can do it so that you have basically a little bit around the front of the armhole, a lot around the top, and then whatever's left basically around the bit I've just done, sort of going around the back of the armhole towards the armpit. In my case, with the first sleeve that I did, I basically just distributed the ease as evenly as I could, and part of the reason why is because I actually have a bit more maybe than that sort of 5 centimetres, 10% going on. I think it was more like 6, maybe even 6.5 centimetres. In theory, if I can distribute it correctly, this will be, you know, can be a good thing, because it means I'll have even more, you know, just sort of flexibility and sort of comfort around the top of the arm, around the top of the sleeve when I'm wearing the jacket. The only problem is it means that there's even more fabric to try and neatly spread around this armhole without causing any puckering, and yeah, I mean, I'll bother. And as I already found with the first one, that was a bit of a struggle, but we'll see. We're coming around to the home straight now, the front top and the front of the sleeve. And so far the ease seems to have been tucking itself away relatively unproblematically. I mean, it remains to be seen in a second when I check how it's hanging, how it's looking at the top with those puckers and stuff.
I mean, there's every chance there will be some visible puckering because of, you know, the fact that, well, there's puckers, there's ease, and what's going to happen is I'm going to try and press that away. The process that I'm using here is going to be a sort of 2-stitch process. So I'm going to do this baste, and then all being well, I will basically lock in the basting that I've done with another basting stitch. And if you see, there's obviously like relatively even gaps between where I've stitched and where these bubbles are. Once I've checked it and I'm happy that I've distributed these correctly or adequately, I will then do another stitch just inside of this one and basically fill in the gaps, and that will just help lock these bubbles of ease in to the place that I've put them. And at that point, I'll be ready to go to the ironing board and press it all out, hopefully. Okay, so hopefully, in theory, I've now basted that in place. I've set that sleeve in place. I'm just gonna check how it's hanging from the outside. So yeah, you can see there's sort of puckering and pulling a little bit. So I've also just gone and actually tried it on to see how the pitch is. In theory, the pitch is okay, but I think as you can see here, just around that back point, so again, this is the back seam of the sleeve, and that was that back pitch point here. It's just a little bit too crumpled, and it's also a bit too, a lot of these eases are a bit too unevenly distributed towards that point, and I'd rather have it a bit pushed up more towards the crown of the sleeve. I'm just gonna try and redo this stretch from that back pitch point, or just below it maybe, up to the shoulder point, and yeah, hopefully that will even it out a little bit. Again, it's just one of those processes where you have to try and be patient and accept that you are kind of doing this by eye and by feel, and it can easily be that intuitions aren't quite correct and that you need a little bit of time to warm up, achieve the desired result, which is definitely worth the effort, because, you know, when you actually do get the sleeve in and it's falling right and it's hanging as it should, and there's a nice curve around the top of the sleeve, then you will be glad you put in all this time and effort. I'm not entirely sure I've improved anything here though. I feel like I've just repeated what I've just done, but we'll see. Well, folks, I honestly can't remember what the last thing I said I was going to do was, because it's been, I don't know, like an hour or something since I last pressed record. I've had a bit of a nightmare rejigging this. Is that even the right sleeve? Yeah. For whatever reason, it turned out some of my pitch points weren't actually correct, although they seem to have worked pretty well for the other sleeve. Who knows what's going on there? Maybe I just actually did shift them on the other sleeve, and anyway, just moving around a little bit. You can see there, then mainly around the crown of the sleeve, that there's still a decent amount of rippling. I'm going to try not to worry too much about that, because that should come away in the pressing. And then also, I mean, we're going to have this sleeve head in here, which is going to fill out some of this space and just generally make that a little bit less egregious, I hope. As I said, this is, you know, it's been a pretty rough hour, the last hour. Just about the least fun you can have while sewing, but try not to be too dramatic about it. So let's see what I'm going to do next. So as I said before, I've got here these are the stitches that I've just done that are placing the ease around the sleeve, and now I'm just like locking it in, just stitching in the gaps basically. That makes sense. And that's just going to help while I press it, make sure that the ease and where I've placed it is not going to shift too much, other than to sort of shrink away, because I don't want it moving around this relatively loose seam that I've sort of hand basted. I just want it to be where I've put it. Lord knows it took me long enough to get it there, so it had better not misbehave. As I said, I had wanted just to distribute it fully evenly around the whole distribution zone, if that makes sense. It has ended up more concentrated towards the top. I mean, that's fine. The main thing is for me was that each sleeve sort of looks like the other one. So where the previous stitch went over, I'm going under, and then coming over where the previous stitch went under, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I really look forward to the day, the beautiful day in the future, should it ever come, where I no longer feel like I have to fear this step. This actually being perhaps the most strenuous, I think, because the sleeve is so much bigger than the armhole. But every time I've done it, it has just given me such a headache. But you know, I'm pretty pleased with how the other sleeve turned out already, so I know at least that it is possible. Well, at least there've been no tears yet. So that ease is now fixed in the place that I'd set it. You can see there's rippling. That is to be expected. Any really sharp puckers you don't really want. I think I'm just about in the clear now for the 8th moment of truth of this episode. Let's go. So this is the same effect that we've seen before with things like the shoulder sleeve itself, the shoulder seam itself, where we've hand distributed ease into a seam, and then we're just going to try and press out, not the ease itself, we want the ease, but just these ripples, and just try and reduce that rippling effect around where the seam is actually going to go itself. So really just going in
a couple of centimetres or so, and using lots of steam, not quite so hot, just going around and trying to press away those ripples. Again, depending on the fabric you're using, this will work better or less well. I know that this fabric isn't exactly the most steam amenable one, but it's not totally unworkable. So I'm just gonna go at it for a little while and hopefully make some progress on those ripples. And really just doing this around the whole length of the sleeve where I have put in any of that ease whatsoever. And again, you don't want to go too far in because, assuming that this is working, the extra fabric is around that top bit of the sleeve, just beyond where you've stitched. You don't want to shrink anything there. That's exactly where you want there to be that excess. But you just want to eliminate any of the ripples because that's too much excess, basically. Yeah, I don't know if you've done this. Does the technique that I've followed match what you usually do, or do you have a different way of basting, or indeed approaching the setting altogether? Let's see how we're doing here. Yeah, I mean, I've sort of brutalized the fabric a little bit, to be honest. So you can see there's still a little bit. Maybe I'll give it a further press, but I think you can see already that has actually yielded some results. I am quite certain that my pressing technique leaves a great deal to be desired. So, I mean, I like to think I've always been pretty clear about how unprofessional I am, just to say how amateurish. But if there were any doubt, I hope I've dispelled that in this last sort of 5-10 minutes or so. Okay. I can't help but feel like this is a bit of a crossroads for me, morally, technically, aesthetically, because I think it's pretty clear that this sleeve has not really been successfully set. I mean, we'll see. I think probably once the sleeve heads in, things will look a little bit less distressing and distressed. But as ever, you just have to try and meet your own personal standards, don't you? It's definitely true that I could be happier with the setting of the sleeve. I think I probably bit off more than I could chew by allowing the sleeve to remain more than just those sort of 5 centimetres longer than the armhole. I think I thought, well, let's see what happens if I try and include that extra ease, see if I can manage that and just have that more flexibility. And again, in the other sleeve, I think more or less got it, although there's still 1 or 2 puckers there. It's just come to the point where at the end of the day, when I'm wearing this, am I going to worry so much if there are some tiny little puckers here? I can always pretend it was intentional. It is a thing. I have, relative to my own standards, put a lot of more time in trying to get this bang on correct than I would normally do. Again, the other sleeve I sort of did in 1.5 goes. I think when it comes to the point where you're just making yourself miserable trying to get it absolutely perfect, maybe it's time to step back a little bit. But yeah, it's now time to just sew this around, so it will be just sort of inside where these basting stitches have gone. Yeah, and just to clarify, because I don't think I actually mentioned at any point, so both now and before with the basting, I've only been joining the garment fabric and the garment fabric of the sleeve and the jacket itself. So I'm not stitching through the canvas, none of that. I'm not stitching, obviously not stitching through the lining, not stitching through the shoulder pad, anything like that. It really is just garment fabric to garment fabric here. All these other wonderful layers will get secured in their own way in the next steps. But this is just garment fabric to garment fabric here. Yeah, and so, once I've stitched this, I'll unpick the basting and, it will either kind of work to a tolerable degree or it won't. And if it hasn't, then unpick, start again, basically. Don't know what to tell you. Folks, pray for me. Ooh. Again, the basting stitches were nearer to the outside than the machine stitches, so there's not really much to see until I unpick the basting stitchings. So off we go. Well, it's also not the most circular looking seam I've ever seen in my life. Again, I think I'm used to making the kind of internal compromises by now that will probably see me putting up with whatever inadequacies this has to present once I turn it inside out. I mean, I can already see around the actual machine stitch that there are some little puckered bits there. I'm already making my peace with it, but I think I will have to try and be relatively upstanding, and if it really is too bad, then, I'll bite the bullet and do it again. Ow. All right, guys, well, it took 1 cut thumb, but let's see what we got here. All right, then. Yeah, I mean, pretty poor, to be honest. Although, I mean, these are some pretty, well, that's not great, but some relatively superficial puckers. I'm gonna have to have a think about this. Well, folks, I've made a decision, and the decision is this. Well, first I need to learn how to say the word decision, but yeah. Again, I think I just put too much ease in this sleeve to begin with. I'll bear that in mind, using this pattern in the future to tweak that, to check that. I was looking again at the other sleeve, which honestly I'm pretty satisfied with, and there are some similar sort of pucker-like things, some little remnants in this sleeve as well, but I find actually that once the sleeve head's in, it kind of deals with a bit of that excess and just holding up the sleeve such that it's not so obvious. And I think I'm just going to try and embrace it as part of the look. Look, if there are any children watching here, I promise you I'm not advocating giving up and ignoring your problems. I really am not. I'm just advocating for, what is it they say? Accept what you can't change and change what you can't accept. Well, I couldn't accept it, but I also couldn't change it, so I guess I'll have to accept it after all. Anyway, so we're just going to move on with the further securing of the sleeve, and you know, very worst case, if I put the sleeve head in, do all these other steps, and I realise, you know what, it's just untenable, I'll just pretend to you guys that I finished it off, and then I'll, you know, undo it all, finish it as homework. But the episode can stand. So I'll just edit that confession out and then maybe overlay a textual explanation of why I have arrived at this particular decision, one that is slightly less heinous. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is just really secure the position of the shoulder pad now. I'm basically basting from the back end of the shoulder pad round to the front notch. So depending on which hand you use, depending on which sleeve you're doing, that would affect the direction, but you want to hold the jacket sort of up so that you're giving it the appropriate shape. And so in this case, starting at the back where the shoulder pad is and just picking up the shoulder pad and the garment fabric, I'm just basting along the sort of inside of the arm seam, picking up one layer or so of the shoulder pad, so not, you know, going through the whole way. This again will come out. This is not the permanent stitch that is going to fix the shoulder pad in place, but as so often with these basting stitches, it's like you need to do one stitch so that you can get everything lined up to do the stitch, the real stitch, the real deal. Yeah, you know what? I'm pretty quickly coming around actually to the sleeve. Again, there's a couple of little puckers as you can see there, although some of them are kind of more like creases that have been left behind from the puckers that the basting stitch created. But actually, because the machine stitch is a couple of millimeters in from where those stitches were, there is no actual true pucker, as it were, coming out of the machine stitch. It's just, as I say, a sort of like remnant crease from the basting there. So at least that's what I'm telling myself. Anyway, okay, so I'm coming now to the front where would my front notch be? I think it's about down there. And eventually I'm going to get past the shoulder pad, and once I do, I'm going to start going through and picking up the lining as well. Yeah, this is a fun time to say that I hit 1,000 subscribers. Isn't that fun? So if you're watching this, I assume you're one of them. Thanks very much for joining the party. If you're not one of them, I'm afraid it's too late. We have a sort of, I think, a 1,200 subscriber limit, and I don't really want to get any more than that. So please do not, under any circumstances, click the subscribe button if you are not subscribed. I'm not a greedy man, as this sleeve proves. So I've now got the jacket turned inside out, and we're going to be doing a lot of work with it turned inside out in the next few steps. Oh dearie me. So, but we're just securing the lining at the back of the sleeve. So just going through lining and garment fabric. The sleeve is kind of on the inside here, so I'm desperately trying not to hit that. And yeah, just from the sort of underarm seam over to the shoulder seam. And here now I'm getting to the point where the shoulder pad is, so making sure we're only picking up the shoulder pad once I get there. So obviously you'd want to be making sure that you're not, you know, pulling the back lining too tight or too far over towards the armhole. You would want to make sure you were doing that, wouldn't you, Pat? Have you? You haven't? Oh, interesting. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I think it's probably okay. Okay, so now it's time for the big one, as it were, the stitch to rule them all. So we've got tons of layers here arriving around the armhole, right? We've got the garment fabric itself, so the sleeve and the garment. We've got the canvas, we've got the shoulder pad, we've got the lining. We need to fix them now all into place together. And so with all these layers sort of wadded together in my hand, and again, making sure that the lining is not sort of artificially pulled over. So starting from one bottom end of the shoulder pad and working away around the unshoulder padded part, and from the inside of the sleeve, I am just back stitching within the seam allowance, so you know, about halfway into the seam allowance or so, and going through all of these layers and catching them so that it will just be one fixed edge until I get to the shoulder pad on the other side. Ow. Okay, so in a second we'll be at the shoulder pad coming around the other side, and then it will be time to change tack ever so slightly. Because obviously we're working from the inside out here, and the shoulder pad is currently curved in the opposite direction from what it will actually have. And so if I were to sew it like this, I'd essentially be pulling the shoulder pad out of position that it will need to have once I turn it right sides out. For the next stage, I just need to kind of really make sure that I am turning it to the position that it will have when it's actually turned the right way out. So forcing it as I sew to be in its true curve rather than in the kind of reverse curve that it currently has. I'm not worried about going through to the lining and everything now because that has been fixed at the back with that other base I did there. I'm now just going through, picking up a layer of the shoulder pad, and this will be the
the stitch that finally kind of locks it in place. And again, this is another great example of one of those stitches where doing it by hand allows you to control the sort of curvature and ensure that it is correct basically and fixed in the right position, I guess is not quite the right word, fixed in the right posture almost. And you can see all that ease there in the sleeve cap. That's the ease that we were talking about. Yeah, now that like 15-20 minutes have passed, I'm already feeling pretty chill about that sleeve. Puckers schmuckers, who cares? Oops, daisy. Yeah, and obviously, eventually you will get round to the front panel of the jacket, and you will also be catching the canvas along with the shoulder pad because, you know, that's what's there in between. Yeah, so the shoulder pad, the canvas edge, everything should be, it's not level with the stitch line, it's level with the edge of the seam allowance. And that helps it, when it's turned right side out, to kind of push through into the top of the sleeve as well and just add some more of that structure. All right then, so that's that all sorted. So that line, that edge, everything has now kind of been fixed to everything else. It should be nice and firm, but I'll tell you what, it could get firmer. As you can see, we've got some lining excess seam allowance, ease, and so on and so forth sticking out beyond the actual garment seam allowance. I want this now to all just be one coherent edge, and I'm going to trim everything that is sticking out beyond the garment edge. I'm not going to trim this inlay. In my case, it's basically just lining. I'm just going to trim it so that everything is even with the actual garment seam allowance, the sleeve seam allowance. So let's just do that. The one thing I'm not going to trim though is this, because this is inlay that we've added into the side panel that is there for if we ever wanted to let it out at the side. So if I were to trim that now, I would be, well, yeah, I would just basically be removing the possibility of ever using this inlay that I so painstakingly added to let out the jacket should I, you know, get absolutely ripped. So yeah, I'm not going to snip that. I'm just going to trim this lining, and you'll see what I mean in a second with the smoothness of that line. But now you can see that is kind of more like one coherent line if you ignore that little flappy bit. But yeah, it certainly feels good to see that edge sort of clean, crisp, and clear. So there's not a ton left to do now. We really are approaching the final stretch. The main thing we do need to add now is this individual, which is the sleeve head. It can vary depending on the style of sleeve being achieved, but typically a suit jacket will have in the top of the sleeve some form of wadding or padding just to help fill out that crown. Yeah, so in my case, I've just gone for, it's a strip of like cotton wadding, so just the kind of thing you would use for padding out like a quilt or something, I don't know. And then this is just a bias cut piece of muslin to go over it. Yeah, I've sort of, as you can see, I've sort of pressed it slightly into a curve, much like I did with the collar in a couple of episodes ago. And you can also put a bias cut strip of the wool canvas, the interfacing canvas over here as well. I did try that, but I found that because this fabric is relatively light, it showed through too much. You know, it was too stiff basically for the actual garment fabric. So I stripped it down to this, and that seems to have worked pretty well. Yeah, this is basically the length of from the front notch down to about 2 inches or 5 centimeters or so past the back notch. So a good chunk of the sleeve basically is going to be filled out by this. Okay, so we've got our sleeve opening here, and we're going to take the sleeve head and you know, get it in position. The longer rounded edge is sort of flush with the actual sleeve opening itself, so the shorter concave end is actually facing into the sleeve itself. So yeah, lining this up with the front notch, and we're basically just going to hand stitch this, back stitch it into the same seam allowance that we've got here. Basically, I am stitching, in my case, as near to the actual sleeve stitch line as I can manage. And basically, the nearer to the actual sleeve stitch line that you stitch the sleeve head into the seam allowance, the more pronounced, basically, the more full the effect of it will be. What I'm doing is every stitch, I'm just lifting this up and making sure that I'm not within the sleeve seam itself or the sleeves. And you also want to make sure that as much as possible you're stitching at a consistent distance from the sleeve armhole stitch line. I'm also trying to keep in mind that same point about the curvature of the shoulder pad from earlier, making sure that I'm holding this curve in the proper direction that it will have when it's turned inside out. Ow. Just looking at this, and this is sort of falling about 1 inch short of my front notch, which is there, and this is not there. So I guess I'm just gonna have to start again. Okay, so I've just started again from the front notch and I'm working in the other direction. Turns out you can do it this way. Okay, almost there. And I mean, we are honestly now just so close to the jacket just structurally being kind of finished, basically. We're like, I think 1 basting stitch away. Tell me you're not excited. As you can see, that's now sort of like nestled around the inside of the sleeve cap. And the idea is that when we turn it inside out, or rather right side out, that is now
filling out and giving shape to that sleeve crown. I'd hoped it would kind of sort of eliminate the visibility of some of this puckering. I feel like it's kind of exacerbated it, if anything, but look, I already made my piece of this hours ago, so I hope you can too. But yeah, look at this sleeve. This sleeve came out a bit better. You can see there the nice effect, the sleeve head there. Oh man, that is a bit of a fiasco, isn't it? Well, it's too late to turn back now. Just a quick aside before the literal last stitch. So yeah, I was grumbling a lot about the puckeredness looking of this, and there are, look, if you can see, there are one or two true pinches and puckers there. I won't deny it, can't deny it. I think it's especially egregious here. There's this little series of bumps. But as I said earlier, I think one thing was the case was actually that some of these marks were not necessarily puckers themselves, but rather the creases left behind from puckers in the basting. So what I've just done is taken my tailor's ham and a press cloth, stuck the tailor's ham inside the sleeve head and just lightly pressed on top of it to try and just get rid of some of those, you know, things that were really just creases rather than puckers themselves. And that's really just helped things to the point where I can, if not in good conscience, then certainly in relative peace, just, you know, accept this for what it is. And yeah, let's do that last stitch. Okay, so all that really needs to happen now before we move to the finishing next week is just for this lining to be, the inner sleeve lining to be pulled through and basted into place. This is pretty straightforward. Bring it over to its relevant edge, fold it round and under, like so, and then yeah, just baste around that edge and fix it in place. There will be a little bit of ease, well much as in the sleeve. I found that it will just sort of find its own way into its place. And the most important thing to note here is to make sure that the seams of both the lining and the garment sleeve are exactly lined up with each other, because otherwise it will be twisted and it won't be very comfortable. You'll just have to do it again. So yeah, just gonna try and anticipate the excess in the sleeve by putting a bit of ease in. And you can see there, that's that stitch I used to join all those layers together in the seam allowance. So this is just gonna cover that. And I'll finish this next week with, you probably guessed it, a slip stitch. Yeah, you could probably press the edge of the sleeve lining if you wanted to make your life a little bit easier. I do like making my life easier as a rule, but if it involves even the slightest bit of extra effort, tend to just give it a miss. And Lord knows, I pay the price often enough. Yeah, mixed bag today. I think I'd hope the sleeves would go better. And I mean, obviously, still have this weird nagging feeling of like, oh, why don't you just undo the whole thing and start again? But I'm sure it is possible to get it to go in crease-free, pucker-free. But there's also an extent to which once I've shrunk away those ripples, the horse has sort of bolted a little bit. Or maybe that's just an excuse I'm using to not correct my mistake. Anyway. Yeah, again, I mean, with those ripples, those few puckers that I do have, I don't hate them necessarily as like a look. Like, I don't feel like they just spoil it aesthetically. I think it's just more the frustration of that, you know, they're there not by choice, they're there not by the design, they're there by a lack of proficiency on my part, which is totally fine, you know. For the bajillionth time, I am not a professional. I'm doing this for fun. I don't mind the wrinkles. I just mind what they represent about me. Wow, yeah, I mean, look at me putting a damper on what should really be a triumphant moment. This is, as I say, the structural completion of the jacket, more or less. Depends how you feel like buttons and buttonholes, what kind of rank you want to give them. Yeah, folks, look at this. Last few stitches. Wow, what a feeling. I feel totally numb. Let's show you inside. That's the inside, that's the sleeve, that's the outside, that's the sleeve. Guess we better go try it on, hadn't we? Well, let's just dunk on the sleeves first so that we can finish on a high note. Yeah, as I said, the left sleeve I'm okay with. I'm pretty happy with that. I think it's hanging nicely as well. The puckers I'm not really seeing much. I'm not really worrying about much. I'm gonna live with it. The right sleeve though, amidst all the other issues, there seems now to be this problem of, it's almost like there's too much length on the sleeve. And so when I sort of pull it up at the top, it kind of smooths out along the arm. That would be how I would want it to appear just normally, without having to actually do anything to it. And yeah, I mean, as you can also see here, there's this sort of little flip of just loose garment fabric that isn't really being supported by the sleeve head. I need to fix that one way or another. So I'm gonna go back into the lining there, check the sleeve head's in position as near to that seam as I can get it. But I mean, there's a couple of other things that might be at play. It might be that when I was sewing the sleeve on, I used too little seam allowance, so essentially there's excess fabric sort of on the outside rather than on the inside. Could be that I got a bit confused by the inlay and sewed it basically too near to the edge, essentially kind of lengthening the shoulder seam. That would kind of have the same effect. Yeah, I just need to have a rummage around and work out what specifically the problem is. Maybe it's a mix of all of them, but I'm gonna do that on my own time. I'm gonna do that as homework and get back to you next week in the finishing episode, and I'll explain to you what I've done, how I've done it, and whether it was worth the trouble. But now let's talk about the fun stuff. I mean, look at this. This is a pretty much fully finished suit jacket that I've made to a great degree by hand, and I am pretty over the moon with it, you know. I was feeling pretty bummed out yesterday, slept on it, sunshine, shining now. It's hard to be too churlish about it just because of a few poxy sleeves. So the fit I'm really pleased with. I actually did take in a touch around the chest, yes, just under the armhole. That's helped precipitate this issue of the sleeve being too big for the armhole, but you know, give and take, you know, swings and roundabouts. Yeah, and I'm happier now with how it fits around the chest. I'm happy pretty much with how it fits everywhere. I think the length is right, I think the collar's good, the shoulders are okay after that whole fiasco a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, you guys tell me what you think. Have I done an all right job? What would you improve? What would you change? Incidentally, a quick note about the sleeves. I'm sure some of you might be thinking, where's your shirt cuff? We can't see it. Well, firstly, this shirt is actually a little bit too short itself on the sleeves. It's just like a Uniqlo, you know, white dress shirt. And I don't think it's so advisable to judge the jacket sleeve length purely by shirt sleeve length alone, unless you've had a shirt that's been specifically made to be the perfect length in the sleeves, in which case, fair enough. But yeah, I happen to have proportionally quite long arms to my body, and with the first jacket I made, I found that whenever I would move my arms forward, the jacket sleeves would just pull back and expose not just my entire shirt cuff, but you know, where a watch would be if I owned one. So I've tended since then to slightly longer jacket sleeves just so I can move my arms around without feeling as if I'm wearing my younger brother's school uniform. And yeah, I like to think I've hit the right balance of having that sort of security, that extra length that I need to keep everything covered up, but not so much that it's going past down my thumb knuckles and I'm looking like I'm wearing my older brother's school uniform. Anyway, like I say, I don't see why I should let a couple of puckered sleeve caps ruin all my fun. I'm feeling good about this. Let me know what you think. And yeah, I can't wait to really finish this off next week. Today, we complete the jacket. Words I wondered if I'd ever get to say on this channel. Now, after last week's rather ambivalent ending, I think I've actually managed to fix my sleeve, more about that later, and so I'm viewing today's schedule as something of a victory lap, although I'm not really out of the woods just yet. I've got to do buttonholes, buttons, naturally, miles of pick stitching, and then I've got to yank all of this beautiful basting thread out, a task which quite possibly could extend into 2026. So I better not waste any more time then, I suppose. Starting then with the buttonholes, because I think that's probably what you're almost curious to see me ruin. We're going to start here with the cuffs. So as I mentioned, I'm only doing one button on each cuff because I'm lazy. They're starting 3 centimeters up from the hem, 1.5 centimeters in, and then the length of the buttonhole is the length of the button, in my case 1.5 centimeters plus a few millimeters. So this is about 1.8. Not that it's particularly well drawn. Anyway, I'm just snipping this open now, which is always a little bit nerve-wracking. I'm going to try and get a little bit of that sort of keyhole effect here at the point. I don't have a awl. I think it's called an awl, the thing that you use to punch through. So, you know, I'm just kind of freestyling here. I'm just going to snip a little kind of diamond almost in the end. Ooh, whatever I can manage. Yeah, cool, I'll take it. That's more or less there. And now I just need to overlock this essentially because it's a little bit messy, as you can see. I'm doing that also by hand, and this is just my finishing thread, my silk imitation thread, and I'm really just sort of, I don't know, what do you call it, like, well, an overcast stitch, I think. Kind of just whip stitching these raw edges together, you know, nothing too extensive, really just to kind of hold it steady and hold it in its form while I do the proper buttonhole stitch. You can just see maybe a couple of those little stitches around there, and those will all get covered up by the actual buttonhole stitch. So the buttonholes themselves I'm going to stitch with this, and this is silk buttonhole twist. And what this is basically multiple strands of silk thread fused together, you know, wrapped up together. And yeah, it's a really beautiful thread. It's going to give the buttonhole that nice, substantial, elegant form and appearance. But I actually need to prepare it because if you look here in its natural current form, insofar as it is 3 threads wrapped together, oh, for goodness sake, come on. It's rather eager to unravel itself. And obviously I don't want that while I'm sewing. So what I'm going to do is take this beeswax, run my length of thread through the beeswax. I'll probably use just a bit less than 1 meter for the whole buttonhole. Less in this case because it's a smaller buttonhole. So there we go. I'll use that sort of length. And yeah, I'm running it through this beeswax. And what that's going to do is impart the wax to the thread. I'll do this a few times. And the beeswax is going to sort of thicken and clog up basically these wound up threads. But if I then try and use it straight away, the thread itself is going to be very waxy. It's going to be hard to pull through. It's going to leave this sort of waxy deposit on the garment, which you obviously don't want. So in order to kind of complete this process, I'm then going to take this to the iron and put it in between this little piece of paper. It doesn't have to be this piece of paper. It can also be a piece of paper you have at home. And then I will sort of just wedge the thread in between the paper like so. Press on top of the paper with the iron, no steam, and just pull the thread through like that. And that is just going to bind the wax into the actual thread itself so that it will maintain the structure and coherent form that the wax has given it without just being purely waxy and, you know, leaving that all over the place. So yeah, let's do that. So you can see now the thread has almost more of like a kind of wire-like texture or consistency. What's the word I mean? You know what I mean. And I might find that this starts to kind of unravel a little bit again as I sew, but you know, once I'm on the go, it should be fine. And it's just that kind of robustness that's going to help produce a really beautiful buttonhole. Or it would if it wasn't me sewing it, but you know what I mean. Oh, bother. There we go. And then I'm just going to knot this at the other end. There you go. and we're ready to go. So I'm starting here from what will be the non-keyhole side. So the keyhole is going to be out here at the edge of the cuff, starting from the other end, the sort of straight end as it were. You also might just try coming through from the other side. And at a distance maybe of about kind of just a few millimeters from the edge. I think when I've tried doing this before, I've always tried to be a bit too near to the edge, and there's just really no point, you don't want to do that. And then we're going to take our first buttonhole stitch. So taking the needle down through the actual buttonhole itself and coming back up on the underside of this edge. Again, that's sort of 3 millimeters or so, very near to but not quite abutted to where the first thread came through. And then once I'm in this halfway stage, I'm going to take the threads that are coming out of the bottom of the needle, I'm going to wrap them clockwise around the needle like that. And I'm going to pull that through. Now, for the first one, I'm not going to pull it straight away super tight because I need to introduce a new ingredient, and that is this, which is my buttonhole gimp. This is basically just, a slightly thicker cord. It's going to go around the length of the buttonhole and basically be wrapped within those buttonhole stitches, and again, just help give the buttonhole this nice raised body effect. This is pretty affordable. It's just like a big roll of, kind of looks like string basically. And ideally matching your garment fabric. And so I've got that stitch that's almost about to be pulled taut. And in the loop of that first buttonhole stitch, I'm just going to pass this gimp through and let it just chill there for a little bit. I'm not going to put it all the way through. I don't want to be so exact right now, but that is basically in position now, and I can pull this stitch taut without worrying too much. So let's do that. Ooh. Okay, and you can't really see it yet, but the effect will become apparent the more I do. But the knot of this little loop is kind of going to end up on the edge of the buttonhole itself. And again, this is just going to contribute to that nice raised edge effect that is so attractive in buttonholes. You can see there's that nice little ridge forming now, those knots, I hope. And once you've done about 4 or 5 of them, you just pull the gimp through so that the end is hidden there where you started. And just be very careful as you're continuing to work that you don't pull the gimp any further and, God forbid, all the way out, because there really is no way of getting it back in and you would just have to kind of start again. And making sure that the stitch width is consistent, that the stitch tension is consistent, that everything is consistent to give you a nice uniform looking buttonhole at the end. You can show off to your family and friends, and just carrying on like so. So I'm now getting towards that keyhole edge, and again, I hope there you can see that sort of effect. I mean, I've not been quite consistent enough here with the width of my stitches, so there's a few little scrappy bits staring out there. That's just the way it is. Practice makes perfect, and I have not practiced this a ton. As I say, I'm at this keyhole bit now, so I'm now just going to try and follow that rounded shape around and fan out the stitches a little bit. And bring the gimp with me as I go. If you have a very convincingly formed keyhole already because you've used an awl or whatever, then you just keep following the edge. In my case, I'm going to have to try and manufacture it a little bit, but we'll see how it goes. It's coming along. I found when I was first trying this that I was getting really anal about trying to get the stitches tightly packed as possible. Now, it helps with this thread anyway because it's got a bit more body, so you can't really just be like layering hundreds upon hundreds of threads and stacking them up next to each other. But I think it's been important to realise that you don't really need to force them to really be so tightly packed up to each other. It's fine, especially if the thread like this has a little bit more body to it, to have like a little bit of distance between them, because otherwise you're just going to end up overpacking the fabric with it, and that is, as bad or worse as anything you might think you're trying to solve, I think. So, just rounding that around now. I'd say this is going pretty well. Again, compared to the first couple of times I've done this, pretty pleased so far. Open secret, I already did the other cuff yesterday as a little practice run. That one was also okay, although again, it was a little bit rusty, so it's not come out as well maybe as this one will hopefully come out. And again, that consistent distance from the buttonhole edge itself, don't be shy to kind of make that a good few millimeters. That was another mistake I was always making, was just trying to get it just at the edge, try not to overshoot, and you end up just pulling away at the fraying edge, and it just doesn't really create the effect. So it's fine if your buttonhole is a bit of a chunky boy. So I've rounded my keyhole now, and I'm just kind of on the home straight, so back onto that straight edge. Not that the keyhole really offered much of a deviation in my case, but So I've got to the end of the other edge now. I think this one's come along better than the first bit, but whatever, hey ho, that's no big deal. And so now I'm back at the end of it. I'm just going to trim the gimp like so. use that for the next one. And yeah, now it's just time to do a little bar tack at the end. So from here, I'm just gonna bar tack through. Bar tacking is something I've really literally only just kind of learned to do. I think I always thought it was way more complicated than it actually is. So forgive me if this just turns out horrible. Just taking a couple of bar tacks. Oh, just terrible technique. Look at that, that's horrific. Okay, well, nobody's problem but mine. I've just been crisscrossing all over the shop. Okay, well, I better put myself out of misery, and then, as we probably know, just finishing the bar tack this way. Passing the needle through those big loops I've just sewn. Again, trying to get them snug but not overly tight, he says, yanking hard on the thread. And really, we're basically done. That's kind of it. And again, we're going to use that clever little technique to hide the needle that I think I spoke about the other week. So now I'm kind of there at the end. Basically, that's kind of that done. And the way it's going to work is I'm just going to plunge the needle back into the garment fabric from this point, bring it out somewhere a bit further away. And if I pull on the needle where it's come out, so I've hidden it within the garment pieces, so it's not come through to the other side and then loop back up. So I'm just going to pull and indeed push the garment fabric away from that edge and snip right at the end. And now the needle, or rather the thread, sorry, is hidden within the garment fabric, and that's basically a closed stitch. And yeah, I'm not too unhappy with that. It's probably the best one I've done. Yeah, you can see there's a few little frayed ends there. I probably should have snipped those before I overcast it and whatnot. I can still try and trim those away. Turning now to the main event, which is the buttonholes at the front of the jacket. In the case of placement, we have here, so that's kind of like my roll line there. That's where the jacket is finally folding. So this is about 1.5 centimeters down from there, 1.5 centimeters in, and because my button is just over 2 centimeters wide, this is also a few millimeters larger than that. So it's about 2.5 centimeters, or indeed an inch if you prefer that terminology. And yeah, it's just gonna be the same again. Same process, let's get on with it. Yeah, the jacket front buttonholes are always a bit more stressful on the one hand because they're, you know, a bit more visible. They're kind of more showpieces maybe than the cuffs are. But on the other hand, they're slightly larger and so a bit easier to handle, you know, not quite as extremely fiddly. Yeah, so really just pulling and manipulating as you go to ensure that everything is as identical as possible, you know, because the knot will kind of move around a lot depending on where, how much, in which direction you kind of tug it, if you see. So really just pulling it perpendicular to the buttonhole edge into the middle. I think maybe the fan around the keyhole is a little bit too loose there, but what am I going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. Buttonholes, what are they good for? But the keyhole shape itself is a little bit better here. Yeah, again, not too shabby. It's maybe a little bit too chunky now, but I'll take it. Yeah, I think in like, if you're properly training to, oh bother, snip that. Anyway, I think if you're properly training to be a actual like jacket finisher professionally, you have to, you know, sew like 100 buttonholes in your training. You know, I think I'm up to about 8, so long way to go yet, but that's all good. Let's just try and get this bar tack a little bit more professional this time. Yep, that looks respectable. Uno más. Great, and then let's do the old switcheroo. Ugh. Not too bad at all. Slight, hopefully educational moment here because I did accidentally yank my gimp out of my ongoing buttonhole stitch. And I'm wondering if actually I can just thread it back through here. I feel like that should in theory be possible. And it is. Look at me, aren't I clever? So for all sorts of reasons, feeling pretty good about today. Sun's shining outside. The buttonholes are going relatively well. Yeah, I rescued the gimp. Turns out I was lying earlier when it says you have to start again if you do that. I'm really pleased as well with the fix that I think I effected on the right sleeve cap, which, as you recall from last week, was a bit of a nightmare, but I'll talk about that in more detail in a second when I'm not doing this, because I've already tried to talk about it once while doing this, and it turned out I just forgot to do a buttonhole stitch and was just basically doing a plain stitch around the edge. Turns out I can't really sew and talk at the same time. And this is also just a really pretty pleasurable process to do on its own terms. I mean, again, it's a high bar to clear, I think, to get it looking obviously really nice, professionally nice. But as with every aspect of this whole process, it's just about, can I please myself? And so far, yeah, I'm getting to the end of these buttonholes and looking at them and thinking, yeah, I'm pretty proud of that. It's almost like having done a little painting or something and you get to admire your own handiwork. I think this one's come out quite well as well. We have one more decorative buttonhole to do. Perhaps you know which one I'm talking about. I'm not ashamed to wear these on the front of my coat. I wonder if I can do a slightly more respectable bar tack this time. And indeed cut my gimp without destroying my buttonhole stitch. Oh yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that one. Not bad. All right, okay, here we go. In and out. I mean, I think practicing making buttonholes is something I would just do in my spare time. What a pleasure, what a privilege, what an honour. So as for the buttons themselves, they're only going to go on at the very end once I've pressed the jacket so that they don't really get in the way of that pressing. Like I say, feeling pretty good about that one. Well, you probably guessed it. It's the decorative left lapel buttonhole, and this is going to go sort of parallel to the gorge line, 4 centimeters down and about 1.3 centimeters in from the side there. Oops. No keyhole here because there's no actual button. I don't know about any, Milanese buttonholes or all that stuff, so I'm not going to do anything like that. I suppose you could say the stakes are highest with this one because it is, after all, a purely decorative buttonhole. But I feel up to the task, I'm ready. Let me cook. Yeah, so as I said, no keyhole here, so just how lucky am I feeling, eh? Can I round this non-round edge in a vaguely aesthetic way? Yeah, maybe on a future project I'll learn how to do one of those Milanese buttonholes, where I think the difference is that the knot ends up on the outside or the inside or something like that. I think the process is pretty similar. You just kind of loop it in a slightly different configuration or direction, or who cares? Why am I guessing? Should be concentrating, because this isn't necessarily going 100%. You know what? I think this has panned out. All right then, that's it for the buttonholes. There she is, my decorative beauty. Kind of sad to think I won't have an excuse to do this now until the end of the next jacket. Like I say, maybe it's my new pastime. Just need to finish up a couple of things on the inside of the jacket now. So to do the lining, mainly the sleeve lining, but also up here as well. Need to kind of pick stitch that in place in that order. But while we're talking about sleeves, let me just go over quickly what I did to correct the issue with the right sleeve sleeve cap. So again, at the end of the last episode, I had got to a point where I put the sleeve head in and everything was quote unquote complete, but there was a sort of weird little lip of sleeve fabric sort of hanging up over the top. And basically what I did was I compared the length of the shoulder seam on the right side compared to that on the left side, and on the left side I wasn't having this problem, and it turned out that for whatever reason the shoulder seam on the right side was half a centimetre to almost a centimetre longer. So I must have just done something wrong with attaching the sleeve. I did it too near to the cutting edge and it needed to be further in. So basically I opened up the sleeve lining again, took the sleeve head out, and working with it inside out, just sort of tapered in the, you can see there's a little chalk mark there, which is where I did it from on the front. So tapered from there, bringing the sleeve seam actually deeper into the shoulder, kind of like that, around to that back notch point there. And yeah, it took a couple of goes to get it to the right point, but I'm now pretty happy with how that's hanging. I mean, obviously, you'd have to see it on me to tell. We'll get to that later. Anyway, so that's how I fixed it. And it also seems to have repaired a lot of the puckering issues that I was having. And I guess maybe insofar as I had attached the sleeve too far outwards, I guess maybe that was even further exacerbating this sort of excess length, a round peg too big for the round hole it was trying to get in kind of problem. And yeah, I think I'm now left with two pretty respectable looking sleeves. If anything, it's the left one now that's the problem child, but righto. So yeah, now that everything is rosy with the sleeve, I'm just doing the final closure of the sleeve lining by, as advertised last week, just slip stitching this folded edge, the one that I basted in place. And I'm not just stitching lining to lining, I'm also actually going through on the body side into the actual armhole seam allowance, and that's just going to keep this fixed. Because if you can imagine it was just lining to lining, the whole body lining and sleeve lining unit would be a bit too free floating and things wouldn't really be fixed in their place. And it also puts a bit too much strain itself on the lining seams, I've found. Yeah, as you can see, I'm not being very, as ever, consistent or indeed conscientious with my stitch length. Don't make me say it. There's a certain word in the English language that starts with L, ends with Y, and contains the whole alphabet in between. Apparently I've turned into the Riddler. You can see here as well, I've got some of that sleeve lining ease gathered, rather messily in my case, around the armhole edge. Just trying to, respect that as I stitch. So now what I need to do is close this seam properly, or, this bit of lining flat. This is going to kind of continue from that prick stitching I was doing a couple of weeks back over the collar. And yeah, again, I'm just going to keep using that silk finishing thread. I think probably I would have actually used the buttonhole twist in some form if I'd thought again, although I don't really have enough of it probably to have done that. But yeah, just for consistency's sake, I'm going to use what I've already used. Unbasted and rebasted these little flaps about 12 times during the whole construction of the jacket, so it's good to finally say goodnight. Just making sure I'm not obviously showing through on the far side of the garment. Okay, coming back to a time that can only be described as tomorrow. The weather outside was just simply too inviting, and I kind of left this mid-stitch to go and frolic in the sun all afternoon. I have no regrets. Life really is too short.
But now it is lengthening again enough for me to get on with this. Well, that took all of 45 seconds. Guess I just really couldn't wait, could I? And there you have it. The lining is done. But allow me to reassure you that that is by no means the end of all the pick stitching we have to do today. We're now going to turn back to our nice buttonhole twist and to the pocket flaps for now. And we're just going to prick stitch around all these edges nice and decoratively, and it's also just going to help them stay nice and sharp. And so to begin, we're going to do the same little trick. Start a little bit away from where we actually want to begin. Hide the thread in the middle of these flaps of fabric. Hide it in there, and then from here I'm just going to start doing my pick stitch, and I'm coming through to the other side, like I'm not just hiding the thread in the garment with these actual stitches, because otherwise they won't have this sort of tightening effect so much. And speaking of tightening, I'm really trying not to make these very tight at all, just tight enough that they are closed, but I don't want it to have this sort of pressed, cratered effect. And doing it by hand obviously allows us to control the tension and avoid that sort of puckered, cratered look. Oh bother. I'd started out wanting to do sort of 1/2 centimetre stitches, but surprise, surprise, it's turned into more like double that, so I guess I'll just have to continue along the lazy line that I've laid down. Nice alliteration. And yeah, I'm just trying to use up the sort of rest pieces, the little rest pieces of this buttonhole twist that were left over from doing the buttonholes themselves, you know, waste not, want not. Oh wow, these stitches are diabolically large. Okay, I'm going to try and rein this in. And as you can sort of see there, this flap has, let's call it like an underbite. I wasn't really careful enough when I was constructing it. I could have made sure to be hiding that. But what this hand stitch gives me the opportunity to do now is try and ease that underbite back under, if you like, and out of sight, so that the seam of this flap is not really showing. You know, I say it's an opportunity. I'm not sure it's an opportunity I am making the most of, but we go on. Obviously, I could have undone my basting already to make this slightly easier, but I kind of wanted to leave it in for dramatic effect for now. Hope you'll forgive me. I think I've not really been listening to my own advice, and I've kind of let these get a bit puckered. That's what happens when you're not paying attention, I guess. Yep, that's okay. There you have it. Not too bad. And now I'm just bar tacking these sides of these pipe pockets just to kind of help reinforce it. And again, it's also got a sort of decorative flair. I mean, you can see there, this flat placement wasn't great, but maybe I can distract the eye with a fancy little silk thread thingamajig. Yeah, I mean, all these steps you can already do when you are constructing the pocket. I mean, I remember all those weeks ago, I was really in a hurry then, and so I decided to forestall it till now, and I don't regret it. Yeah, I quite like that. There's one. And here's another. God, the edges of these pockets. What a state they're in. What on earth is even happening there? What is that? Be gone. Can we fix it? No, we can't. Sorry, Bob. Out. And that is the rather shameful end of that. Oh well. On we go. And there's the one I made earlier, just for proof. So for consistency's sake, I'm also doing the welt pocket, so just around the sides along the top. And at the sides, I'm going to try actually to go through and get a bit of the garment fabric underneath as well, just to help that pocket be a bit more firmly attached. Obviously, I'm not going to do it along the top, because otherwise then wouldn't be able to get your hand in it. And there's no point in a pocket that you can't use. Am I right, ladies? Job done. I'll show you what I mean with these bar tacks. So it's going to go a little bit like this. So coming in at a sort of 45-degree angle into the top corner of the pocket. So again, I've just sort of hidden the thread on the inside there. And yeah, so done my little bars. It's obviously not coming through to the far side, the other side, where there's like lining and facing and stuff. Just scooping the garment fabric. And yeah, this is just gonna help keep that pocket edge secure. Same old story, just coming through these loops. Stacking up these little stitches within them. Not too tight, not too loose. Ooh. Where's my thread? Again, this is beyond being pretty, basically just reinforcing the pocket. This is quite a nice looking bar tack actually, I'm quite pleased with this one. Yeah, this is my first time doing all these sort of very decorative finishing stitches, and I gotta say, I'm really enjoying it. I feel extremely fancy, and if I can't feel fancy doing this, then honestly, what is the point? Oh yeah, oh, big fan of that. Not so much of that. Very nice indeed. And as Daft Punk so eloquently put it, one more time. Tell me that's not a handsome looking welt pocket. Okay, so we're actually continuing the pick stitch-a-thon, which you may or may not be happy to hear. And yeah, we're now working around the bottom edge of the collar, and we'll do all the way around the front of the jacket as well. And this, I guess, is the sort of pièce de résistance. But this, again, is just going to help the whole edge of the jacket from the collar around to the front, you know, along the facing, around the bottom of the hem to the end of the facing, just have this nice crispness. And also just this very subtle, I like to think elegant, point effect along the edge. And with this pick stitching, or prick stitching, depending on your terminology, I think there's all sorts of different styles and traditions and approaches to how and where to use it.
and I think it depends on, you know, the weight of the fabric, whether it's more casual or more formal. I don't really know the ins and outs of all that stuff. If you want, you can also basically pick stitch along every actual seam as well, so you know, along the shoulder seams, along the side seams, all that stuff. Again, the beauty of doing it yourself is you can just mix and match as you choose. This is meant to be a relatively orthodox garment, I guess, and as I said, this is my first time doing all these finishing steps, well, other than buttonholes and things, so I don't want to rock the boat too much. So I'm just going to get around to the gorge line here on the end of the collar. I'm going to sort of end the stitch, and then I'm going to continue on the lapel, kind of starting on the other side of the gorge line, going down the front of the lapel like that. I think we know the drill by now. And again, as with the pocket flaps, I mean, if you remember when we were making the lapels and putting on the facing and stuff, we put in this basting stitch to already help encourage this outer edge to basically stick out over so that this seam isn't showing on the front of the jacket. And this prick stitch is basically the permanent stitch that is actually going to lock that situation in place, because obviously the basting, alas, has to come out sometime. So if, like me, you haven't already done all you can to get your lapel points as pointy as possible, now is certainly your last chance to do so. I think that's about as good as it's going to get. Shame on me. So it goes. Yeah, another interesting thing about this type of thread, where again, as I say, there's 3 different strands, at least of this sort of weight of it, all sort of twined together. If you want to, you know, work with a lighter thread than the one you actually have, you can actually sort of basically pull the strands apart and work with them either sort of individually or, you know, in a pair of strands, rather than say what I have here where it's 3, and then that would just give you a slightly lighter effect. I would want to make sure if I were doing that I wasn't being especially wasteful, not least because it's not wildly expensive, but it's not cheap either for the amount you get. This is a spool of 10 meters, and I think it was maybe sort of £5 or something. But again, it's a sort of precious product, and if you were pulling it apart like that, I think you'd want to go out of your way to save, you know, the spare strand, as it were, but you don't need me to tell you that. Now we're coming to a literally pivotal stage here, because in a short amount of time we're going to arrive this point here, which is the bottom of the roll line. So this is where what was the outside of the jacket turns and becomes the inside of the jacket. So we're going to have to essentially reverse the side on which we're doing this stitch at that point. And yeah, you need to time it right, because if you see here, the stitches are showing on the other side, and so if you do it too soon or indeed too late, instead of having your nice pretty point on the outside of the jacket, you're going to have its reverse side, which is this sort of normal looking stitch, and we don't want that. So I need to watch just exactly where I need to make that turn. Don't want to be grisly, folks, but I've literally sewn myself to the lapel here. I guess I'm just going to have to amputate my finger. Yeah, so I think it's around here. I think maybe one more stitch, and then it's there that I want to start making that transition. So I'll just end this now and start again on the right side. Okay, so I've taken the plunge, and we're continuing on the other side. Of course, you know, if for whatever reason I've just misjudged this, I can unpick it. It's not the end of the world. I'll just see how it looks once the buttons are actually on and I'm wearing it, and see how that lapel is really falling. The stakes aren't that high. I just like to pretend they are. Obviously we're not quite at the end of the road yet. You know, there's still buttonholes to do. I still need to press it. And again, there's all this basting. I mean, the buttons won't take a couple of minutes, and this kind of feels like really the last true step. And if I don't get a chance to say it again, thanks so much for watching along over the last, whatever, few months. Oh, dear me. This has certainly been the most satisfying sewing project I've done, insofar as I'm probably the most satisfied as I've ever been. Certainly with any of my tailored projects. Obviously, yeah, I know we're only halfway through the wedding suit, so I don't want to get ahead of myself too much, but I think you'll agree I'm maybe allowed a certain sense of finality at this point. And it really is my favourite thing about these projects. You know, when you're first faffing around with your pattern, and maybe you're making a toile, or you're cutting it out, and you're doing your pockets and doing your canvas, and everything just feels like it's taking ages before anything really starts to emerge as something that looks remotely like the garment or what the garment will be. And then to get to this point and reflect on how much you've done, how much time you've spent, how much effort you've put in, how much care you've put in. And you know, when you first put it on, or you know, see whoever's going to wear it put it on, when it's truly finished, the basting's out, and you see what it's actually meant to look like, it really is a special feeling. If you think you would be interested in doing a project like this and you haven't yet, do just dive in. It might be that maybe your first project doesn't come out quite like how you wanted it to, but I promise if you stick with it, it will reward you. Yeah, and like I say, obviously there's still the trousers to attend to, but beyond that, I'm not going to stop at this suit. Oh no, I've got lots of projects lined up in my head, and I promise I'll be taking you along for the ride. But yeah, also if there's any kind of thing that you guys will be curious to see, whether a certain type of garment or really whatever it might be, I'd love to hear it. I mean, obviously can't promise I will or will be able to do it, at least not right away, but I'd definitely love to know your thoughts and ideas and get some free inspiration from you. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm by no means any expert, and I think a lot of people who've been watching these videos have very kindly offered really good advice throughout, and it's very clear that they know way more about this than I do. You know, I wasn't necessarily setting out with this channel or these videos to position myself as some sort of tutor or mentor, really just as someone who has a lot of fun doing this, has a little bit of experience, is expressly an amateur, and yeah, I don't know, I just kind of wanted to show how much fun and how much satisfaction you can have making these ultimately quite complicated garments, even without this sort of professional skill level. Okay, so that's the end of my facing there, so I'm going to stop, and yeah, with that, today's pick stitching extravaganza is complete. Got chills. And dare I say they're multiplying. I think now it's time to get rid of all this basting thread, don't you? I'm honestly pretty excited to see how long this takes me. I think the best thing to do would just be to set like a stopwatch on my phone, and we'll just see what it's reading at the end of it. Well, friends, there she is. As you can maybe tell from what is now my third costume change of this whole episode, we are now on day 3 of trying to get this done. Not long now, we just need to press it and put the buttons on. So let's get on with it. So as we know, being the amateur that I am, my pressing station, if that's not too grand a word, consists basically of my ironing board, my tailor's ham, and my domestic iron. Just gonna use a little bit of steam, and this is sort of essentially a clean dishcloth. As a press cloth, I mean, obviously I can also press this at any point I really want to in the future. You know, it's not now and never. I'm just going to give it a quick once over in certain places to help set some things in place. I'm just going to press the undersides of the lapels, the undersides of the collar, making sure I stay away from that roll line for now. When I finally start working with wool, I'll be a little bit more conscientious about this stage. You can tell what a hurry I'm in. I don't really care about having a slightly wrinkly lining, so I'm going to leave the lining, but yep, I'm just going to do the insides of the facings now below the lapels, because obviously, again, don't want to affect that roll line. So I think, to be quite honest, my infrastructure is insufficient to really make it even worth trying to do a full quote-unquote proper pressing. I'm basically just going to kind of aim for the main flat panels and any visible creases. So here, for instance, on these side seams where I'd taken it in, I need to just sort of properly press that out. The problem that I have on this ironing board is that I have nothing to support the bits that then need to hang off the side of the board, and that means that things are getting pulled out of shape, out of position, and it's kind of not necessarily any point in pressing it like that. Oh no, straight bit of basting thread. Yeah, it has been something some of you have mentioned over the course of the series, is the benefits I would reap from extending my pressing arsenal. And Lord knows, at a time like this, I'm inclined to agree with you. I am hitting the wall of what I do and don't have here. And there's this little crease to iron in on the elbow seam. Something like that, where you can see where we waited to put the buttons on until, oh, although that button I have put on. Forgot about that one, that was my practice button. Now I'm just gonna stick my ham inside the shoulder like that, lay the cloth over it and press that as well. I think there's a fine line between pressing and ironing. I think I'm probably doing something more akin to ironing. So I've done the wrong sides of the lapels. I'm just gonna quickly do the right sides. And again, really being careful not to go too far in, because I don't wanna get involved with that roll line. So I have here my lapel, my gauge line laid flat over the pressing board, and I'm just gonna press gently, not all the way down the lapel, oh no, just on the gauge line. Crucial point where we can afford to really set a tight crease, which after all continues quite tightly along the back of the collar. All right, come on, let's do this. And the other one. And that is all the pressing I'm gonna do. Buttons, buttons, buttons. So first let's just mark on our button points. So, you know, here I'm just gonna basically stick a pin through to where I know the button needs to go on the other side. Not bother, and then mark it at that point. Easy peasy. And then for the jacket front buttons, we're gonna do something quite clever. Well, I say clever, and obviously it's not my idea, but we're basically gonna kind of turn the jacket inside out. Actually, you probably don't need to do the sleeves here, you definitely need to do the sleeves, so that the fronts are matching right sides to right sides, like so.
That should do it, I think. Yeah, I mean, I really just push those pins right through, peel that back, and there, for better or worse, I have my button placement points. Obviously, I could also just, as I did with the buttonholes themselves, measure down from the roll line, but never hurts just to measure by what you've actually done. A lesson I learned with the vents, and indeed several times over the course of making this. Anyway, so to actually attach the buttons themselves, I'm still using this buttonhole twist, but I'm going to use it kind of on the double, which I mean like so. If any of you are watching this and maybe haven't sewn much, chances are if you have sewn at all, it might have been putting on something like a button, but I'll just show you how it goes anyway. Wrong side. So as before, I'm just going to do this little thing to kind of hide the thread ends inside the cuff. Oh, they're more or less the same length, yep. The back stitch once again, just for security. And with none of these, am I going to go through to the other side, taking my button, which is a, I don't know, 4-hole, don't know what the button terminology is, but anyway, that's what it is. It's got 4 holes, so taking one loop, but not pulling it ultra tight, leaving a little bit of slack, going back through, into the cuff, again though, only that top layer, so it's not showing through on the far side. Coming back up through that first hole again, and again, leaving just a little, it's called a shank, just that little bit of excess sticking out, so really not pulling it super tight. So taking the needle through again, and then looping it through the fabric again, and this time coming up through the other 2 holes, up and down through the other 2 holes. Okay, so I've now done 2 loops through each pair of holes, if you like. So I'm going to come and back stitch again through the garment fabric. And then what I'm going to do, so I left that little bit of a shank standing away there from the garment fabric. I'm just going to wrap threads around 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And then if you think there's sort of 4 little pillars of threads there coming up from all my different stitches, I'm going to pass the needle in through the shank and sort of loop around each one once. So kind of rotating the button around like this. 2. It's just creating a really secure little column on which the button is standing. So it's standing nicely away from the garment fabric, but it's super securely attached to it. Okay, and that's basically it. And now I'm just gonna, as before, go back into the middle of my garment fabric and do that invisible stitch end again, like so. Yeah, and that's basically it. Beautiful. Yeah, so my buttons incidentally are made of horn, plain, well not really plain black, this very, very dark horn with just ever so slight mottling. Again, I know it's meant to be a black suit, it should just be all plain. But I just thought ever such a slight detail like that is just a nice little twist, I thought. And again, when you're making this stuff yourself, you can really just do whatever you want. Just one more loop through that other one. Well, it's definitely not enough for a 4th button, but actually it's probably just right for the 2 I've done. There's one. In the classic tailoring techniques for menswear book that I use to guide my construction, they make the express point of how polyester buttons are totally inappropriate for fine fabrics, which, you know, fully on board with. I think in this case though, I kind of have the reverse situation where I have these lovely horn buttonholes that are almost inappropriately fine for this rather mundane fabric, but you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. This feels rather anticlimactic, but this is literally the very, very, very last stitch. I feel like I should have prepared some rather profound words for this moment, but it's not necessarily my forte. Now, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your beers, because it's almost time to party. Okay, are you with me? Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Folks, that's it. That is literally it. I'm sure you want to see how it looks. What more is there to say? We made it. I have neither the strength nor the will to do a full rundown on what I think. Suffice it to say, I'm pretty pleased. It really is a fine sensation having this thing on. I'm going to give it a proper check over in my own time. Maybe I'll have a proper critique to give a bit further down the line. For now, I'm just going to bask. Let's just watch me frolic. Right on. That's all for this week, and if you aren't stuffed by now, I don't know what to tell you. The jacket is done, which means it's time to move to the trousers. And I actually have a little bit of a surprise for you vis-a-vis the trousers, and I'm not entirely sure you'll like it. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, if you're only just checking in on the wedding suit journey, you can find part 1 here. And if watching this has somehow made you want to get into sewing yourself, but you just need that last little push, check here and find my 3 reasons why. For now, hallelujah. Thanks for watching. Have an extremely good one.